which is going to be important, especially with Benny on this Granger. They both get set up now for the Lord. Salvo!
And they catch Salvo, but still with the flicker was able to catch Salvo with the ejector. Benny is going to fall down in the hands of Hiko. But a counter attack coming in from PX7, going to bring down Salvo as well. All the while, one shot doing a 1v1 with Royal Milk, and he's going to win that trade. Team Spirit gets 3 and might be able to take down this first Lord.
What a choice from Team Spirit to go and find the right target. You got to give it up to Salvo. Finding the mark, gets Benny, tosses him in the air, and they collapse down on him. And this is also just going to get them the objective. So Team Spirit, a big play and shift in momentum now as Lord is secured, and they'll go ahead and get ready to march in with this Sunset Lover, getting the Wishing Lantern here too. And you can see, I mean, is Salvo alone? The fact that he can go ahead and just kind of jump into things, and if he goes down, it doesn't really matter. As long as he got the right target, tosses them to the team, and they get a crucial opponent down, then that's great for Team Spirit. So Falcon Esports now has to be a little more cautious on that approach. Every time Salvo has that flicker available, they're probably going to go for that.
Now the good CO from Team Spirit, but again, Kid will cut their path off with a glorious pathway, going to try and save that mid lane turret. Are they going to go for a one-shot though, with a Wiggy Shadow Kill, connecting with the Frigid Glacier as well. But Royal Milk might be too deep here, going to take down by Kid Bomba. And another kill for Team Spirit.
See, it seemed, and that wasn't even with the Revitalize, you know, they were able to go ahead and withstand a lot of that pressure already. Now the mid turret going to go down here, tier 1. Lord still down on the bottom lane as One Shot gets ready to walk towards that. Hiko also picking up the Haas Claws, has a little more healing now, capable for him, a little more sustainability as they work on getting the space advantage. They might even get some of these shields down. Lord's already at half health, so Falcon Esports still on the defense. Kid X got to get back, got to heal back up here. First shield down on the bottom side being popped mid next here. Once that wave does push in and they make their way top. So Team Spirit gets a big advantage just off that first Lord, building up to almost a 5K lead.
Oh, one shot. Wants to go for the Wiggy Shadow Kill and gets down Benny! Whoa!
Now he had the one shot, he took it. He might as well.
His palms weren't sweaty that time as he was able to take down Benny. That was crucial. They need Benny to try and defend the inhibitor turrets, but Team Spirit, this was an... Oh, wait! Got caught up, but if you're Rafa coming in from Dax, but here comes the ejector. They're going to work on Kid X, but he has to revitalize though. Hiko! One more shot. Who's going to get the kill? One shot enters the frame. Salvo and one shot. It's just a matter of time. Who's going to take him down, but it's too fast.
Wait, he's going to catch him. One shot's going to catch him. He knows it. Kid X just buying time. The rest of his team still in the base. One shot will be fine. The team gets half health on that base turret. It looks like Kid X made it, but the one shot does take him down. So Falcon Esports ultimately, defensively keeps all their turrets. You know, at least they keep the base turrets off of that. Could have gone way worse, but Kid X being the sacrifice there buys them some more time.
I mean, just looking at the game, it's like a complete repeat of game number 1. It's just that it's more clashes. But right now, the difference is for Team Spirit, they had to wait for 3 Lords because, again, they didn't have that dive potential. But in this case, they have Salvo with the Jawhead, one shot with a Hayabusa. So this game for Team Spirit is actually relatively easy compared to game number 1, because again they can go all in with just one injector. And looking at the way they play, they don't care if Salvo dies as long as he gets a proper target. Might it be PX7 or Benny? It's gonna be hella worth it for the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah, and right now Hiko locked in, hasn't died just yet. Benny as well though. At least he's got a win in nature, so might be able to actually help contest this. And that's why Team Spirit, given the fact that they're up this much, they still have to respect what the lineup from Falcon Esports can do, and it might be better for them to just go ahead and wait for Falcon Esports to kind of overcommit into this area and then allow Salvo to find his target and toss someone up. Hopefully he doesn't toss Kid X, obviously, you know, because earlier on that's what he did in the base, and Kid X just kind of took off with the glorious pathway. So Hiko really up front. There's Kid X.
Oh, they want to go for it again with the glorious pathway. Frigid Glacier's not going to connect with one shot onto the back line. Going to force out PX7's Crimson Beacon. Not going to be able to take down anyone apart from Kid X, but Royal Milk just doing his own. Cannot out-sustain this time the 5 members of Team Spirit, and they executed that to perfection. I mean, forcing Kid X to use the glorious pathway early on to find and look for an angle, but Team Spirit was ready for that engagement.
Yep, Kid X wanted Hiko. He wasn't going to get him. Hiko utilizing the flicker, but not only that, but that's also why that Haas Claw is really important, because a lot of times he's just kind of, you know, moving and gunning and getting some of that health back. And he also picked up the Sea Halberd, so that helps with that sustain that comes from Kid X alone. and just really well protected, you know, on both sides. That was the plan, but Team Spirit is just doing it way better throughout this game in game number 2. And now that they get ready for that Lord to come towards the base, going to be knocking down the base turrets at this point, and Falcon Esports on the defense, trying to clear out the waves the best they can. Already down in the mid lane, Team Spirit looking to take this turret out. A couple shots more from Hiko from a distance will take that turret down, and still the Lord making its way. One shot, picking up the Blade of Hepsies. He might look to go in again, and he assassinates Benny. Benny is a crucial part for Falcon Esports to stay in game 2 as that Lord charges now, taking down the top base turret. They might force the situation. Sawo!
Oh, but Sawo gets Royal Milk and got bursted down right away by Hiko. Deletes him. Kid X, though, with a Revitalize, just doing their best to try to delay the push of Team Spirit. As one shot will work on the bottom lane turret. The rest of the members of Team Spirit trying to work on the crystal. Here comes a Wiki Shadow Kill. A Winter Crop play coming in from Dak, but they're going to bring him down. The next target is Benny, and a full-man wipeout for Team Spirit.
And Team Spirit does it again in game 2, but this time a little bit faster and really dominant in the lineup they brought to this game 2. It didn't seem like Falcon Esports had much of an answer to what was being thrown at them. And what was that? That was Sawo. He was throwing everybody all around on the right mark, and Hiko shining throughout. The pickoffs were great. The damage was there, and that front line, again, Kid Bomba on this Hilda, man. I don't know. He's just such a front line. And Sunset Lover, too. You know, we saw him leading into the game. He was very vocal to the team before they jumped in. Well, he's having a hell of a series, too. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the panel to break out game 2.
Old but gold. What is up with these longtime veterans of our scene, especially the roamers? First I thought of JPL, now it's Sawo bringing out the Jawhead and making it work. Again, high risk, high reward for Team Spirit, but they were definitely rewarded for the risk they took in the draft.
It's a huge reward. It was very risky to play the lineup that they did because eventually they were going to get outscaled one way or another. However, the speed of the game is what's a little surprising, right? It's not like a get a little bit of tempo and then snowball it out of control. It was very paced well. It had its moments of going a little bit faster, but it also slowed down when it needed to. It was very controlled macro-wise.
Honestly, that was such a treat. Like, if ever you did have doubts about them being able to pull off the Jawhead heading into this game, then them proving us wrong all along was such a treat. And if you were to recall like the Sawo Digi era and how he's just able to manipulate the Jawhead this aggressively to show up some sort of change in terms of Team Spirit's approach. It wasn't entirely the mid-game waiting for the power spike type of Team Spirit as expected.
Yeah, we had some very strong opinions about the itemization, especially in this game number 2. Gideon, could you care to break it down, please?
Of course. I'm looking specifically at Benny, what he's going for. This is his traditional build, right? He likes to do this every single time he plays that Granger. He likes the extra bit of utility, the extra bit of attack speed every once in a while. But the thing that annoys me is the fact that he's going for Flicker. He has to pick his poison of Team Spirit. Who does he want to technically run away from with that Flicker? On top of the fact that he decided to go for Warrior Boots instead of Tough Boots. He should have gone for Tough Boots in this particular game, because the only people who really threaten him is if Sunset Lover flickers forward to stun him or lock him in ice, and most importantly, Sawo. Because time and time again, we have seen that Ejector be a very effective tool for the side of Team Spirit. But if you can't find that space, that short amount of space to rondo away from the unstoppable force into the injector, you're basically guaranteed to die.
Yeah, and PX7 are rushing the Sky Piercer, though we were a little bit more split on the opinion of that. At first I was like a little bit too greedy, but at the same time I understand that they needed to equalize the burst that Team Spirit had by potentially banking on the idea of, hey, maybe PX7 can get a snowball from here, which they had the possibility of.
Yeah, we saw the intention, especially in the early stages where they were like making sure that they had the information as to where one shot was all the time, where they were trying to kind of pick up the pace and go alongside the rotations of both Sawo and even Sunset Lover. And apart from the fact that PX7 actually decided to go for the tankier emblem build on the Jushin as well, which isn't something entirely new to us. It isn't new to us, yeah, but like they weren't able to play it to its strengths. The mere fact that Team Spirit were the more successful team when it came to just surprise ejector plays and pickoffs towards Falcon, I don't think they had the liberty to just stand in front of Team Spirit as much as they wanted to do.
Yeah, I gotta ask you this, Gideon. At some point, from my perspective, it felt like Falcon, instead of being protect the king, protect the Granger, protect the Jushin, it looked like their front line was a little bit too preoccupied with just catching Hiko.
Well, yes and no, because again, I feel like as much as they want to play around Hiko, there's a lot of things you got to worry about, right? And if Hiko is the main damage source, the main big source of burst, at least if you can stop that, you can kind of outplay One Shot by sticking together, maybe even getting a Winds of Nature. Sunset Lover is a little bit harder, but at the very least, they had flickers that kind of move themselves away from the Pride of Ice if necessary, especially the Frigid Breath. Now, I think here, that the biggest thing for me is the fact that that early game is what caused a lot of problems for Falcon. The fact that we had to see Kid X go for an early recall, that's when the tempo fell into the hands of Spirit. And once Spirit had that tempo, you could see that they knew for a fact that One Shot was getting a little aggressive in the early game. They had to defend Benny on his side, and that just means that they lose more pressure over the mid. If we had to go lane by lane basis, Sunset Lover clears the waves faster than PX7 on the Jushin. So the only way Jushin can actually keep up with him is if Kid X comes over with that concussive blast. But unfortunately, if One Shot is hovering around Benny's lane, Kid X has no choice. He has to stick around because Benny had to use that flicker early on.
And I think Kid X did a really great job if it was just about tanking all the damage. I mean, look at it. 140,000 damage in total, tanked all by Kid X. But I think the idea of him having to tank everything and just show himself into the front lines also gave that opening to Team Spirit, particularly One Shot, to also find the angles, to always get PX7 and Benny. It was always the most important heroes that were taken out by One Shot, especially in the latter portions of the game.
Yeah, this is another harsh reminder for us as to how powerful the early rush on the Malefic gun for the Beatrix is. I mean, we've mentioned earlier in the pre-show that this is a signature for Hiko. He's one of the players that really made that strategy stand out of, hey, rush the Malefic gun of the Beatrix is so strong, especially with the Nibiru. Every time Falcon would throw bodies to try and catch him, it just felt like they really could not get to him. That split their team fight, and it made One Shot just have a feast on Falcon. He was feasting on Falcon throughout this game on this Hayabusa. I would not be surprised if he is the MVP of the game.
I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised too, but he also was hella farming, right?
Yeah.
It's not like he was consistently looking for kills. He was sacrificing turtles to get the level lead early and item power sparks, and that is why we give our MVP over to One Shot on that Hayabusa. The macro plays were really, really great. The rotations, and most importantly, the ideology behind each of those motions. There was clear intention, and most importantly, they understood how power spikes work, and they utilized it and maximized it at every step, every minute of this game.
Yeah, to push that idea even further, Dax got his second item 2 full minutes after One Shot got his second item. That's how you know that Hayabusa went fast with the farm.
I mean, there was also this existing level gap between them for the longest time throughout that game that I'm not entirely sure if they were able to close out, because even until the very end, it didn't feel like Falcon Esports were able to find a way to deal with Team Spirit.
Yeah.
Even like the moment wherein Kid X just had to run away from everything and all the way to Team Spirit's base. It was just like an inevitable means to buy time either way for Falcon Esports to get to lose that game.
I have to agree here, because again, it just felt like Falcons were chasing the coattails of Team Spirit throughout the entire match. I feel like, unfortunately, this is all due to the fact that they didn't have control over that mid lane. PX7 is always late to these fights, and because Kid X died early on and had to recall early and defend Benny in lane, that pressure eventually started to bleed to every single part of the map. And once Team Spirit got into that third turtle in this very next Lord fight, you could see the gold difference making such a huge impact in that first initial engagement, right? The front lines cannot hold on. They're not running double revitalize here. And even Royal Milk, with the Vengeance, did not have enough with a fully scaled Hiko.
Yeah, it seems like Team Spirit, with them drafting red side in both of these games, it feels like the draft centered a lot with the idea of them Falcon getting Jushin and getting Phoveus. That now they've completely showed they're so ready to answer that. they've prepared for that, they've strategized for it, and it's shown the first 2 games that now, if there's going to be a side switch, or even if it remains, Falcon definitely has to wipe the board now and think, are we willing to get the Jushin right away as a first pick? It's not working for us. They're prepared for it. Do we still really want to get the Fovies and Royal Milk, even though he was killer on it, but they're still ready for it? I feel like now, the adjustments that Falcon has to make is way bigger compared to the little adjustments that the Team Spirit needs to make.
I agree, but I don't think they have to make too big of an adjustment, right? A couple of things that they could do, I wouldn't say a little bit better, but maybe to think about, you know, food for thought, some may say. Hilda is, as much as Hilda isn't doing quote-unquote as much in terms of the lane against Fovies, like Royal Milk is doing decently okay, but the pressure being applied, as well as the early game damage alongside with Hayabusa with a war cry, by the way, he does a surprising amount of damage in level 1s and level 2s, which we saw the initial gank by mid lane, and then afterwards by Little Wanderer once again, forcing out those revitalizes and battle spells. Tempo is such a key concept for the side of Team Spirit, and that's why their macro has been looking overall better, because you're always chasing them, right?
Yeah.
We need something that can force tempo, or at the bare minimum, tempo breakers.
Yeah. So now I feel like priority for just faster wave clear around the mid, I guess, for Falcon Esports.
Faster wave clear, maybe a consideration for Terizla as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think the entire idea of having the Jushin Prio as well entails that you have to do good when it comes to the team fights, or that you have to get the better of your opponents when it comes to the team fights. But Team Spirit seems like a different version right now. It seems like they've adapted so much that we aren't entirely just focusing on their lane-to-lane matchups, but all the more on the way they're able to execute their team fights. And Team Falcons, we haven't seen much of them yet in terms of the team fights, and I think that's one thing we have to see from them heading into game number 3.
Yeah, the Dragons of the North are looking very sharp. By the way, if you want to look sharp in game and, you know, get some really cool skins, then from November 22 to December 29, the M6 support chest will be available for a limited time. It's 50 diamonds. You get that. You get the chest. You can get XP for your pass. If you don't have the pass yet, you can get the M6 pass. And at the same time, you know, you start building up your progress of unlocking the Claude Challenger Spark skin. Remember, when posting about MLBB, use the hashtags #GreaterThanEver, #MLBBM6, and #MobileLegendsBangBang. We are now 2-0 with Team Spirit at match point. 1 game win away from making it to Axiata Arena and continuing their run here as the sole team outside of Southeast Asia. Just a bit, we're going to be going backstage or onto the stage. Yeah, we got a report for you. So we're going to take a quick little breather. Here's the report.
Thank you, boys. Hey, everyone, it's me, Eterna, alongside with Michelle courtside. And with us, we have the team manager from Falcons Esports. We have Gina, and of course, his lovely translator, Nancy. So we're going to cut to the chase here, Gina. It looks like now Falcon Esports, they are behind 2-0 against Team Spirit. How are you feeling about this? Any concern, nervousness? Do you think your team can come back?
I think my team will be prepared because I'm no worry for them. They can fight until they win. Yeah.
So you're confident that they can come back?
Yeah.
Yeah, 100% confident.
Okay, but I still need to ask, is there any suggestion for the team or the players to turn the things around? Any suggestion after the first 2 games?
Can you?
Any suggestion for the players and the team to just turn the things around and get a bounce back, maybe?
I don't have anything to say, but I want to tell to my player, I love you guys. You can do it, bro.
I love it. I love the support. I love the support coming through. And we were wondering as well, right? We've seen Falcon Esports before. We've seen them at M4, where they achieved 56th place back then. How does it feel now that they could possibly end up top 4 for M6?
Can I?
So how does it feel now back at M4, 56th place Falcon Esports? Now possibly top 4 in Brooklyn. How do you feel about that?
Chúng mình nói về cái này. ဒီနေရာကိုရောက်လာတဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကချန်ပီယံဖြစ်ဖို့အတွက်ပဲကျွန်တော်တို့ကလာခဲ့ရပါကျွန်တော်တို့က top 4တွေအဲ့လိုမျိုး တော့ဟိုအတွက်ကိုကျွန်တော်မျှော်မှန်းပြီးလာခဲ့ရမှာကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့တကယ် target က champion ပါပဲ
We are here to be a champion, not top 4, top 5, anything, just for a champion.
Champions #1, Michelle.
Sure to be the top one, but it's okay. So just relax, okay? Because we know like the Falcon has gained a lot of the global fans things after like the MSC 2024. So how did you find like back home watching, supporting, and backup for your team?
I really appreciate that, and I thank you to supporting us. We were trying the best in here, and we will get the champion and get back to our country. Yeah.
Okay, for sure.
Amazing. By the way, I want to ask, is it true that you're Kid X's cousin?
Yes, because this is my cousin.
All right, so Kid X is right in front of you right now. He's going to be playing once again, Team Spirit. Do you have any message to him as well as the rest of the team?
I don't have anything to say. My brother is really good at mentality and other gaming performance, and I think he can do it and he can win every game, I think.
All right, so there it is, ladies and gentlemen, team manager of Falcon Esports. We're going to throw it back to the panel. Good luck, everybody, and we'll see you in the next report.
They want to win the championship and they want to get the 1. If they want to get there, they got to get the 1, the 2, and the 3. They need to reverse sweep Team Spirit if Falcon Esports wants to continue their run into Axiata Arena and to finally escape the shadow of Burmese ghouls and say that they were able to win an M Series championship. It's gonna be a long, tough journey because these first 2 games, as Brigida mentioned, we haven't seen much of Falcon Esports because Team Spirit has just been that good.
Yeah, and I think we need to see the reset ASAP.
Yeah.
From it's not easy to go through 2 consecutive losses that ended that way, where it feels like they barely got to do anything out of their compositions.
To be fair, we've seen this before in the upper bracket, and they took Fnatic Onyx Philippines to the limit.
Well, yes, they did, but I don't think they were expecting that type of draft, right? Your pre-preparation can only take you so far, and I think that right now, Ren is playing a very nasty mind game of like, hey, you ban out one of our potential picks, let's turn the entire composition around. We're not going to play your game anymore, and it feels like it's never on their terms. We need to see them take control here in game number 3.
Let's see how they're going to take control in the draft. It seems like from the very beginning, the draft, it's not even it's a condition now. Win the draft, win the game. Like even Sunset Lover said, at this point it feels like 50% of the games now are determined by drafts. Speaking of, because of their lengthy games, they frequently need to contest for Lords. Dax actually has the most Lord kills. So that's Lord Securus in this tournament so far with 15, tied with Favian from Team Liquid ID. Yeah, with 15 as well, of course. That's what tied means.
With 15 and 15, it only means that these games are going to get longer and longer. But so far, with the way that we've seen 2 sides, 2 different playstyles coming in from Spirit, I think, One Shot can easily go up there, assuming that they play one of those longer style of compositions.
Yeah. I mean, I would assume that they should have some workaround with this, right? They've been playing on 2 games on the blue side, and that's their most comfortable side in terms of drafting. But Coach Bren has been getting away with this, but player head-to-head, real quick, One Shot, he has some good-looking stats overall, aside from the fact that he can pull off almost any kind of jungle.
He can play a defensive jungler, he can play a more farm-heavy jungle, he can play assassins as well. I mean, it's true, Team Spirit has a really deep hero pool. However, we haven't seen the big highlight players like Dax, for an example, really get to pop off. He's been put on alpha 2 times so far in this best of 5, and his joy keeps getting banned out. I'm really questioning at this point, do they need to start thinking about neutral objectives differently? Because right now, that's what's really holding them back. I want turtles. Next thing you know, One Shot's 2 levels ahead of you.
Ooh.
They fall into it. So now Falcon Esports, they banned the Jushin, they banned the Hilda. It's going to be a significantly different drafting scene right now. And if I'm Falcon, I think I set on the Bruno. It's potentially your last game. You have to play for comfort.
Yeah, either the Bruno or securing that Suyo, possibly?
If it's going to be open.
Change things around since it's going to be open. Either way, depending on what Team Spirit would like to ban for their last ban into the first phase.
They've been banning that Suyo, and they still do. They hammer down on the jungle picks, and they want Team Spirit to go pick the Bruno. And they go ahead and pick it up.
All right, so now they got their Bruno, one of their most successful picks so far. 54% win rate, at least 90 plus in terms of pick and ban. It's always picked or banned in these matches. Let's see how Team Spirit is going to respond this time round, because at least we know from Falcon's side, if they're going to play Protect the President, they can absolutely do so. But how are they going to approach it? Are they still going to go with the Granger tech like they usually do, or are they looking for single target lockdown? I think that Benny's more comfortable with single target lockdown, so I would imagine that they would play more for a dive.
Yeah. I don't know if they're going to secure that. It's early too. Oh, they do. I wasn't expecting. I mean, the Hilda's out of the picture either way, so I think they'd be okay with this. And you tend to limit the possibility of the alpha since you already have the Eve in your hands.
Yeah, even though, okay, they see the Eve, so instantly the first two picks are, let's answer the Bruno while getting our comfort playstyle. Sure. I feel like this is also a trap, because if Falcon overthink this and they go like, let's pick up our two beefy frontliners, Hylos, Gato, Tigreal right away, that can be just countered by Team Spirit. Don't forget, Team Spirit has an Akai option, has a Belleric option as well that could pair well. So let's see, they play the Fredrin Bruno into the Eve, but it is the Hayabusa they're up against in the jungle. They pick up the CC.
I don't like it.
I mean, they changed the hero for Dax, but will this be the best option next to the alpha? Denied here by Team Spirit?
I think they're making a hard read on the EXP lane. They're like, we want something dominant. We want something that is able to win out his lane, but it has zero lane pressure in terms of just raw pushing, right? So at this point, like even if Bumba decides I'm gonna play something like Gatot, I don't mind losing like half my HP bar as long as I move out of that lane first and you don't get to participate. I can force 5v4s around neutral objectives.
See if Team Spirit will fight with a slow Roam EXP front.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, and they go glue too. And that's another pick to give a massive headache on that Fredrin.
I wish it was just a glue, but this is Kid Bomba's glue.
Yeah.
And it's been denied him countless times.
That if Kid Bomba getting the glue, okay, let's say, you know what, Faramis is open, but would you really want to play the Faramis into the Eve?
No, you just ban it. I think if you're in Spirit's position, you just ban it. You target the mid lane, force PX7 to play. I would say that the bans probably look like Farmis, maybe even Vexana to a certain degree. I would say that Valentina is usually the go-to in terms of the bans, but in this case against PX7, those would be my two guesses.
Oh. They're really making sure that Kid Bomba gets to play his game, but now Falcon Esports trying to look at Sao. They seem to be opening a lot more gold laders than we thought.
Hope will find a way,
I think they,
even when others fall
Yeah,
away.
the Vexana takes taken out.
really great call coming in from Ren. This is such, the blind CC. It hurts, but it's going fast, but they're also making sure that the high loss is gone at the same time.
Yeah. Team Spirit are sort of trying to give a very attractive option of an Angela mid to Falcon. That I feel like that would be a trap, because the Angela empowers the Bruno, most importantly empowers the CC, which will be the linchpin of your draft now. But if they go Angela, they'll be highly susceptible to the Hayabusa.
Yeah, I'm also thinking about the 1-1 possibility here for Hiko even. If like Falcon Esports, their lineup is just so much focused on the front lines, the melee heroes, that their range is kind of limited just from the Bruno right now. And I don't think that they'd be trying to pick up the Farsa into this kind of composition as well. So they reserve their gold laner for later.
Done. It's done.
And now what does Falcon Esports go for? What does PX7 pick into this kind of composition? The Valentina is still there. The Louis is still there. But like...
I think your best bet, even Loi feels kind of bad, right? It really depends on the angle of which you want to approach these fights. I mean, you have to at this point. I feel like you don't have a choice. And they, with the chip, maybe they can come up with some more creative angles here. Falcons really have to execute a strong game, because right now, I'm saying that TS has got the draft down to AT. This should be a Granger pick.
Yeah, this is a winning draft for Team Spirit. But Falcon might just be able to pull off some moves in the game to force game number 4. But whether it's a Granger, yeah, the fact that they pick up the Farsa sort of turns off the idea of a 1-1 unless Team Spirit is that brave enough.
I mean, it's Granger or Beatrix. Either way, you're chunking out your opponents and looking to help set up for Eve, Granger, and now you're just going to let One Shot just do his thing. Well done. Well done. Beautiful draft by Team Spirit.
Team Spirit might have just already secured game number 3 in the draft alone. But if we know Myanmar and if we know Falcon, they will fight, they will claw, and they will try to continue flying to go to Axiata Arena. Potentially the last game. Is it Force 4 or end it here?
It's a great question to ask here, panel. Thank you again for breaking it down. It's match point for Team Spirit. Again, I'm Nice and this is Ingan to bring you potentially the last game, but can Falcon Esports bring a game in their favor to extend the series? They've done it before. Can they do it here?
I mean, just looking at the draft, I agree. Team Spirit has won, but again, that's just 50% of the match. Falcon Esports, if they can execute this to perfection, they have a huge advantage when it comes to macro. And if they can outplay Team Spirit in that category, we can just see another 5-game series nice soon.
We can hope. We can wish, but we might have to wait as we jump into the land of Dawn. Once again, the greater 4 is what both of these teams are fighting for, and Team Spirit is closer than ever at match point right now. A different draft again this time around for both teams, but nonetheless, the game plan for Team Spirit and Falcon Esports is the same. But I think that's the big question. Falcon Esports got their picks. I mean, for Benny specifically, gets the Bruno. This guy's got a huge win rate on this hero alone, a signature pick for him. But is it going to be enough to actually go against what Team Spirit brought to the table? Looking at the emblems real quick, too. He's got that little extra defense, of course, the tenacity, some of that extra crit, quantum charge is what he's running, has a flicker to help him out, but also is going to have to rely on Kid X. And over on the other side, Hiko has been phenomenal. Just, again, the youngest player right now in the whole tournament, and he's been doing great. I mean, even though he gets his hands on the Granger, another favorite pick of his when he does see something like the Bruno across from him.
Oh, they're ganking up Royal Milk right away. Wiggy Shadow Kill will do the job for One Shot to take away Royal Milk. And I was about to say, apart from Benny who needs to step up, it's also Royal Milk. Because if we're going to look back at how Falcon Esports played against Fnatic on the Philippines, this was actually Royal Milk popping off in the early game. So they had to rely on the XP lane to dominate that laning phase and eventually let Benny reach his power spike early on and just wreak havoc against their teams. But with an early kill onto the CC, this might just be the same story that we've seen for Game 1 and Game 2.
And part of that is the fact that that early kill, that first blood, went in the hands of One Shot. And I said this in the last game, you know, One Shot didn't get that first blood, but he was part of it. But this time that he gets this, you know, small advantage as it is, it gives you that confidence also on a hyper-scaling hero like Hayabusa to go ahead and get somewhat of an advantage. And maybe that's why Dax still went with his Fredrin. They trying to make a play.
Trying to make a play onto Kid Bomba. They're going to do so successfully. A lot of artillery coming in from PX7 to dish out the damage onto Kid Bomba. And Team Spirit, how will they react? Because so far, One Shot goes in. Stun coming in from the members of Falcon Esports. And that was a huge shutdown to bring down the jungler of Team Spirit. And just like Game 1 and Game 2, Falcon Esports will again control the first turtle.
Well, there's what you need to do if you're Falcon Esports and you want to extend the series. You shut down a One Shot. Great usage of all the tools they had in their favor. Not only that, they started that fight again on Kid Bomba. It looked like Team Spirit was like, you know what, we do want to rotate, we do want to go ahead and contest this or grab that first turtle even after getting the first blood. But then they got punished.
Yeah, again, that first blood from a One Shot to take down Royal Milk might just be more disadvantageous for Team Spirit because that enabled them to, you know, go for the dives and just give them a lot of false sense of confidence to try and take down a member of Falcon Esports. But Falcon Esports was ready for that. And speaking of ready, here comes the dynamic duo of Kid Bomba and One Shot.
Bomba!
Again, Bomba, but they answer back. The turret damage was there successfully to bring down Kid Bomba, so there was still a trade for Falcon Esports.
Yep, Kid Bomba goes down onto the turret, but again, a kill in the hands of One Shot. Hiko now picking up the first item, gets the Hunter Strike over on the the other side, Benny still working on his, but does have the level 2 boots, of course, to deal with that mid lane, though. PX7 gone. Mid lane still going?
At that point, just the AOG was just there for safety in case Falcon Esports PX7 was going to use the wings by wings, but real world manipulation at this point was more than enough to stun out PX7, even if it's a Farsa with the wings by wings. So right now, Team Spirit, they're upping the tempo, and this is what actually Gideon was saying a while ago. If you want to go against Team Spirit, if you want to beat them, you really have to control the tempo. You cannot let Team Spirit dictate the pace of the game, as we've seen from game number 1 and game number 2. As One Shot picks his first item, the Hunter Strike is there.
Again, if they win this, if Team Spirit ends up getting a sweep, I think a lot of people would say they're surprised, because I heard different things coming into the matchup, especially after what we saw the matchup with Falcon Esports and Fnatic Onic just previously. So for Team Spirit to make this adjustment, I gotta agree with even what Brigida mentioned. You know, this is a very different Team Spirit that has improved, obviously, throughout all the M series, but even in this tournament alone, throughout M6, man, they have just improved individually, but as a team as well, and it really shows in all the lanes, and they make that synergy really pop off, and you allow every one of them to shine in their role.
I mean, maybe that's a lower bracket buff. Again, they have more games, more pressure. So right now, Team Spirit has a kind of a more exercise for them to execute their...
They got more reps.
Yeah, they got more reps in as One Shot goes in, trying to go for the rep that they wanted to try and bring down. Here comes 7, but they'll tell you, but what a shot from Eiko! That's Sonata again to bring down Kid X. But all the while, Dax was just focused on their objective. Got the second turtle again for Falcon Esports. One shot though. Wiggy Shadow Kill gonna connect onto Royal Milk. Is it gonna be enough though? It won't. But again, that's just One Shot saying that you have to consider the fact that I have already damage and I can burst down even the XP laner of Falcon Esports.
Right now, a lot of focus here on the bottom side. Salo coming back in. Dax will go ahead. Razor's Wrath, but it's just to keep them in check. Not sure if they still make a play. Conceal going to be used, though.
Okay, they're going to make a play. Energy Eruption is going to connect, plus the Crash Course. It's more than enough to bring down Sawo, and Sawo didn't even pop his Revitalize. He's going to save it later on for an early engage. A team fight for Team Spirit. And there's PX7, you can already feel the damage coming in from the Feathered Airstrike. Just one beautiful set from Falcon Esports, one beautiful shortcut can do the job and turn things around and break the tempo once again of Team Spirit.
Dax is doing about the best he can. Obviously, with things happening all over the map. Oh no, Royal Milk.
Again, One Shot. It seems reminiscent of the game wherein, what was that game when, wait, okay. The answer of Falcon Esports. Utilizing the shortcut to try and bring down One Shot once again. That's 2 already to jungler of Team Spirit.
Great choice to go ahead and find an answer back, but this is the tier 1 also going down. Team Spirit grabs that. But they had to use a shortcut. I mean, there has to be an answer to One Shot just kind of visiting up every single time, you know, able to find Royal Milk. Mid lane, Sunset Lover in trouble. Oh, okay.
Gonna go on Kid Bomba. Forced to use the ultimate, but got cancelled out by Dax. Okay, here comes the ultimate. AOG coming in from Sabo. Real world manipulation is there, but they're going to be able to take down Kid Bomba. Counter engage coming in from Falcon Esports. Another energy eruption onto Higo. One more hit is not going to be enough. He's going to be able to dash out. And again, Team Spirit. Now you see Falcon Esports, the version that actually took Fnatic Onic Philippines to 5 games. They're now controlling the pace and the tempo.
Controlling the pace. Dax doing work, like I mentioned earlier. You know, a lot of times when team fights happening around the map, he's like, you know what, I'm just going to go ahead and grab these objectives, focus on the turtles. This is and should be 3 for 3. I don't think One Shot's going to be able to go ahead and steal this out. Does try to get in position, but it is going to be spotted. Kid X finds him. But right now, Dax just has control over the objectives, and there it is, 3 for 3 now. As long as Falcon Esports just focuses on that, and that might be the game plan for them. Again, dealing with, let's just secure objectives, turrets down, and then we can fight things out. Royal Milk again. Shadow Kill going to be used, but a little bit tankier this time, and he's fine. We'll back off mid lane.
Okay, real world manipulation is there. Team Spirit, we're just waiting for the counter. Kid, but Betty gets a kill onto Sunset Lover. Now trying to work on Kid Bomba. Split is there. Team Spirit will evade another death coming in, but just look at Hiko. PX7 is just demolished in the mid lane. Kid X from the back pops a shortcut. Royal Milk just doing the yo-yo blitz and brings down One Shot also.
Oh man, One Shot, you know, getting caught into that shortcut. Good play from Kid X even to utilize the conceal, but someone's got to do something either gold laner, and that's always why we were talking about this trend for both these teams. The gold laners are who you want to be able to shut down if you want to get the upper hand. And Hiko has been on point. Benny as well, able to pick up a couple kills. And even looking at the items, you know, you have Benny with the Malefic Gun and the Haas Claws already. Mid lane, Feathered Airstrike, really able to just kind of zone off Team Spirit in a lot of those points where they get pressure. So as long as they play around the Feathered Airstrike, Falcon Esports might be able to go ahead and get some more map control here.
You know, honestly, at this rate, Falcon Esports, with the lead that they established, the only thing that could actually make them lose might just be the positioning once again of Kid X. Because again, you have the luxury of using your Y-Walk, going in for those crucial positions to try and get information. But on the other hand, they're going to gank up on Royal Milk once again. A lot of ultimates has been used, but that was more than enough to bring down Royal Milk.
Oh, look at this, the possible response to it. It's going to get spotted out, though, with one Death Sonata. That turret's nearly going to go down, and we'll clear this out. What one hit from the cannon minion won't take the turret down, one shot away on that, but Lord is now up as Team Spirit is going to go ahead and rotate towards there. Again, they might be able to go for a pickoff if they can before they actually commit to the Lord. But it looks like they get the space advantage already to work around with. Falcon Esports going to have to get here in time there. Kid X shows up, waiting to utilize the shortcut if he has to. They take their time. Dax now takes control of the Lord right now on the Fredrin. It's the best thing to be able to do on that hero, but it looks like they might just go ahead and let it go for now. Not really with an advantage that they're looking for in terms of space.
Oh,
Royal Milk!
Royal Milk! Okay. So able to escape. Here comes the AOG plus the shortcut coming in from Kid X, though. It's going to be a 5-on-5 flash. Artillery coming in from BX7 with a Feathered Airstrike. Going to bring down Sawo, and that's a huge advantage for Falcon Esports. Hiko, though, on the other hand, that's not going to connect onto Royal Milk. No casualties for Falcon Esports.
So casualties. Sawo is the only one that went down, and one shot, meanwhile, is getting the buff. We'll see if they actually commit to the Lord. They might still second guess this. They're going to take control, and it looks like Falcon Esports should be able to secure themselves a Lord, locking in another objective. So objectively, Falcon Esports has been on point for this game. We'll see if they're able to utilize this now and get more momentum in their favor as they work on this Tier 2. Benny knocking it down, turret falls. Again, the Feathered Airstrike has been a nuisance for Team Spirit, really trying to work against that.
I mean, just going back to the draft, the way we saw things, it was really hard to execute a Fredrin up against Eve, especially if you were going to play around the real-world manipulation. But for some reason, Falcon Esports was able to work around that, really heavily utilizing the fact that they have Kid X with a shortcut that they can just literally go for the backline, avoid the real-world manipulation. But apart from that, I'd like to commend Royal Milk, because Royal Milk has been a huge distraction for Falcon Esports, to the point that One Shot is always trying to go for Royal Milk because he knows that he can't go for Benny. Benny has a lot of guards, a lot of bodies ahead of him, protecting. It's like protecting the precedent all over again.
That's the story of the two teams for the most part. But this time around, so important for Benny and really relying on it. And PX7's been doing a phenomenal job himself, just kind of locking things down with a Feathered Airstrike. You would think, you know, once that Feathered Airstrike is down, that's the best opportunity for Team Spirit to answer back. But it's also just been a creative usage of having the Chip. Again, Chip, a hero that was so dominant before, you know, brought so much presence to the map. Still does, but is a little bit less successful than it was previously when it was always contended or banned out in some way or another. But Kid X has been a good job, whether it's concealed play, whether he's dropping down the shortcut to collapse down on One Shot when One Shot makes a play. Great usage. Winter Crown now defensively for Royal Milk. Royal Milk's had a hell of a time, man. He's been getting focused down for so long. Well, now he can buy himself more time. He's quite tanky himself, even with the Oracle now. So Royal Milk's biggest thing is he's just the distraction at this point. You know, get a lot of that focus on you if he can, and then let the rest of the team shine. As long as they take care of Benny, Falcon Esports should be okay.
Yeah, but again, if we go back to Kid X, specifically the Chip, it could be a double-edged sword for Falcon Esports, because we've seen a Chip used against the team that was using it. I remember it was a Joy that was trying to defend their inhibitor-based turret, and because the Chit went in with a shortcut, they were able to turn things around, and that could be the same story for the side of Team Spirit, to utilize the over-aggression, the false sense of confidence that they're getting with a 2.7k gold lead and a huge map control. So right now, Team Spirit, the main objective, again, is to try and target Benny, prevent his early game power spike, and as much as possible, just literally try to, you know, look for entry points that Kid X could utilize against them.
Right now, they're just trying to control from losing their side of the jungle, because Falcon Esports has been all over the place, you know, playing around the advantage that they have. Again, even down to the turrets. You know, Team Spirit only has one turret down, and that's in the bottom lane. So now, on that side of that bottom lane, the Lord does come up. Falcon will get in position. One shot checks things out. He's going to get the information he needs. I don't think you want to go ahead and walk up to this. They might just give this away. It's going to be blitzed down. They go in.
One shot.
Shot.
Let's see, okay. They're waiting for the perfect opportunity, but still Dax gets the Lord. Here comes the attack of Falcon Esports. Royal Milk just trying to work on Kid Bomba. Benny gets the kill onto Bomba, plus onto One Shot. The two members down for Team Spirit and Falcon Esports. They also got the Lord.
Yeah, a little miscommunication, it seemed like, from Team Spirit that time. I mean, it didn't seem like they really had a singular plan on how they wanted to approach that. One Shot was in range also of the Lord, but not able to win the red tree, but then also gets kind of caught out. So with that, Falcon Esports not only gets that Lord, but they'll take some of these base turrets too. Feathered Airstrike already enough to drop down as Royal Milk just goes ahead and yo-yos down in the front side.
Just look at Royal Milk and Benny. I mean, the combination. Oh, here you go. One more, and Detonata's going to connect. Royal Milk, you overstayed your welcome, and we will take you down. This might be Team Spirit opening to try and save their inhibitor turrets in the top and mid lane as they work on the second Lord up top.
Yeah, he did overstay. I mean, I guess you know, he's just showing him yo-yo tricks is what he wanted to do because it was him versus 3, and the Lord is going to be worked on. It's taken out. They lose that base turret, though. Down the bottom side, Sawa jumps in.
PX7 was able to evade that with the wing spike, but here comes one shot with the shadow kill. No, that's again for the side of Falcon Esports. So that was two ultimates used up for Team Spirit, but they failed again to take down a major damage dealer for Falcon Esports.
Surprising here, the amount of damage Sunset Lover is obviously able to set up Hiko alongside him. Whenever that real-world manipulation is dropped down, you know, you kind of have some free reign. And then even for PX7, it's just, those are the very precise damage that comes from PX7 with a Feathered Airstrike. So in turn, Team Spirit, if they drag the game out longer, you know, they do have a deficit to work against, about 5,000 at this point. But even that being said, like, they could still technically contest the next Lord that comes up. The hard part for them is actually getting through some of that front line that's being set up from Falcon Esports. And a lot of times it is Royal Milk, obviously, that will do that. Okay. But here we go again.
Again, Kid Bomba got taunted out by Dax.
Oh,
Catching on the Feather Airstrike. Look at Kid X onto the backside. Already casted the shortcut. Here comes Killing Spree coming in from PX7. They're working on Hiko. And they're able to take him down with the help of Royal Milk. Now Sawa caught in the midst of everything. Gonna use the AOG to walk away. One shot. One member left for Team Spirit. It's just Sawa and Falcon Esports again. Utilizing Kid X shortcut to reach the backline.
Royal Milk, all part of the plan, will get a triple. And there's the shots from Benny. He's actually going to slide into the base, work on the turret. They're looking to cap out the game. It's only Salo left alone, taking the shots. They clear it out, and Falcon Esports will take it to another game.
Wow, channeling their inner
flight.
strength, their flight, their fight. They're not going to back down to anyone, and they're looking to extend the series and take this once again to 5 great games.
It's step number 1. Box 1 checked off here for Falcon Esports. Again, we've seen them do it before. Can they get the distance? Can they go to the game 5? Well, right now, they've done this one. They got game 3 under the belt. We'll see the adjustments that they make, but so far, you know, it was looking a little grim in the early game, but they were able to come up together and work around Kid X. Great usage, again, of the utility that they had with the chip and make it all work. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the panel to break down this game 3.
Just when the Dragons had the Falcon in its claws, they got scratched back with the talons and even poked in the eye with the beak. And Falcon Esports forces game number 4. They are still in this. I want to start off by giving my flowers to PX7. His aggressive Farsa in the mid controlled Sunset Lover and effectively controlled the entire rotation of Team Spirit. If I could ask you two, one person that you'd want to give a spotlight on, Brigida, who would you want to give the spotlight on?
I mean, I think we'd have to somehow talk about Royal Milk and all that he had to endure in the early game just for them to be able to somehow control the map, even despite all that aggression coming in from Team Spirit. And at the end of the day, being able to serve as one of the best aggressors against Team Spirit and the disruptor up against Team Spirit. Every single death that he took in the early game was worth it after they've been able to just establish dominance in the other portions of the map.
My shout out has to go over to Kid X on this chip. I told you, they needed a tempo breaker, and they found it in this chip. Every single time you see a response coming in, an initial movement of aggression coming in from Team Spirit, Kid X demanded that they respect the Falcons. He's bringing his whole team halfway across the map to make sure that they get something back. The trades were always 50-50, and Falcons even started to gain a lot of momentum during that mid-game. But when we're looking at the item list, right, I feel like Team Spirit heavily disrespected the Falcons, and they need to remember to check the right boxes when they're dealing specifically with a global ult of chip.
This could have gone so much better for Team Spirit with the lineup that they had. Yes, they're playing a Hayabusa into an Fredrin, which is historically the Fredrin will be very happy. But they're playing that Hayabusa into a Bruno, into a Farsa.
Yep.
2 early deaths that Team Spirit gave at the center of the map after they got their first kill. It was, if I'm not mistaken, Kid Bomba and was it... One shot or yeah, Kid Bomba and One Shot early on in the mid gave 2 deaths, and that helped Falcon gain their footing early on.
I also think Sunset Lover hasn't used the real-world manipulation in its ideal timings as well.
Yeah.
It's almost like the geometry was always there in a sense that whenever Sunset Lover got to use the real-world manipulation, he would be suddenly bursted down by the feathered airstrike from afar from a better angle, which also affected the other members of Team Spirit as well. So they weren't necessarily able to show us that team fighting prowess that they were able to in the first 2 games.
I have to agree here. Again, that's why I say it's a lot of disrespect in the early game. Like, as much as you're, Kid Bomba, despite having a bad matchup into Royal Milk on this CC, I mean, tanks generally struggle against the CC, but the difference with Glue is that he can actually sustain through it, sustain through a majority of that damage, right? And he even called over One Shot a couple of times to help him win his lane, but he still traded 1-for-1 every single time. And now the big issue is that once Royal Milk is not behind, once he throws that curtain call, suddenly PX7 becomes a huge threat. Suddenly Kid X is able to catch up with the rest of the team. Dax is able to lock them in position for the shortcut to actually activate. And Benny, he's just doing Benny things, right? He had a very comfortable laning phase. Yes, it was, not the best in the world, but he's walking away deathless. He loses a couple of minions, but he still wins the war, 16-9. So I am a little disappointed that Spirit kind of dropped the ball on this one with such a heavily favored draft.
Yeah, you can clearly tell that Falcon respected the presence of the Glue. Every time they saw, and especially PX7 saw, the Glue in the vicinity, they'd be like, I'm gonna use my ultimate right away, because if I can get this Glue down, you lose a significant amount of your front line. You send the Glue back, even if Sao decides to jump in, it would still be a very difficult fight for Team Spirit, that it might not actually be enough time for their Granger to get going. Let's look at the gold, how it went. Of course, Falcon got the early, and then at around the 6-minute 40-second mark, that's when they just completely ran away with it. Team Spirit was able to balance it out. The kills that they were getting into Royal Milk, but then at around that portion of the graph where it starts going Falcon's way, that's when we started seeing the creativeness of the chip and where he was going the map, the responses of it, and how they were rotating.
Yeah, I also feel like they could have been a little bit more decisive in terms of the trades that they could have taken in the early stages of the game, because Falcon felt like they were just set on taking the turtles. In contrast to what we've seen from them previously, it's not just the turtles even. In terms of even the lords, like Dax, he's just so reliable in terms of securing that. And I think One Shot has done a great job in trying to catch up. He's always seen in the opposite sides of the map, trying to get the enemy jungle as well to catch up in terms of levels. But in terms of converting that, I think Team Spirit was kind of lacking when it comes to conversion.
Yeah, it's tough when you're up against the Fredrin because at a certain point, once Fredrin has like a single level lead over one shot, he just starts walking up, you know, chest out. I want your buff, I'm gonna take it, I'm gonna force you to use Retribution. If your other buff is still up, I'm gonna do the exact same thing and rinse and repeat this process. I think, unfortunately, One Shot was not able to find these angles because of that early game discrepancy of trading 50-50, when honestly, it should have been pretty clean from the side of Spirit because they found some really good isolations.
Yeah, and because though of the presence of one hero, just turnarounds from one specific ability messed up what Team Spirit wanted to do around the map. Because again, as Gideon mentioned, once Team Spirit would call a sequence, this guy would show up and say, hey, it's our turn now. Let's bring in the entire gang. Whether it's to break one tower after killing one who's defending it, the chip will mess up the team fight and the macro of Team Spirit. And it did.
Yeah, we gotta see that one highlight wherein they were just able to immediately punish One Shot, if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah, top
towards
lane.
the top lane, because that was just such a quick usage of why walk shortcut to make sure that there is a clear punish towards Team Spirit. And that's the thing. It seemed like Team Spirit, in as much as they had the Avatar of the Guardian, in as much as they had the RWM, a lot of resources to set up for a counter setup, I didn't think they were able to use it or actually show us a great counter engage.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part, right? I do feel like there was a couple of times where Sabo probably could have sacrificed his life, just use the GOA on top of that portal, deter the rest of Falcon Esports from actually taking it, and that could buy a little bit more time for the rest of the team to move out. I mean, unfortunately, he did have Revitalize. If he had Flicker, maybe he could like try escape as well, but then again, I understand how the early game went, and that's the big issue here. Despite having a really clean team that is based off of these simple combinations, slow down your targets with either Sunset Lover or Hiko. You have the range to do so. Even Kid Bomba can be up in front. And when you do so, that's when you can start looking for these big plays. I think that One Shot played the early game a little bit better overall, but once we started rotating into the mid game, it felt like they caught him with his pants down. Oh, you took out Royal Milk, next thing you know, Kid X shows up and instantly finds the clapback.
Great response by Falcon Esports, and they tick the box that we suggested they tick heading into this game number 3 draft, which is get faster wave clear the center of the map so that you can get into position a little bit better. With that change, with PX7 showing up with what's slowly becoming a signature Farsa pick in his hands, how well it meshes with the Fredrin and even the Bruno of Benny, I think now Team Spirit has a lot more to think about, because it's, again, we might be seeing a similar story to Falcon versus Fnatic Onyx Philippines, which that went all to 5 games, and it's on the back of surprising draft moves in games 3 and 4 from Falcon.
Yeah, and that was a bold move from Falcon Esports. They decide to suddenly switch things up because it felt like they had a different plan in mind coming into this series, but they knew that they had to do something. And I'm liking this version of them playing around that early burst, those quick rotations in the early game, so much that Team Spirit, so much that Sao and Sunset Lover aren't necessarily able to catch up.
Yeah, that was a tough game for Team Spirit to play, but of course Falcon now we got ourselves a series. Could this actually go 5? Does it end at 4? Will Team Spirit stop the momentum before it even gets truly rolling? I mean, it is for tournament life. Whoever wins this advances to Axiata Arena. Whoever loses this will go home. So we're going to take a quick breather, just 5 minutes. We will be right back. It's Ren Marsana Cruz with Brigida and Gideon Q. See you in a bit, okay? See you in a bit.
for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ Meiji Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
We are in the middle of a best-of-5 series between Falcon Esports from Myanmar and Team Spirit from EECA with Team Spirit at match point. But Falcon Esports just got one back, so they are down 2-1, potentially going to force this into a game number 5. Welcome back to the M6 World Championship, the final day of the knockout stages here at IOI City Mall. My name is Renmar Santa Cruz, still here with Brigida and Gideon Q. And I had long thought about the draft.
Ooh, a long thought.
A long thought. And my outcome is anticlimactic. Because now I can't think of like how the possible permutations now with what. Every time you see the Fredrin and the Farsa show up, you know some things are going to change in the draft. It's going to force your reactions out from both sides, and especially from Team Spirit now are going to be forced to ban some things and maybe let some things through that have been banned for majority of the series.
Well, here's the thing, right? At the end of the day, Team Spirit, I personally believe that they had won the draft through and through, right? Obviously, there are some strengths and weaknesses, but generally when it comes down to full team fights, I do expect TS to do a lot better. However, they disrespected the Falcons, and Falcons do not take disrespect lightly. They punished that early game. They made sure they found their responses on the 50-50s in the mid game, and they showed once we have the lead, we're never letting it go. Falcons should never be disrespected, and if they want to win this game, they have to play it clean. They have to play it somewhat honest.
Yeah, I think in a way that the switch up that was showed to us earlier by Team Falcon was also them trying to play it a bit more safer, because it can be kind of subjective in a sense that it actually does resort back to them playing their comfort picks. That was the Farsa, that was them getting their hands on the Bruno. It wasn't entirely the Phoveus pick, so at least in that particular aspect, there was some sort of adjustment to it, because it was necessary for them to have that adjustment.
All right, so we have a very interesting thing prepared for you here. It's a video, actually, from the Myanmar side, and we're going to be flashing it on your screen right now. So, again, for the series, it's been part of a story, just the draft has to be so important.
Whoa.
But for Myanmar, this series, this team means so much to them. They are packing out theaters back home in support of Falcon Esports.
Oh my goodness, that's an open air hall. I can't even see the end of that. Yeah. To the Burmese, I would say that at the very least, this is this is important, not only important to them for national pride, but this is a lifestyle, making sure that they can stand behind not only the representatives, but their flag that they hold so highly in regards. And I think, you know, if most people in Southeast Asia are imagining that, like, you know, maybe some regions don't take it seriously, think again.
Yeah.
All I can say is that they're actually very passionate fans. Even back when we had this series between Falcons and Fnatic Onyx Philippines, you could hear them screaming here in IOI. And I'm not sure if they're in attendance today, but which I feel they are because they're slowly filling in the seats. But like earlier, when Falcons were starting to get their momentum, you could feel it. The fans, they were also channeling their energies. And all I could say, I was on the other side. It was quite the competition, the cheering competition between the FNOP and the Falcons crowd.
Yeah, if Falcon Esports can pull off an Avengers moment and just portal in a bunch of the hometown crowd back in Myanmar here at IOI Convention Center, that would be a fun sight to see, but also slightly terrifying because there's so many avid supporters of Falcon Esports, which is great to see for a region that has a different setup in terms of their leagues leading up to international events. They mainly just have qualifiers, but at home they have so many local tournaments to keep their players and their teams sharp. Let's put Coach Ren and Coach Nyo Chao of Team Spirit and Falcon Esports up on the screens for a head-to-head. So ECA's Team Spirit have actually been more of a second-pick team.
Yeah.
Falcon Esports has been going more blue side, and we got to see it again. For the first 3 games, it was all Falcon Blue, Team Spirit Red, and now if it ends up the same way again, I would not be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing to their strengths. They understand something about that side of the map that other teams have not been picking up, and that is why they're currently in their position right now. However, when we look at the win rates, 53.3% to 64.3%, that's when you see a very big difference. And I think, you know, a majority of red side is leading into the data, 51-49. I think that, you know, the numbers are probably updated at this point of time. I'm not 100% what they are, but at least you can understand that red side does have a significant, well, a 1%, maybe even 2% advantage coming into these games overall.
Yeah, and if Falcons does want to stick with the blue side since they're more comfortable with that, we really need to see the adjustments because for the past 3 games at least, Team Spirit, they've been winning the drafts. They've been getting the upper hand in terms of the drafts. And that's aside the fact that they're in the red side, which has a relatively greater win rate as compared to the blue side. So at least for Falcon Esports, I think we're seeing those adjustments and a lot of respect coming in as well. The mere fact that they're not allowing the Mathilda to go through, Sao's showing us some different picks for this entire series so far.
Yeah, and again, I posed that at the beginning of the draft in the pre-show where the Matilda will be hotly contested between these two because as much as Sao is proficient with it, Kid X, as far as I know, is also quite proficient with it as well. Now, for a part of me really wants to see, honestly, just same, Falcon Blue, Team Spirit Red. Because those are their best sides, meaning that we'll see how they're going to try to manipulate the draft to make sure that they get their side, like, to get that W. One of the picks that I'm looking out for here that might become something that Falcon gets blindsided by is, what if Team Spirit decides to pick up the Cho, but not put it on Sao, they put it in the EXP lane in the hands of Kick Bomba. They turn Kid Bomba into Kick Bomba. They get a pick off, you get Kid Bomba as your roamer, and then Sao can come in a little bit more for the follow-up. What do you think about that, Gideon?
That's an interesting take. Actually, let's look at the stats real quick about that, right? It feels like that is a good possibility, but they have to supplement it a couple of times because right now, between the gold laners, they're generally playing the same thing, and that's the majority of that quote-unquote burst.
Yeah.
But now, we look at Sunset Lover, right? On that Eve, it's not very bursty per se. It's a lot more dot unless you have a significant lead. So let's pull up those stats once again because so far his glue has been a little on and off, right? Yes, he finds a couple of advantages, but generally has been winning enough games on it. So with the stats up on board, it's 2.4 to 2.5, similar KDAs, very similar average DPM as well. 3.6, that's like absorbing 2 ults from Barca for rough numbers. And then average KP, honestly, 11% leaning in towards Royal Milk. It does show that at least from Team Spirit side, there is a 4-1 opportunity. It's less likely to happen for Royal Milk.
Yep. If there's one thing that I've observed from Kid Bomba as well, amidst all of the different XP laners he showed us, the Yakais and the Glues, it seems like he is a little bit more proficient when it comes to the kinds of EXP laners which just have to serve the job as the tanky front lines, not necessarily the setups, not necessarily the crowd controls. It's more of the disruptors such as the Hilda, it's more of the pressure such as the Glue of Kid Bomba. So we'll have to see a bit more of that Bomba mentality in terms of that, because I think we're about to head into the draft for game number 4.
All right. Do they stick same? No, it gets shifted. And I love the first 3 bans of Team Spirit because now they're respecting Falcon in the draft even more so, banning the Fredrin, banning the Joy, and they ban the Bruno. 3 power picks at now for Falcon, with the Suyo on the other side. You don't need to rush the Alpha, you can pick it third, but you can test the Hilda here.
Yeah, the drafting patterns, it's hard to kind of like say that there's a consistent drafting pattern for the side of Team Spirit, because I feel like Ren wants to keep Nyocha on his toes constantly by, you know, making sure, oh, you think you figured it out just yet? No, let's play a different comp. Oh, you think you figured it out just yet? Let's switch sides. These adjustments are going to throw people off of their game. I want to see the responses because Hilda got to go through on top of the high loss as well.
Oh, 2 power picks immediately for Falcon Esports, them showing the roam and the XP, but that doesn't seem to be much of a problem for them. They denied the Hilda from Kid Bomba alongside the high loss from Sao, so they might have to revert back to those less aggressive types of roamers. I mean, the Tigreal's still there too, as well as the Jawhead, but then they won't be bothered as much because they already have the high loss and the Hilda.
So if ever we get to see Kick Bomba, that'll be the first time this tournament, and that will have to get supplemented, as Gideon mentioned, with Burst. And I think they do need Burst, but they need to balance it out with sustained damage because those are 2 tanky boys. Well, tanky man and tanky woman up front. And so they instantly respond with the 1-1, and we're not going to get Kick Bomba, we're going to get Glue Bomba.
This is dangerous. This is a little dangerous here because they're willing to sacrifice Kid Bomba just to make... Oh, wow. Hard read, but instead, Falcons are not going to take the easy way out. They're going to lock in the Harith in this matchup into the Wawa. They could have gone for Irithel or even go straight into Faramis. I feel like Faramis is more punishable, but wow,
what they take out the Balearic too.
This is a really interesting take from Falcon. Ooh.
They could have even gone like Farsa third, because with the 1-1 and the Glue so early, the Farsa could have been a great response right away. But Falcon instantly, they're showing their hand. If we want to snowball fast, we want to be aggro, we want to be in your face. This is going to be dive all across the board. I think the mid laner is what we're going to be seeing later. Let's see if Team Spirit will read it and ban the Farsa out, because if they don't, well, I mean, even Eve is a good option.
Farsa Eve sound like great options right now for Falcon to complement the possibility of the burst damage. And I mean, if ever Dax wants to show us some of the assassin picks even, I think the Hayabusa is still available here. A great counter to the 1-1 possibly even. So also, since they have the Hilda in their hands, like, they don't have any problems in terms of those who can actually serve as the front lines. Oh, and they banned the Jawhead too for Sao.
Very good call here. Very, very good call. They want to make sure that at least the frontliners don't get pushed out of position, and then, you know, maybe TS picking up the Aurora alongside it.
Good man.
This means that the Vexana is open, though.
Yeah. Vexana would be great. You still get a little bit of that crowd control if ever they get a little bit too close for comfort. And, well, you have 2 of them. Does he they'll lean into that? Oh, whoa, that is...
What?
Aggro. They picked Mid-Angela.
Do they want to final pick Ling here? Do they want to just supercharge Benny? This is a very interesting take coming in from Falcon. I wouldn't have expected the draft to pan out like this.
No.
So do they just go Tigreal now for Sao?
Possibly. It's just the Tigreal. I don't think we'll be seeing the Tro right now for Team Spirit. The Baleric's also taken out as well.
To be fair, they can still go for Cho if they wanted to, right? If they need, they already have Glue for Peel. If they go for Cho, at least they can guarantee like a 2-for-1 free value when somebody, you know, if the Heart Guard goes on to either potentially the upcoming Link or even Harith.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if Sao has ever picked it so far, because they go for the Valentina now. And the Gato Kacha instead for Team Spirit. So will it be an assassin jungler for Falcon? I mentioned the Hayabusa earlier, but with the Angela, I think the Ling isn't entirely out of the table too.
Honestly, like, I would not knock Falcon for just going pure aggro right now.
Yeah.
like the most aggressive lineup, because with the Valentine in the mid, with that 1-1 there, they can afford it.
Oh my
Ooh, it's
goodness.
Angeling. Aggressive.
This is going to be interesting because, again, it's all about getting a heavy snowball, and they have to end the game as quick as possible. Good luck. Good luck to Falcons.
Interesting take. Is it enough to force game number 5, or does the flight end here? Let's see.
I think what better way to gain flight than bring a lineup like this to game number 4. Again, fighting for their lives and to be part of the greater 4. Again, I'm Naisu, this is Zingan, and we're going to take one last look at the lineups here. By the way, amazing watch parties happening here for Falcon Esports. The support is phenomenal. This lineup, man, is aggressive, Ingan.
Aggressive as it can be. The Angela Ling combination. Again, this is potentially this is match point for Team Spirit. Falcon Esports, they have a lot up their sleeves.
Will Falcon Esports gain more altitude to meet up with the Dragons of the North, Team Spirit? They need this game in their pockets to take it to another game of 5. We're in the land of Dawn. Once again, Team Spirit and Falcon Esports.
Okay, so the panel mentioned a while ago that Falcon, they really want to go for the control in the early game. Again, they have the duo of the Hylos and the Hilda that could really be a thorn in the neck of especially One Shot in his own jungle. But again, these are the type of glass cannon lineups wherein if you snowball, you automatically win the game. But at the same time, if you're on the receiving end of the early game, it's going to be hard for you to catch up. You have to wait eventually for that link to scale up.
This is also a very different kind of mindset as PX7 takes a lot of shots here in the mid lane, but...
Oh, one shot!
He had one shot, he took it!
And that he did. First blood drawn by One Shot once again. So this is what we were saying, Naisu. If you're on the receiving end of this kind of lineup, it's going to be hard for you to come back.
Right now, too, still focusing. Already getting the Tempest Blades out.
Okay, 4 Blades is there. But again, Dax was able to still get his purple buff. Now, considering the fact that they were able to pick off the mid lane, I think Benny needs to really step up and step on the pedal to the metal and just really be on the aggressive front.
It's going to have to be. Well, the whole lineup really is built for that. But what I was going to say earlier, too, is Dax is in a different mindset this time around because, remember, for the previous games, he's pretty much played utility. You know, the Alpha and then the Fredrin. Now he has this Ling. Oh, mid lane again?
Forcing out the Revitalize early on, okay? Even though, I was going to say that was worth it already because they popped the Revitalize, but that made it more for Team Spirit. That's 2 kills already for One Shot for the Suyo.
Team Spirit's locked in right now. They're just layering everything like a cake at this point. Dax in trouble, does have to pop the Tempest Blades and will escape, but he's gonna have to back off the buff. One Shot dies and the turtle's secured.
Okay, Royal Milk with the Power of Wilderness to bring down One Shot. Now the revenge from Team Spirit. So fortunately for Falcon Esports, they were able to take down One Shot early on. 2-1 start for One Shot. Now Benny, this is the Benny that we want to see for the side of Falcon Esports. Be a lane bully up against Hiko's 1-1. And this is your time to shine because again, early game, you're going to dominate the laning phase.
This is the thing still. Again, the focus on the gold laners, but right now it doesn't need to be that. This is one of the difference in the series where you see the nature of drafting change from game to game. And now even with this, you know, it's the junglers who are really the highlight of the early game, and it has been so far, except for Dax. He's dealt so much pressure. He's dealt with so much pressure from Team Spirit. And even in the mid lane, if they continue to do this to PX7, I mean, this has been happening time and time again where PX7 can't really, you know, be in that front side of the mid lane because of that threat of just being collapsed on or the layering of skills that Team Spirit can throw and take him down. So if you actually get rid of PX7 and then you either burn the flicker or he's not able to use the heart guard, that's a big piece of utility gone out of the plans here for Falcon Esports.
Okay, so right now they're trying to work on Kid X, wanting to force out the Revitalize early on, and they will do so once again. That's why it's a signal for them to not go deep. Don't try to go for the over-aggressive dives, because that was the objective. Just literally pop Revitalize Kid X.
And get it down if they can. Again, Royal Milk going to go ahead and battle it with Kid Bombo up here, but ultimately wait for that next turtle to come up. Sunset Lover will hold on to the Heart Guard here. So part of the fight is really how does Sunset Lover use the options of ultimates he has. Well, most of the part, you're probably going to see the Hard guard, but also the Glorious Pathway. Now focusing in this side of the jungle, they might just go ahead, try to limit test. They still have a Revitalize for Royal Milk. Both junglers going to work on the buffs, but Turtle's up now, so they'll go ahead and rotate up to their gold laners will stay to their lanes. And right now, some of the first items also being locked in. Royal Milk gets the Thunderbelt. Kid X again, pop the Glorious Pathway.
Huge pokes right away onto Kid X, forcing the Glorious Pathway to be used defensively. This is a huge disadvantage for Falcon Esports. Here comes the hard guard. Now they're trying to go for Dax. Okay, Tempest of Blades is there, but the AOG is going to connect. But still, Dax having trouble applying additional damage, but he will do so successfully and break that one shot with the help of Kid X. But now the engage from Team Spirit is going to work on Kid X here, and Samuel might be able to pick up the kill. That's a 1-for-1 trade, but the problem is Team Spirit again. They lost one shot.
They lost one. It looks like Dax, you know, as low as he is, he's going to go ahead and grab the buff. No one was able to commit to the turtle because they forced the fight. Good usage of PX7's hard guard, but we then also saw it from Sunset Lover to go for the fight, but they kind of got, you know, collapsed down on, and that's what the Ling does best. Dax also now getting his Berserker's Fury first item locked in, and we'll see if they actually get ready for that turtle still. Starlium Scythe now for Benny too. He's been farming up well. Hiko only has Corrosive Scythe, so still working on it. But both junglers kind of up to the decision. Like, do we actually want to prioritize these turtles, or is it better just go for the kills here? Top side, looks like Kid Bomba is going to be on the run. So has the split, but he did burn that flicker.
Again, it's a matter of just literally burning resources before engaging in a huge team fight, and both of these teams have been doing well when it comes to that department. Again, Kid Bomba used up already the flicker. Now they're trying to work on Royal Milk. Here comes one, Dax again. Plus the Eternal Guard, gonna connect with the Tempest of Blades, gonna bring that one shot. Not a good start for Team Spirit. And now they're trying to work on Kid Bomba though. Hiko, on the other hand, is here in the picture. His stacks are there. He's not gonna cast a crossbow attack as it's more than enough to take down Royal Milk. Again, a 1-for-1 trade, but it's always one shot. Who's suffering from Team Spirit?
That's what happens. Like I said, you get collapsed down. I mean, Kid X slowly but surely working on Sunset Lover. Gonna have to back off. Good push there from Benny down on the bottom side to get the tier 1. Same thing happens on the other side of the map. Hiko locks that one in. And one of the games now for the first time where we don't see all this turtle priority. This one still up for the taking, but second turtle for the game. Not sure if we'll get, of course, to the third one. Right now, it's just being worked on. It looks like it's gonna be secured. One shot will go ahead and grab that. So amongst it all, Team Spirit still holding on to a little bit of a lead, but Dax is becoming a threat anytime that he actually decides to go in. And also, this is one of the great things about having that Warcry emblem, and then that little bit of a safety net with PX7's Heart Guard, and even a double Revitalize. You can stay into those fights, grab all the blades, and then hopefully have enough damage to pump out, especially when he starts to get those 2-3 item power spikes on the Ling. So right now, this, like I said, a very different, more proactive game for Dax this time around, instead of being like a Fredrin, where he's just mostly posting up on objectives.
Yeah, and the best part is Benny wasn't even present during those clashes, and he's already ahead when it comes to the lead up against Hiko. So right now, if they go on full dive 5-on-5, especially before the 12-minute mark, Falcon Esports really has a huge advantage. And again, just looking at the sustain, as you mentioned, there are 2 revitalized, not to mention PX7 with the Angela. And right now, they're trying to work on Royal Milk as Kid Bomba zoning out the members of Falcon Esports.
Royal Milk gonna get focused down here.
Oh, gonna connect with the AOG onto 2 and gonna bring down Royal Milk. Now they're gonna work on Kid X. And a double kill coming in from Sunset Lover. Catching Falcon Esports wasn't prepared for the engage that Team Spirit did.
That's really what it comes down to. Like, both teams have this option of, let's just jump on in. Whether that's the Tempest Blades from Falcon Esports or the Avatar of the Guardian from Salo.
Oh no.
If they catch the angle they're looking for, they get an advantage. One shot's gonna take this opportunity and be like, I'm gonna start your purple buff and take this away from you. And that he does. Hiko will go ahead and take theirs. They'll secure it up so that, you know, Dax can't rotate and possibly take it. So now just had to go ahead and push that top turret down. He does get the tier 1 on the top, but he is going to be starving for a little bit here until the next take on the buff. And we're also 10 seconds away from that Lord coming up. Hiko now gets his Haas Claws. He has the DHS Corrosive Scythe and Haas Claws. So no boots necessary for him. Here's Kid X.
Again, the Glorious Pathway will be used defensively. Oh, but Hiko wants to bring down Kid X. Not just bait out the Glorious Pathway, setting themselves up perfectly once again for Lord take. Again, looking at the neutral objectives taken down, Team Spirit secured all 2. And the domination of Team Spirit in the early game, you'd expect Falcon Esports to be as aggressive, but Team Spirit was prepared for the over-aggressive plays of Falcon Esports.
You know, Kid X, it's happened a couple times, and sometimes when he gets taken out, then it's a clear sign for the opposing team, in this case, Team Spirit, to grab the objective, and that they do. So Dax will go ahead and try to find what he can across the map, especially the fact that he doesn't have that purple buff. He's got to wait for it. So he at least pushed in some of that bottom side, but now they got to get ready to defend against this push coming out from Team Spirit. And that's the thing, you know, that's exactly why you saw, like, Hiko, he actually hasn't had to really use the crossbow tang much. A lot of the fights that he's going in for, oh, Dax, okay, he's hovered over the hard guard, but you can see how kind of careful he has to be here, even just traversing through the map.
One more shot and it could be the downfall of Dax here. And they're really struggling to keep up with the pace that Team Spirit is giving. Again, okay, Kid Bomba goes in, AOJ connecting onto 3 and wiped out 3 members of Falcon Esports!
Every single time when they give the go on the Avatar of the Guardian from Sao and they get the call, they make a play with it. And now Team Spirit staring to the base of Falcon Esports.
And now Sunset Lover uses the hard guard onto Hiko. They might go for the end here. Dax just trying to cut off the minion waves. They're working on Royal Mech. Even with the Revitalize, they're able to take him down 1 second before PX7 and Kid X respawn. Here goes Falcon Esports. They want to go for the counter-attack. No, but they bring down Dax!
Oh man, Dax. But they do stay in the game. They still have a wave pushing in. I'm not sure if Team Spirit actually wants to end it. Massive lead there, outgunning Falcon Esports.
Glorious pathway to cut off the route of the minions, but Sunset Lover sorting out Ben. Here comes Zaman Force, and they will be able to bring down Kid X. They're working on the Crystal, and the Dragons of the North defend their Empire Spirit.
And the Dragons will clip the wings of the Falcons. And Team Spirit becomes a part of the greater 4. They're heading on forward to Axiata. What a series for them. If you've been watching Team Spirit just here alone, the improvement they've made is apparent, and you cannot deny it.
This is the Bomba mentality fully displayed by 5 members of Team Spirit as they secure a top 4 in the M6.
And hats off as well to Falcon Esports. They've been great up to this point, of course, and they really fought with everything they had in the series. But again, just a difficult game 4 for them to adjust from. Again, I'm Naisu, this is Ingon. We're going to throw it over to the panel to break down the game.
The Dragons of the North have completed their 11-minute flight to Axiata Arena. As they can say, they have secured top 4. They are moving forward. Congratulations to EECA and Team Spirit. They countered the aggro lineup with aggro of their own.
Very impressive with what they did. I definitely thought the draft was interesting coming in from Falcons, but they played a strong game, and that final play coming in from Kid Bomba, finally setting it up for the rest of the team so that Sao can push buttons effectively. Well done. Well done all across the board.
Yeah, even when we thought, what would Sunset Lover ideally pick up in this particular lineup? Oh, it was constantly the hard guard, and it was surprising to see Hiko perform so well to the point that I barely saw him use the crossbow tang. If he ever did use it, I probably just missed it because I can't recall a single moment where he needed to.
Yeah, Falcon Esports came out of this with their best aggressive foot forward, but Team Spirit at the center of the map, the beating heart of it all. They've been playing since the M1 World Championship at the peak of the EVOS World lineup. Sao and Sunset Lover delivered yet again, and now they will be returning to Axiata Arena to continue their run. But of course, before we see them continue their run, we have to see and send off Falcon Esports for their final bow. What a tremendous run it has been.
These high-flying Falcons competed day after day for the legacy of their country. Although their journey to be greater than ever ends here today. IOI Convention Center, give it up for Falcons Esports. And Falcons, you guys may give your final bow in 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much, Falcons. We hope to see you guys come back stronger next year. Thank you very much. They put up such an amazing fight this M6. And with that, the team that is heading on to Axiata Arena, Team Spirit. And right now here with me, we have Coach Brent and Hiko Mania.
Hello. Welcome back, Hiko. Hi, Coach Bren.
Hello.
How are you guys feeling?
We're happy, but yeah.
Are you
happy.
nervous?
No, we're just tired because we had an early.
Early day today.
Yeah.
Just tired, so you guys are gonna go home and rest after this.
Yes, of course.
Okay, Hiko, congratulations.
Thank you.
Top 4 now. Now, remember the last time we met, I asked you about Bruno. So today you picked Bruno, and it was so good. So was it an easy game when you got Bruno?
No, yeah, Bruno best hero on Gold Lane, and I realized it, and done.
Easy game when you play Bruno, right? It's a really good gold laner right now. Is there any more gold laner we can potentially see from you heading onto Axiata Arena?
I think no, it's just no. I have like simple hero pool.
Oh, you just have a simple hero pool, but you know what? You're very good at it. Though you're young, you're very, very good at it, Hiko. Are you happy today?
Yeah, we win, and no, I'm happy that I wake up early.
You're happy. Now, Hiko, are you excited to play at Axiata Arena? It's a really nice stadium.
Yeah, I think it will be a good experience for me.
It's a good experience for you. Coach Ren, we know that Hiko is like 16 years old. How is it like being like a father figure to him? Is he a good boy?
He's a good boy and sometimes annoying.
Sometimes annoying? What does he do?
He just asks random questions all the time.
Like? What kind?
Like about some things like, what do you think about this food? Normal things, outside Mobile Legends. And you just have more patience to answer him all the time so we can build our communication together.
I see, but he's such a wholesome boy. He's so happy every time.
Yeah, he's very bubbly, always smiling. He has these smiling eyes,
Yeah, he does have these smiling eyes. Every time he comes up during like player walk-in, he's just like smiling and he's so happy to be here. Coach Ren, maybe you could say something to Hiko. He's so young, yet he's achieving so much already.
Well, like I always told him, just be humble. Tables turn in this life, even to young people. Before you go to adulthood, enjoy your gaming experience and always remain humble in life.
Aww. Hiko, do you love Coach Ren?
Huh?
Do you love Coach Ren?
Of course.
Of course. Is he like your father?
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay, now Hiko, your team's highest ever achievement was top 4 in the last M series. This time, you guys have also entered top 4, but this time with your help. So, do you think you guys can surpass top 4 last season, last M series because you're here?
So my team have 5 M series appearance, and как это, с каждым M все больше и больше.
Like after each M series, we get more and more results. So yeah, I think we can go through further.
How confident are you that you can help them?
Yeah, I'm confident, but no.
How many percent?
100.
100%. Okay. I like that. Okay, Coach Ren, the deciding match on who will be your next matchup at Axiata Arena is going to be after this, which is RRQ Hoshi versus Selangor Red Giants. Now, Coach, we all know you used to be in RRQ Hoshi. Same goes to Coach Arcadia as well. Who do you want to meet?
Of course, RRQ.
You want to meet RRQ? Why do you want to meet RRQ?
They beat us on best of 1, and I want to meet them again on best of 5.
You want to get your revenge?
Not really revenge, but just to meet Skylar again.
Just to meet Skylar again. Would you like to say anything to Skylar before we end this interview?
I know he's a great guy, also a leader figure. So I just wish him the best on their upcoming series, and I hope we meet in the next round.
Ooh, Coach Bren wants to meet RRQ. What about you, Hiko? Who do you want to meet, SRG or RRQ?
Maybe RRQ because I want revenge for them.
Do you have anything to say to RRQ?
Good luck, have fun.
Okay, Hiko, before that, what do you want to say to everybody watching you and supporting you? Because you are having a lot of fans now.
Thank you everyone for support, and we keep doing better. And see you in next match.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to Team Spirit, Hiko, and to Coach Bren for moving on to Axiata Arena. With that, let us show it back to the panel to break down what happened in this game up against Falcon.
Thank you, Rose. It's always great hearing from Hiko Mania and his maybe father figure in Vren's Sanity. Tremendous performance by Team Spirit in that game. I have to correct myself. Sawo and Sunset Lover are not returning to Axiata Arena, but they avenged their M1 performance and will finally get to play in a World Series in Axiata Arena because they missed out during M1. So Yeah, Team Spirit, again, they've performed better and better each M series. And I think this performance from them in this final game number 4, I think it perfectly encapsulates some of their best quality so far in the M6.
Yeah, I think it's the cleanest game yet that they've been able to play throughout the entirety of the series. And it's surprisingly when they were put on the blue side for the first time.
As mentioned, you know, Ren likes to keep teams on their toes, changing it, well, in a completely different direction most of the time. And I can appreciate that, especially coming from, you know, most of the time it's in the draft, most of the time 50%, it's a mental game.
13 seconds faster was this previous game. To the fastest game between RRQ and Vamos. It is now set by Team Spirit as the fastest win in the M6 World Championship. A time of 10:43, that is very, very difficult to beat.
And I mean, it all just started from the way they were able to again gain the upper hand in the mid lane. Those surprise and early pickoffs that were given to one shot on the Suyo. And I think that was one of the first few Suyos we've seen for this entire series, but it was able to play so well up against Falcon. With the limited wave clear that they had, it felt like they were always pushed to a spot in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's funny that one shot at one point just said, you know what, I'm building the Dreadnought armor. I'm getting sick and tired of getting bullied by this Ling, by this Hilda. But at that point, well, Sunset Lover, it felt like his damage was always just activated, weirdly enough, for Valentina Gideon.
Oh, absolutely. I think, you know, once he got the Wishing Lantern, he knew that tanks weren't going to be the real issue. His main value comes in that when he does throw out the Shadow Strike, if he lands 2 on the same target, they get feared. And it's a powerful tool, which is why he's taken such aggressive angles. More importantly, he's very generous with his flicker, man. How many times have we seen Dax try to get away with the Tempest, the Blades, and then just before he reaches the exit point, you see the flicker come in from Sunset Lover to close the distance, get the fear, and then let somebody else finish it off.
I think they were just always so confident to go in. So long as they know that Dax isn't there, and especially for Benny, because I think he had to spend some time farming up against Hiko, and overall, since Hiko was able to play another stable laning phase, it was just Team Spirit constantly on the lookout for a team fight against Falcon because they knew that they had the damage in them, and Falcon, they were yet to actually secure that level of damage. And even when Dax went in with the hard guard constantly together with PX7, they could always find a way to punish him so long as they catch him. The Blade Search especially, like one precise stun onto Dax, that'll mean an immediate burst down from Team Spirit.
Yeah, and I think to supplement the idea here, Gideon, of the draft of Falcon being so expensive, is that the only kills that they got were to one guy. It was just one shot, and they had to always spend so much just to take down one shot. That's how in Sunset Lover, even Kid Bomba would be able to just show up and say, our turn.
It's an oppressive playstyle when you're ahead, and I can appreciate it from Falcons because it was a high-risk, high-reward composition. But however, the spearhead, the tip of the spear, well, the tip of the sword at this point, is going to be that Ling. And yes, you can supplement it with so many things. Yes, he scales really, really well, but look at the problems that TS decided to post against him. The taunt coming in from Sawo, the fear coming in from Sunset Lover, the stun from one shot, the lockdown coming in from Kid Bomba, the snares. There's just too much to deal with, and you only have a single Tempest the Blades.
Yeah, and I don't think kiting would have been a great option for Falcon because that's one of the strengths of Team Spirit as well. It also felt like they didn't need to do it either. They were always on the chase against Falcon Esports.
Let's check out the MVP. Gonna show up on your screen right now. Been doing this since the M1 World Championship, and for a year or two, even before that, it's Sunset Lover on that Valentina. And his impact on that previous game was instant. The fears and those little bits of poke early on before he finally got to build and dealt burst stopped everything that Team Spirit, that Falcon Esports wanted to do.
Yep, really punishing this Angela, forcing out so many revitalizes, buying that extra bit of time to get their rotations off. As long as they layer it well, it's really difficult to come back from because he was not missing a single ability. Not to mention, out of all the ultis, you know what? I'm not going to take the Glorious Pathway. Give me the Heart Guard.
It felt like he was constantly just standing there, confident enough that they will be having the upper hand in the lane. I mean, look at this. He's always forcing PX7 to play it safe, and this was the first blood that we've been talking about earlier from one shot. And it seemed like this mid trio from Team Spirit, they just played the early game so well coordinated enough that Falcon Esports weren't able to bank on their bank on their advantages in terms of the lineup. But really, it's just playing around Dax, and even that was a struggle for them.
Again, expensive was what Falcon wanted to do. There is definitely an alternate timeline wherein they got the early game of their life and forced game number 5, maybe within the same time frame that Team Spirit won. That's why you bring out your best aggressive foot forward. But Team Spirit showed in this metagame that is not the safest choice. In fact, it's an incredibly risky choice, especially if you cannot trade more kills, if you're committing so much just to take down one. And also a harsh reminder as to why Valentina has always been in the meta, despite so many changes to the meta. Ever since she got introduced, Valentina will never, ever disappear.
Yep.
But
falls in that same category with Cho, with Beatrix.
Yeah.
There's so many right now in the meta that there's too much versatility. And I think a lot of teams right now have kind of cracked down. At least I would assume, if I have to make some predictions, about 70% of what the meta has to offer. The last 30% is dependent on the team's overall playstyle. But we've seen teams who have made it here to getting closer and closer to that top 4, not exactly the most early game aggressive teams. We've seen more teams pop off in the mid to late game sections rather than the early game now.
Yeah, I think that's one of the most important meta changes that we've seen recently after MSC 2024, where it's not if you win the early game, that's it, you win. It's if you win the early game, can you still keep it up until to the mid and actually delay the inevitable, very possible late game turnaround of your opponent?
Yeah, I think even teams who we consider to be the powerhouses for so long have admittedly struggled in terms of closing out the game in the current meta. I think SRG was one of the teams who really mentioned how, yeah, we've been trying to focus so much on the early game too, but then when it comes to having to close the late game, our opponents tend to have a lot more opportunities than they used to before. So clearly there have been a lot of adjustments, but throughout the entirety of M6, I think now that we're down to the top 5 teams, these are all adaptive teams who can really make the necessary adjustments.
Yeah, by the end of the day, we're going to be seeing top 4 because, well, the upcoming match is between 2 teams who are going to be in the same position as Team Spirit and Falcon were. But before anything else, we just want to thank you again for your support of the M6 World Championship. We break records almost every single broadcast that we have, and we're incredibly grateful. Your feedback is so important to us in improving the show and the experience for the people on site and for the people online. So please scan the QR code on your screens right now, share with us your thoughts. And of course, if you want to party, we got the M6 Battle Night happening at the end of the year from December 28 to 29. It's Battle Night, not Battle Nights, so be sure to log on in there. Enjoy exclusive bonuses, including a limited time 25 Epic Skins trial and All Heroes free trial. If after the M-Series World Championship, you and your friends just got into our esports scene, thank you, welcome. But now take the time to experience the game and experience what the pros have been experiencing in the power of your own hands. So that's the Battle Night. But we also have a new mode called the MLBB Rising Open. Quick, Brigitte, please read that on your screen.
Okay, so this is a tournament that everyone can join because it's about to launch and features a lower entry barrier. So there are simple participation methods for this, flexible mechanisms, and abundant rewards and honors waiting for you to claim. By participating in the matches, you can earn exclusive tournament honors to display on your personal profile. I know we like a lot of things to display on our profiles, and profile name cards showcasing your skills to the world. And every time you win the weekly championship, you'll receive generous rewards. Win or lose, you'll earn MRO coins that can be exchanged for permanent skins, exclusive avatar borders, and other valuable rewards. So we hope that the MLBB Rising Open brings you a fresh competition experience, continuing the passion and excitement brought by M6. Basically, if you're familiar with MCL, you'd enjoy this one.
It's like MCL++. MCL. But now it's the Rising Open. Yeah. So it's cool because Gideon, like, again, you've been here for like 27 years in the MLBB esports scene. So in your 36 years of playing here, it sort of reminds you of like just giving young teams, grassroots growth, like opportunities to, hey, this could be your step to becoming pro.
I mean, I think it's a good initiative coming in from Monton, and at the very least, it's going to give some level of commitment for these young grassroots, because that's the main issue. Can you actually commit to a short period of time to play these tournaments as fast as possible and honestly have some cool badges to show off to your friends?
Yeah, so the 46-year veteran has spoken. Definitely, it is a great
Why does it keep increasing?
50. Great. What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. So let's look at the bracket first, so you understand the picture of our M6 World Championship, the drama and the stakes. Fnatic Onyx Philippines and Team Liquid ID, we will see them in action, and we will see later who will make it to the grand finals first. But Team Spirit is waiting for either RRQ Hoshi or Selangor Red Giants.
Oh, I can imagine that IOI is going to be very noisy and jam-packed for the upcoming series. I think the seats are starting to fill in as well.
Yep.
You guys, you have to watch out for this one.
People are going to be excited for it. It's going to be Malaysia against Indonesia, but the RRQ name and the SRG name, RRQ has been around for a very long time, and honestly, there's two possible realities. Whether RRQ make it all the way to the grand finals, that would be interesting to see. It's a full circle of life, you know, history repeating itself. I would like to see SRG there, but I know it's going to be an extremely tough journey for either one of these teams.
That's one of the toughest things about our esports and sports and life in general. You can't get everything that you want. As much as you'd want to say we're going to Axiata with with both RRQ and SRG, only one of them will advance. Before we go, real quick, wait, you're done for the day too, right?
I'm done for the
I'm like, first shift. So before we go, like, I want you guys to get like your final words and messages to the people at home and to the people here.
It's been such a great honor because this is officially going to be my last shift as well. So
yeah, it's your last shift.
I'm just so glad to be able to witness all of these teams, and I'm definitely going to look out for the top 4 at the end of the day.
Glad to have everybody here on this desk. Thank you to everybody who's been watching us here at the desk, but I'm hoping that SRG makes it through. Good luck, all Malaysian fans. We salute.
That's been Gideon Q, Brigida, her second name and real name is Alex, Ingan Naisu, and Renmar Santa Cruz. M6 isn't done. We'll see you with the others in a bit.
for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ明治
Hello Panda, Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
In MLBB, each of the 5 players plays a distinct role.
Whatever it is you want to believe,
But how do these roles work together on the world stage?
Going Sons, who picks up the
Mid laners and roamers are the bedrock of the team.
looking for the knockup, not able to find a sense who he wants for, takes him out.
Whether it's picking beefy tanks, mages, or sustain, together they provide crowd control and damage in the early game, making space for the team to farm or secure objectives. Then we have the EXP laners, usually playing tanky heroes. They poke and zone the enemy to create opportunities.
All right, let's see, another fight commences here. Gear goes in, it's going to be a lot of damage played.
While the roamers pick to fill the team's needs and support if needed. EXP laners must win their lane and protect their tower with aggressive, confident play, ensuring map control for the team.
Ooh, final slash.
Finally, we come to the junglers, the early to mid-game finishers, and the gold laners, the mid to late game finishers.
Fiery, the god in the jungle, takes a double kill.
For junglers, whether it's frontline tank utility or assassin early game assassin burst, they form the core of the team. They act on the space created by their team to finish off objectives, utilizing power spikes with the early game advantage they get from farming the jungle.
It should be a retreat from the Burmese gold, and they get sent down into the ground.
Gold laners focus on farming for gold to become late game monsters.
1v3.
They are savvy observers, staying out of trouble and positioning well to deal the most damage with their fragile heroes. Do you agree? How would you describe the roles that make MLBB greater than ever? A new era begins at M6. But who are the rising superstars leading the way? In Latam, Maycam Evolve emerges as the new gem of the region. With Aurora's fierce adaptability and rookie sensation Super Nahuel, the Dynasty Enders made history, toppling the undefeated RRQ Akira after a 2.5-year reign. At MTC Turkey Championship, S2G Esports rises as a new challenger. Led by Sigibum's superstar performance at the gold lane, Pagu's playmaking, and Begin's rotation, they are ready to shine on the world stage. In their M-Series debut from MPL Cambodia, CFU Gaming is ready to strike. With M2 veteran Poppy and core members Detective, Z, and Wadu. Can the Sharks are primed to make waves on the world stage. Returning to the M-Series is RRQ Hoshi, the Sang Raja.
Looking for a trade as he finds the triple. Looking for the maniac.
Reinforced by Sutsujin's lethal skill, and led by Skylar, this squad of young stars is on a mission for global dominance. The Indonesian cavalry made a bold gamble by swapping their lineup with MDL rookies, uncovering gems like Fabian, the deadly jungler, a calculated roamer in Witty the Wise, and King Eronshiki, the next level gold laner. Team Liquid ID rises as a new M-Series challenger.
It's a double, the Lloyd goes down one by one. It's a maniac.
MPL PH Season 14 saw the debut of Aurora Gaming with rising gold laner Domeng and MSC 2022 champion Demon Kite.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the match you all have been waiting for. On the red side, we have Selangor Red Giants. On the yellow side, we have the King of Kings, RRQ. Welcome back to the MSIG knockout stage. My name is Afel. Alongside with me is Seth Weezy as well as Trex. We've just seen a Team Spirit making it. They solidified another ticket for the Axiata Arena. And now, gentlemen, we only left one more, and it's only between Selangor Red Giants or RRQ that can claim it, Trex.
It is, we are down to the wire, Hans. It feels like everything started off so slow in M6 with Swiss State just lasted forever, and now it feels like time's moving quick. Teams are getting knocked out. We're getting closer and closer to Axiata. Last day here.
That's right, one more seat for Axiata. Who will be able to claim it? It's been a lot of surprises so far in the M-Series, and today, I feel like we're going to see a bit more.
Hey, you know what isn't a surprise? Surprise! Discover the beating heart of Kadia City, the gaming and esports district, the world's first real-life gaming hub and a beacon of gaming culture. Thank you very much, Kadia, because honestly, they've been supporting us from the start, and now we also want to celebrate 1.5 billion registered MLBB players. And because of that, from the 6th of December all the way to the 23rd of December, join the event and complete tasks to get a random epic skin for free. Thank you for being with us. And I gotta say, 1.5 billion. I've been here for a while, Trex, and I never thought we would hit that number. 1.5.
It's a very big number. That's like Dr. Evil numbers, you know?
Exactly.
Like 1.5 billion viewers.
It just shows you the growth of MLBB and just insane. I mean, even when I see the number on the board, I'm still like 1.5 billion.
That's right?
That's massive.
Hold on. Ich, ni, san, yong, kok. Yeah, 1.5 billion. Billion. Honestly, we have a lot to talk about. Thank you very much for you guys. But now, oh my goodness, I can't wait to start this battle. But I do have to wait because we have a lot of house cleaning to do, you know. Just now, Team Spirit 3-1, that was amazing. But now, I feel like if there's going to be any game that can go all 5 games, it's going to be today. Because let's talk about this. This is the final ticket for Axiata, folks. We'll have a full screen graphic here. And yeah, Trex, you were saying it. Start off with like, okay, just any old tournament, but now we're just speeding up. All of a sudden, the last ticket is here.
It's starting to snowball, right? The effect is starting to happen. Teams are getting knocked out, and we're getting down to that final four thing. In just a few days, we're going to be the legendary Axiata Arena. You know, where it all started, back to the beginning. I didn't think we would end up I didn't think we'd end up here, you know, a year or two ago. I never would have thought we'd be back in Malaysia, going to Axiata Arena, final four teams. It is the definition of hype, right?
Yeah, there's a lot on the line today, right? First of all, there's only one Malaysian team still left, right? You got to
Thank
see.
you for reminding him.
Vamos.
Yeah, you know what?
That's how we're starting.
You're a great guy. You're a great guy, great person. You know, love it for sure, for sure. Anyways, we were able to talk to Arcadia, and I gotta say, this must be very intense for him. So we have to see how's his reaction towards this matchup going up against RRQ. And said, echoes of the past. I'm really happy to see Skylar here in M6. He definitely deserves all the success he's having right now. I just want to wish him good luck with the RRQ Hoshi lineup. Going up against RRQ Hoshi, my former team, will be really exciting for me. I hope I don't face the same fate as what happened in M4, so we'll definitely do our best to secure this win. Yes, this is a pretty hype-up rivalry as well. Arcadia was with RRQ, but then afterwards immediately goes to SRG and has been having great success.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane how much success Arcadia has actually had, and it feels like we see that so much, and even some of the players on SRG as well, you know?
Yeah.
Players that people kind of counted out. It's essentially a team of misfits, right? A team of players and coaches that couldn't get it where they belonged before, but now become MSC champions and are on this rise. It's a Cinderella story, right?
Yeah, and then you look at the other side, right? You look at RQ, the story of Skylar, right? He's leading the way for a bunch of newer kids on the block and getting the job done and has made it very far.
Let me just say, Skylar is really showing up as a leader, as a veteran, because yes, this team is built around him. And I gotta say, they have been working out very, very well. But for now, we have a video by R7 where it's for Skylar. Let's check it out.
Halo Skylar, semangat ya nanti pertandingan M6-nya. Semoga bisa memberikan hasil yang terbaik, fokus, percaya tim, dan ingat, tim yang kuat itu tidak pernah takut lawan siapapun.
A strong team is never scared of anybody. It's like me, I'm not scared to wear 2 pins, because I can. It's that mentality. It's that mentality.
You even have them kind of off, you know? Like
hey, you know what? Just
you have 2 watches on too?
Don't challenge me. Don't challenge me.
Look what you started. Normally it's 2 watches. Today it's 2 pins.
I got 2 rings.
Leo's got 2 watches on over here. Where's your second watch?
It's not sponsored by Fairy, so
I really
you know.
like your pocket thing though.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. It's not mine.
There.
Well, it looks nice.
It does look nice.
Speaking of nice words coming in from R7, trusting the team and never scared of anyone, which I kind of feel like both these teams should not be afraid of each other because RRQ as well as SRG, I would say RRQ is the more aggressor compared to SRG, where SRG so far, the early game hasn't always been the best, but somehow at that 8 to 10 minute mark, they pick up steam.
Yeah, RRQ, they're definitely able to get the job done. Putting Skylar in a position where he can get comfortable in the gold lane is really where it's going to start. When you look at SRG, even their matches yesterday, right, looked a little shaky in the beginning, but they're able to pick up the pieces and follow through. So today, we got to see a lot of metals going to be tested and who's going to be able to withstand that battle.
Speaking of which, Skylar, the king, will be going up against the half-man, half-beast, Innocent. This is going to be an intense matchup of the gold laners, which, Trax, maybe you were the one that had pointed out that this M6, the gold laners, everyone's really stepping up.
Yeah, I feel like all of the gold laners have been, at least all the ones who are left, you know, have really been popping off. It is heavily reliant. So many drafts have been around gold laner and of course jungle as well, but gold laners have definitely been the stars. We've seen Savages, Maniacs aren't even that big of a deal anymore. They just happen on the regular. I mean, it's definitely been an interesting evolution through M6.
Yeah, at this point, I really don't know who's the favorite. Is it the king? Is it the beast? Because again, like, if you look at numbers for M6, Skylar's doing quite well. Innocent has some losses here and there, but when he's popping off, he's popping off. Heck, yesterday with the Granger, dealing over 100,000 damage.
Yeah, with Skylar, right? His first appearance in the M Series was M3. you got to see him just develop even further as he stepped into M4. And then, you know, here we are, M6, leading a bunch of young players and getting the job done when necessary. But you've seen a lot of humbleness when it comes to the teams being on their head-to-heads, right? When they have to get their player interviews, they don't want to expose too much. Even some of the interviews yesterday, we saw SRG. They were holding a lot of information.
I mean, like, here's the thing, man. This is now, funny enough, except for RQ, everyone is champions, right? Everyone understands that they're going up against the best in the business. So the thing is, if you want to talk big, you got to back it up first. So I feel like everyone has that mentality. I can say whatever I want to say, but only after I win, not before.
Fair enough. When you're down to this level, the talking's over. Right?
Yeah, the talking's over.
Like, talking's over. Put your money where your mouth is. Walk the walk. Because the last thing you want to do in top 4 is, you know, talk a big game and then get swept.
Yeah, this is stressful, right? Because last ticket here, RQ and SRG. Like, if you want to be champions, one game at a time, and this game is very crucial because if not, your final game will be at IOI, not seeing the Axiata Arena.
Yeah, did you think that we would see RQ, SRG, lower bracket fighting for final life? Like when I was thinking about like Final Four, things like that, this was not on my bingo card at all. The fact that it's RQ against SRG, you know, champion against RQ, a team that wants this so bad. It's definitely it's sad, but it's fun, it's exciting, and it's all of that mixed into one match.
I think with this M series, it caught a lot of people off guard, right? It was the age of the upsets in the beginning, from the wild cards all the way through the Swiss stage. And then now here we are in the knockout phase. Everybody full of surprises, and we're just getting started, right? We haven't even made it to Axiata. We've seen so many amazing regions competed out. EECA, a little bit of a flashback, looking like an M5 Prime again as they step into a top 4 prospect. And now we get to see who will claim that remaining seat.
I was trying to balance it out. I still can't. Maybe I need some kind of mirror.
I'll help you later. I gotcha.
I just don't know if I need, you know what? Screw it. I'll figure it out later. I'll figure it out later. Now, jumping into this matchup, we definitely see the goal lane is going to be very, very important. Skylar as well as Innocent. But honestly, looking at the EXP lane, I'm looking at Cram, and Cram has been disrupting the backline quite a lot of times. If he somehow gets the Hilda again, if he starts getting that Hilda, I don't know how well Skylar can play. But that's the thing. We got to see if he gets the hero. We got to see how the kids perform on stage. And with that, right now, I can't wait for both teams to come up on stage, because here I'm looking at the stage, and you know what I see? I honestly cannot because it's dark. But you know what I mean. You know what I mean. I'm pretty sure they're standing behind there.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a challenge. When it was SRG competing yesterday, we saw them struggle a little bit in the early game, but we noticed a little bit of a pattern, right? They were able to disrupt their opponent and force them to separate, and then that's when you got to see Cram be able to rush into the back line, be able to create chaos and take over the match. And one of the things that really stood out was just one mistake was all that it took to pretty much turn the game in your favor and close it out.
Yeah.
Now that's one of the things I like about SRG is it doesn't feel like it's just the gold laner, right? It doesn't feel like it's one player that has to carry everything. I feel like the whole team, everyone brings a little bit of something to the package, and if RQ wants to win this match, I think that's what's really important for them, right? It can't just be Skylar. It has to be the rest of the team needs to step up. The whole team needs to be able to work as a unit, and if Skylar can't carry, someone else needs to step up to the plate.
Speaking of stepping up, do you want to see them step up on stage? I'm sure you do. Looking at your faces, you guys are ready. Hopefully you guys are all ready, because let's introduce SRG as well as RQ onto the stage.
This team has once graced the place where legends were born. One win is all it takes for the King of Kings to return where they belong. Viva RRQ Hoshi!
On their backs, they carry the hope of an entire nation. The kingdom is but a stop for the end of the Golden Road is their ultimate destination. Make some noise for Sangaloor Red Giants!
now to introduce the brains behind the bronze, Coach Kescue, as well as Coach NNM for RRQ, and for SRG, Coach Arcadia, as well as Coach Ozora Vecchi. This is going to be an intense match because for all the matches we've seen in M6, the drafts are very pivotal for their victory, for their success. So now, Selangor Red Giants, they want that golden road. RRQ, they want to go back to Axiata to get the win that they missed the first time.
I like it. We're coming in strong. The match is inching closer now in terms of draft because that's what we're going to be jumping into. What do we think? You know, the big debate right now has been red side, blue side.
Hey.
What do we think these teams are going to be aiming for?
I'm colorblind, man.
Oh, yes. First pick, second pick.
Second one. Second one. I feel like second pick is great. But it's definitely a team-by-team kind of thing. But right now we have an M-chat. And I believe we were able to talk to Innocent because we were curious on his take on the meta right now. So we asked, how did the team get better at using the meta heroes? And he said, actually, we have used those heroes in scrims, but we were losing because we didn't know how to maximize their potential. Hopefully we're doing better now. And then we just like, cool king.
Cool king.
Yeah. Well, they're definitely doing better. I mean, even Coach stated after winning MSC, there was a lot of pressure on their backs and expectations that were growing. And now, you know, the reigning champs from MSC trying to earn another title, trying to earn that golden road. And this is one of those hurdles they'll have to jump through to earn a spot in Axiata up against RRQ Hoshi.
Not gonna lie, there's a lot of matchups here that we have to watch. Like from MPLMY, Sakai's or Saki's have met against Susujin quite a few times when Susujin was in KGE. And so far, in most of the matchups, Sakai's has been winning that one. But ever since then, I gotta tell you guys, since Susujin entered RRQ, his growth has been amazing. His hero pool is wide. If anyone can take down Sakai's, I believe Susujin is definitely one of them.
Yeah, it's definitely a big matchup, right? And Susujin has been one of the few junglers who we still see willing to fall back to those assassin picks. In a meta right now that's dominated by things like Suyo, Joy, and Alpha or Fredrin. He's still very willing to pull out the Ling. He's still very willing to jump onto the Hayabusa. And we also know Sekai's has some of those picks in his pocket as well. So in a best of 5, I think we could definitely see something of that nature as the games creep on.
And now we're jumping straight into the drafting phase. The first game of this matchup, RRQ will be first pick, Selangor Red Giants will be on the second pick. And we talked about it, and Hilda immediately banned out.
There goes the Hilda, there goes the Cho as well. Zushin on the other side. You know what was such a major threat? The Joy. We've seen it rise to the occasion time and time again. Multiple teams putting it in the jungle, some putting it inside of the mid lane, but still getting the job done. And I think it's about time to put some respect on it.
Yeah, heck, some even putting it into the XP lane at times. It's one of the most flexible heroes right now in the meta. But there are answers to it, and that's been the great thing about drafts so far from the very top tier coaches from these final 4. We're seeing the rock, paper, scissors match has happened. We're seeing the trades happen. And about every best of 5 by game 2 or 3, we're gonna see what those trades are, at least between these two teams. Now, game 1, we know that RQ really favors that second pick. They are on the first pick side. Matilda out of the way, with Suyo still open, Yi still open, Bruno still open, Joy still open. So many things still on the field.
Here's the thing, man, because this is, when you open up the game, the first game in the best of 5 is always about risk. And then it's all about learning as well what your opponent's got. And we're talking about the best goal laners here in M6, Skylar as well as Innocent. Letting go of that Bruno is going to be very risky.
Well, Coach Arcadia said that instead of banning the Bruno, he plans to work around it. We got to see it yesterday, and now we get to see it again possibly today. As you see, they are second in this pick, and I don't think they're going to ban it out. I think they're going to be willing to let that walk, and there we go. The Fanny will be taken off the board, which should be a Bruno pickup for RRQ. But are they going to fall into the hands of Coach Arcadia?
And now apparently we have a fun fact here for Skylar. Skylar dragged the team to a haunted house once, but got scared, while Edok scared the ghost instead.
Okay.
Okay, I guess Edok is pretty scary,
man.
yeah.
Edok's a scary guy. Have you seen his Cho? He probably kicked the ghost in the face.
Hey, if I was Ghost, I'd be like, oh, damn, I have a sprint, not a purify.
There you go.
There you go. There you go. And the Suyo gets picked up here. So SRG, we've seen this yesterday. When the Suyo and Bruno was open, they decided not to pick it up. Against RQ here, what is the plan?
I mean, against RQ, if I'm SRG right now, I'm definitely looking for a Joy at some point in this first phase. That's my thought, at least. Maybe not first and second, but into third. You pick up the Bruno, you pick up the Gatot, and then you maybe look for a Joy endgame. RQ, maybe they go for the counterplay and slot in a Joy mid and say no counter for you today.
And hold on, we have a fun fact here. Innocent boasts a perfect 100% win rate with Bruno across 3 games. Will that number continue?
We'll have to see. I mean, so far the Arcadia special, right? They don't ban out the Bruno, and they know that the first team's not going to pick it up. Just off of seeing their previous matches, they know how to work around it, which guarantees them a Bruno on the second pick swing. It's pretty much genius at that. But now we're looking at RQ Hoshi. They are going to go ahead and pick up this glue. You have the Gatat on the other side. We still have yet to really see the mid lane matchups, right?
You know, if they don't decide to go for the Joy here, and it gets banned out, I could see them still, like we've been seeing the Bane get picked up a little bit. We've been seeing some other possibilities get picked up, other, you know, fightery guys that can at least hang in the pit with Suyo. So maybe they lock in mid or something here, pick up the Eve or something like that early on.
All right, time to drop the beat of the
They keep it
Flash.
safe. They keep it safe.
You know one thing that's actually smart about this Granger pick, not only is it good against the Bruno, but it's also good against one of Stormy's bigger picks this M6, which is the Lu Yi, where you can open up the map so you don't have that kind of surprise. So by picking up this hero, in a way, you kind of ban out the Lu Yi, and even if the Lu Yi gets picked up, he has ways to fight against it.
Yeah, definitely can be a threat. There goes that Joy we were talking about, though. They need a little bit more to kind of slow it down in its tracks. Yes, we have the glue, but other than that, the Joy has just been such a strong pick, and just some excellent reading from SRG so far. We got to see the mid laner matchup, though. If they do try and go in for this E for RRQ, there's a lot of challenges, a lot of threats that could be a problem. First of all, the Joy get into the back line. The AOG coming in from this Gatot as well could be a major threat.
I like the Jaw headband because you want Skies to have as free of a game as possible, because we've seen junglers, amazing junglers, just get stopped by one crowd control, and then that's it. That's GG. So maybe we're going to look at a Tigreal ban as well, perhaps?
No, Tigreal ban's definitely possible. Tigreal ban, I mean, Tig could really kind of work comfortably for either
SRG
side.
could pick it up.
SRG could pick it up. The Jawhead band is clutch. It's been like the one answer to the Joy. And it just adds that early game. At this point, if RQ wants to invest in like strong early game, because I think that's the real matchup between the Suyo and the Joy. If for Suyo to win, you need to get 2 or 3 kills early on, right? And just completely smother the Joy as much as possible. But SRG bans out the Tig anyways.
Do we see SRG pulling out the Vexana here? Especially with the glue being on the other side. It could be a very wise decision.
I wouldn't be surprised if we pick up a Faramis as well, just to answer the glue. It honestly really depends. Isn't that right, Mirko?
Who said there are no shortcuts?
Yeah. What? No, I don't think that pick is good. You think so? I mean, okay.
Mirko said they should pick Mia. That's what he said, yeah.
I disagree. I disagree. Especially when you already have the Bruno.
No, mid lane Mia.
Oh, no, fam. I'm still waiting for Stormy to use this Joy in the mid lane. Right now, Slangorite Giants.
You think they're going to pull mid lane Joy?
If anyone can do it, Stormy can. If Stormy
Better
can,
than Sunset?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Stormy's my boy. You don't debate me on this. Stormy's my boy. He can use anything mid, and it will look incredible.
Fair.
All right. Thank you.
I forgot who I was on the desk with.
Well, that also begs the question, is this
instead.
Gatot going to be Roam or XP as well? I mean, technically the Hylos is still up for grabs as well, and we've seen SRG like to go for this double dive composition when it comes to Cram, when it comes to Yumes, to be able to disrupt teams and get to their back line. So we'll have to see which way that goes. Artillery being locked in, though. Farza now on the board for SRG.
You know, we've seen RQ sometimes pick up things like the Ruby could be a possibility. I'm trying to think of a nice tank for them. I mean, maybe even like a Grok or something that just gets to the Farza or something, you know?
Honestly, even just the Hylos, just opening up the pathway makes...
Yeah,
right?
Hylos
Exactly.
is still open. Yeah. That's the safer, easier call.
But the Bellaric!
For the Joy, right?
Oh, yeah, for the Joy, but...
Belly Boy.
Outshines the golden crown.
Oh! This is a throwback!
Odette!
M5 throwback! F-Cap Odette against the Joy.
The Odette is good against the Joy, I gotta say. She got shields.
The throwback.
The Kingdom stands strong with the Odette pick. One last option for SRG. Now, is this going to be a Gatot XP, or will this be a Gatot Roam?
I mean, they could take the Hylos at this point and just have a super bulky front line. But whatever they pick, either way, for those that don't know, Odette has been a clutch pocket pick against the Joy in past M Series and past MPLs. It's been a hero that I didn't think we would see, but still, it's pretty hype, man. And RQ's putting a lot on the line there. SRG, final lock-in. There goes the Edith. Nice pick-off. Nice answer to the Odette. Probably even possibly a cleaner answer than the Hylos could have been. But yeah, I like it.
Looks like the Edith will be going into the Roam, and I gotta say, the first game in this match looks to be very high with this interesting picks. Thank you very much, my panelists. But now, I gotta give it over to the casters for this game.
It's the King of Kings versus the Immortal Giants. Only one of them will make it to Axiata. Mirko and Leo at your service, with you for the action in this best of 5.
Hey man, it's always great to be casting an RRQ match. It's always great to be casting an SRG match. The fact that we get to cast an RRQ SRG elimination match, I'm hyped.
The home court is anywhere when you're playing with these two icons, these two titans of industry. When you're talking MLBB esports, RRQ on their pilgrimage back to where it all began. SRG on that golden road. The journey has started already. The journey begins once more in this best of 5. Game number 1 as we head into the Land of Dawn.
No team has done it, Leo. No team has been able to complete the Golden Road. Just last year, we got Onic ID making it to the grand finals of the M5 World Championship, almost doing it a game away, but still, it was a game too short. Now SRG, they're proven to be really good favorites, contenders here at the M6 World Championship.
Speaking of the M6 World Championship, the M6 pass is available from the 18th of November to the 29th of December. Complete all the active tasks during the event to reach level 75 for free. Get amazing rewards, including Claude's Battle Emote, the M6 Glory Avatar Border, the Baksha's Battle Emote, and a few other bits and pieces. Get them now.
Get them now, man. I mean, what level are you on?
I'm at 69.
You're at 69? That's a nice
I played a lot of games the other night because of how the meta has been evolving. And once more here on the world stage, the meta evolves once more. We're at hero number 76. Hero number 76 out of 126 active in the top lane.
Yeah, it's the Odette pick. I think Trex already mentioned this earlier, but yeah, this has been an answer before. It was AP Bren that brought it up in the previous M series, but I believe it was only in the group stage. So to have the cojones to actually bring it up here in the knockout stage is really, really great. Tyron, though, going in with the slap pass, Jin goes in as a flicker forward to Rins. All the way from the mid lane, using the flicker. Cram no more revitalized. Gonna be taken very low. Cram still going in. Jin claims first blood for the Kingdom.
At some point, Cram just understood that he was gonna go down. It's up to SRG to find plays elsewhere to make the most out of their XP laner's sacrifice. Ikram might have died for Vayne because there's nothing SRG are finding. RQ Hoshin up about 600 gold in position for the first turtle.
At least they got the flickers out from Dyron, from Rins, but yeah, it does seem like, it's gonna be really tough for SRG to contest for this neutral objective. Jin might not even use the Retribution. Yeah, just goes for the Soul Sever, claims it away. Stormy tries to go for the read on Skylar. Will get caught in the Death Sonata, but yeah, not much SRG can go for. No trades available for them.
The Sangraja cooking turtles. Oh, now up by about 500. He's in trouble. Stormy's down.
With a Swan Song. No flicker, no problem. Gets the immobilized. Stormy definitely overstayed his welcome there. Yums walks over the Earth Shattered as the electrifying beasts are going to be caught on the Wrath of the Triad into the slashes of Jin. The AOG comes in, but it's a bit too late.
The Mercenary finds one. 3-0 currently. RQ Hoshi pushing the tempo here for the invade.
He's going to go for that little camp. Jin playing it really slow. Whoa, great cancel on the Feathered Airstrike. Good steal back. Wait, is that still Jin, I believe, yeah? Who got the green camp.
Either way, any bit you can take away from Sekais will delay SRG's comeback. 1,000 and change up right now for the King of Kings. 3 minutes in. In about a minute, the turtle will respawn, folks. Respawn in that upper quarter. The fact that it's a dead lane for both SRG and RRQ means RRQ can just repeat what they did. If anything, they now have the lead, so it should be easier for them, especially since battle spells are up. So if you're looking at an equal game, it's that 2K gold that you're really looking at.
They gotta be careful. Swan Song popped in. Yums slash down. Sutsujin gonna be caught in the bad spot for the airstrike, and the Raptor to try and catches him. Gatan over. Skies is still going in with electrifying piece. One more arrow. Eda falling down. Flicker forward. Last shot. Skies unable to get fade away. Rins takes the kill, and Dyron mounts him.
Oh, he goes in, pulls him away. One more pump, one more pulse. Yums bites it.
That's Dyron. Diren, we call him. In MPL ID on the glue, so oppressive. A very different RQ to what we saw up against Liquid 2 days ago.
Bro is sticky. Committed the flicker to be able to get more out of that engagement. And now they're approaching the 3K lead. 2.7, 2.8 now, 4 minutes in.
They want to push it even further. This is only just with the first turtle. 5 kills. Yums trying to open up right now. Gets caught with slam, pass. That's an onward. Locking him down. Also, the feather airstrike baited out. Eat up with Revitalize. Still walking forward. Sutsujin gets in the stun, or actually doesn't. AOG stolen away. Going onto the midst of it all. Rins with the Swan Song.
He's singing. Sutsujin gets a turtle.
That's a soul sever as well. Dyron and Sutsujin versus 3. The turtle claimed away. Dyron wants to continue the chase, but they'll have to respect it. It becomes a 2 for 2. 2 kills over to the turtle. Skylar winning in this trade, as expected for the Granger-Bruno matchup.
Half man, half beast, all baller. Innocent currently undefeated on this Bruno. So I guess that is SRG's one safe haven. The fact that Gold Lane isn't as bad looking as the rest of the map, SRG have won from much worse positions than this.
They have just been known to make comebacks happen. I don't know what it is with SRG. It's a very different SRG from what we saw in MSC, who were able to control the game from the start. But it's a welcome change, I would say. You know, a different pace. Usually, they find their power spike around 8-10 minutes. That's what RQ have to look out for.
True that. In the past, ladies and gentlemen, Selangor Giants have been more comfortable in the early to mid-late game. Was no problem. But here in M6, here in the World Championship specifically, they've been more of a comeback team. I guess this is just them as champions adjusting to the current metagame, which, by the way, almost 2 weeks into the competition, we're still seeing new picks. How do you feel about this, Odette?
I mean, I love it personally.
Whoa!
And the Sky Piercer to Skylar. That's how I feel about it.
Rins answered the question for you, and they're picking up the pace. The fact that bottom lane has been too quiet, RRQ just solved that issue.
Man, Innocent has really been the backbone. We saw the win rate just earlier for the Bruno, 100%. All the way from the Swiss stage to the knockouts. But it does seem like this is a different game. Skylar, 1,300 gold ahead and confident enough to go for the Sky Piercer. Skies doing a lot of damage here on the Sutsujin. Oh, this might be a solo kill. Skies gets the shutdown on Sutsujin.
That was dirty. The Mercenary did not see that coming. Sutsujin may have overestimated the amount of damage he can put on Sekai's Joy. This does help SRG in the long run, and now suddenly XP lane is looking good for Red.
It's really, really good. They have the prio here. Sutsujin is down, so they can't actually go for the neutral objective. Rins flickers out. Yums actually uses the Primal Wrath. Just a bit of poke here and there for the airstrike coming down. Edok going for the taunt, unable to get towards the far side. Dyron trying to dismantle this formation. Flickers forward. 2 Skies. Forced to use electrifying beats. Dyron walking up.
Slow and steady. RQ Hoshi continuing to control the pace. In comes the Mercenary back from respawn.
Wrath of the Dryad and the Swan Song together. That's the combo to get Skies away. The mount up. Yums mounted on. Rins, can he capitalize? As a flicker out from Yums. Dyron respects it, and both of them go their separate ways.
He disengages. RQ Hoshi happy with the gain so far. 7 minutes in, 3K gold lead. Another conversion up top.
Look at Stormy.
Oh. He's way behind enemy lines. Does anyone know? The Skylar knows. King Skylar, unaware.
Oh, flicker out to safety though. Gets caught by the feather airstrike, but that's it. Wings by wings. Gets caught by the that's a nada. No more to come. Innocent gets the turret because of the diversion from Stormy.
All right, a lot of oats spent to be able to secure that tier 1 down bottom, but it's worth it. I'll tell you now, for SRG, any part of the map that you can reclaim to give space for Innocent should be space that the half-man, half-beast can use to regain that lead. How big is it right now? He's still number 3 gold ranking, so it's not bad.
It's not bad. It's still almost 1,000 down on Granger, though. And against Skylar, I think for SRG, a lot of prio needs to be placed on getting Skylar. They burned out the flicker. Now you have to go for the throat. You gotta get those Sky Piercer stacks away from Skylar. We know how elusive it can be, especially with RQ always just playing for him. If this continues, that range is gonna be deadly, Leo.
Deny the Skylar stacks.
The Skylar Piercer.
It's very greedy for you to build Sky Piercer's second item. Sure, it only costs so much, but if you let him get away with it, then that's on you. We're waiting for Cram to jump him. We're waiting for Yums to find a sneaky engage. And now the pick up the base, Stormy gets taken out.
That's a second stack on that Sky Piercer. Yums will be able to defend in the mid lane, and Sutsujin is just screening skies. Everywhere he goes, Sutsujin goes the same way. Melphic Roar picked up for Mr. Sutsujin. That is his third item with the Hunter Strike and the War Axe. He actually opted to go for cooldown boots, so wanting to get more of that, you know, the CC, the sustained damage out in these team fights.
I'd reckon, counterintuitive to what it looks like, this is a very utility-looking Suyo. He's very fast on the pickup. Tap, hold, he can get in and out, and now, that's another one. Innocent down to a third of his health. The ult by Stormy to push back the rest of RRQ.
Cram, gonna go for the taunt. Yums instantly with the Earth Shatter and the onward. The Wrath of the Triad catches them though. The slashes from Sutsujin. Yums still staying alive. Skies walks up Skylar, shuts him down.
1 for 2. 1 for 2. SRG went in deep. RRQ holding their ground. It looks like it's a beeline. They're going straight for the Lord.
Uh-oh, Skylar might be going for one last shot here. Waiting for the Death Sonata stack to be up. This should be a free Lord to the kingdom. Rex Regum Kaon, game number 1 with all the neutral objectives.
Scalpel Precision by Sang Raja. Now 5,000 gold ahead. In the current metagame, there is a go-in theory. If Renmar's told y'all, then you know, as long as there's 5,000 between you and your opponents and your gold laners in relative good shape, then you should be fine. But Arceus are breaking that threshold. Right now, 10 minutes in, first Lord down. I'm guessing they can go as deep as popping those Holy Shields, Mirko.
I think so too. With the range that they have and the disengage. I don't even want to call it disengage. It's more of an engage to the people who engage. They don't want to disengage. They want to fight whenever someone dives to them. It's a swan song with a bit of tree, a bit of roots there, here and there.
It's lethal provocation. If you decide to fight them, they will fight you back. And now, oh my God, Innocent!
Death Sonata from Skylar finds the kill. That is his 5th stack in this game.
Stack Lima!
Stack Lima, he's fully stacked, Skies. Oh, he's gonna be careful. He has to be very careful. That's another one connecting. That's the second one as well. The chase on forward, last shot, Skies! Able to escape for just a bit.
The Sky Prince running from the king and the mercenary!
Oh, he wants to go for him. Skies with a dash. Sutsujin taking another. Up top, they're still looking for the siege. Skies is actually buying a lot of time. Sutsujin with the chase.
Got him! Oh, he comes through! He dashes through!
He's buying so much time for the Red Giants. He's able to escape, but look at what RQ have been able to do to the rest of the turrets. Like you said, Leo, holy defense pop up top. I don't know how it's looking like down below, but in the mid lane, they still have that wave to control. They still have that holy defense to utilize.
Quick to dead a bull like a matador. The Sky Prince legit skywalking on these two. Got away with theft. That's gotta be a good play. That's a major play for SRG. Say what you will about not having real returns on the map, but he may as well have saved that top lane inhibitor.
That's a good point. I think so. That bought so much time.
Skylar and Sutsujin. That's 2 major damage sources for RQ. Those are legit their cores that he pulled away.
And the thing is, for RQ Hoshi, the siege can only work if they have Skylar. So as long as you bring up Skylar, it's over for the siege, right? SRG can still clear out these waves. They have a Bruno. They have the Farsa. These are the 2 picks that we are always going to think about when we think high ground control, wave clear. They're really good at getting rid of the Lord and the minion waves, but still though, despite the Lord not able to get any of the base turrets, they've done enough with the base turret, right? They've done enough with the Lord. Just getting the tier 2s around the map and leaving them with the base turrets means there's so much tempo on the map.
And popping the Holy Shields. I think that was key as well. But now past the 12-minute mark, that's not important. Half life left on that top lane inhibitor. Pristine mid and bot. There's one more item left in King Skylar's arsenal to build, the RGM, dog.
Rose gold, dog.
Rose gold.
Well, he picks it up just in time, man. Perfect time. A rose gold dog for Mr. Skylar. 501. SRG. What do they have to do at this point, right? Do they try to gamble it, make a desperate play to contest for the Lord, or do they just let RQ take it?
Weirdly enough, SRG have to time through Rins and Edok. If they can force out a random... Oh, wait. It's a Stormy throwing it out first. Hoping for one. Dyron down to half health.
Dyron, though, with a flicker forward, that's a Purify away as well. Dyron's got to be careful here. Split play used. Revitalize already. And they use Dyron as a diversion. Skylar getting Yums down. Primal Wrath used up. Meanwhile, the mid lane. It's going to be the taunt over. Swan Song. Stop Skies. Oh, the stun over from Sutsujin. And the Death Sonata not connecting.
That whole surge definitely making a comeback. Skylar Drop in Innocent, all 3-0, point blank.
Skylar, you madman! The king graces us with his presence, 6-0-1 on the Granger. A phenomenal performance, a risky one at that. Dashing forward on a Granger.
He sold his rose gold dog, turning it into a war axe. He's showing his teeth now. The claws have come out.
That's kind of loco, man. Dashing in forward against a Bruno, against a Farsa. Sky's got to be careful. He's going to be chased down. He already cleared out the Lord, so he's done so much just for defending. But now, I don't know if he can escape. Skies, can you escape?
Here's 3!
Right there, immobilization. Skylar gets the kill, 7-0-1.
Not again, the king says, not again, not in my kingdom. Almost 10,000 gold between these two. The Lord taken care of about a couple of minutes before the next one spawns. I think SRG are still in it, but it's looking very dire.
Oh, Cram looking forward for the airstrike over to the wave. Skylar's gonna try to go for it. Tetanada, 3 of them hitting on the Stormy. The 4th one whiffing in the top lane as a base turret taken down. Cram with the AOG.
Defensively used, counting these resources. 1 ult down, 2 more. The flicker from Yums keeping himself alive. The base still standing.
Yums goes in for the conceal. Edok cancels it away. 2 base turrets taken down. I think RRQ Hoshi are happy with that siege. They seem very, very content.
Permanent damage dealt to the top and mid lanes. SRG now have to control themselves from crossing the threshold of the river. Even their own jungle isn't as safe anymore. Ooh. And look at this Lord position. Look where it spawned. Long lane is the lane that got penetrated by RRQ. So this is definitely a huge problem for SRG.
Holy moly, that's a 3,600 gold lead between the gold laners. Skylar's been farming kills and minions.
Innocent cannot afford to buy a Wind of Nature. So Innocent right now is struggling with economy. Yeah. Despite being number 3 in the gold gains, in the gold rankings, it's not a good look. He's suffering.
Wait.
He's struggling.
Leo, is that a 4,000 goldie? 4,500 goldie between the junglers. We haven't really been talking about Sutsujin that much, but you know, I think the biggest criticism, the biggest point of criticism towards Sutsujin in the match against Vamos and TLID was the fact that his red trees just haven't been on point. He hasn't been able to secure neutral objectives to the team, and now it seems, you know, that problem's gone.
Look at these numbers, folks. All turtles, all lords, taken by the mercenary. If you have coin, he can do the job. And here we go. One more Lord up on the docket for Rasang Raja. Stormy preemptively uses the flicker and the feathered airstrike.
Oh, Ritz is down! Lethal ignition with the burn. Diamond coming out. Sky's in the back line. Skylar trying to cut away. That's Sonata away. And now Sutsujin claims the Lord. Skylar still with the Rose Gold Meteor. It's a win for SRG. They're chasing onto Edok.
And they back off, peeling back, and now Sutsujin in the middle of it.
Innocent goes in. That's an immortality for Sutsujin. The comeback might be real. With a crown by Sutsujin. Can he escape? No, he cannot. Cram takes him out.
3 for none. RRQ Hoshi gamble everything for that Lord. They get it, but at what cost? This Lord is going to be giving negative gains.
That was a phenomenal fight by the Selangor Red Giants. This is what we were talking about, Leo. It came a bit later than we expected. We expected the 8 to 10 minutes to be SRG's green light. But now they are online. They have bought enough time for the Bruno, for the Farsa to be a threat. Skylar needs to be very careful. Clears out the wave, and SRG will have to be happy with just the tier 2 down below.
King of Kings lose about half of their gold lead, down to 5K between these two. Titans, and now Innocent dashing off. Using that Purify, he's safe for now.
Very close. Innocent with the Purify.
Mini heart attack for all the SRG fans all around the world. They cannot afford one more death on Innocent. No, sir. That win in the Lord Pit, amazing. The art of the turn, SRG putting on a clinic, but they got to do more than that. I think one more go at that. Can they get there? One more. About a minute and change from now.
I guess we'll see from the items here. Is that a Holy Crystal that Stormy is building towards, right? And for the Bruno, like you said, man, no Wind of Nature for him. He knows that even if he builds the Wind of Nature, there's going to be so much power from that Sky Piercer to actually execute him. So might as well go for the Rose Gold, go for the Wind Talker, try to evade from the damage instead of tanking it up. Meanwhile, though, for Sutsujin, he's also trying to bank on the true damage. Endless battle here, already bought as well. Trying to get through some of the defenses that SRG have.
His last item could be anything between a Sea Halberd or a Malefic Roar. Some of these engages leave SRG with like a third, a fourth of their health. Sutsujin just wants to end it. Sutsujin just wants to use the Queller and just end things. RRQ maintaining the lead, putting pressure on the bottom lane. This is the only lane they have yet to penetrate. Skylar building the Sea Halberd. All right, they understand that Yums and Cram have been getting away with it.
And we have to think about it this way. For RRQ, their jungler, he used the Winter Crown earlier. I think it should be back on cooldown, right? It should be back up. But the Immortality is a long shot away from being back up. So there's no more full item slots for Sutsujin. That's why I think he's going for the Glass Cannon build.
Yep, full-on damage until those active items come off of cooldown. Stormy here, preemptive Feathered Airstrike, so just clearing the perimeter. About 15 seconds until the Lord spawns upper quarter. This is good for SRG. The fact that long lane is their safe lane, the lane that has a turret left, this should be a go signal for SRG to try and contest.
They need to manage the waves properly, though. Again, even though they have that close lane to them dealt with, it's closer towards the Lord. The bottom lane has actually been slow pushed by RRQ. They've set up very well into the Lord setup. 5,000 gold lead at this point, it really doesn't matter anymore. SRG have already caught up in gold, in scaling. I think they might actually be ahead.
Even with the 8,000, 9,000 gold lead earlier, SRG pulled the turn of a lifetime. Here's the concealed play coming in. Cram crashes through, finds Dyron.
Skies wants to go in. Whoa! Skies gonna be stunned up. Winter Crown into the AOG. Skies with the Immortality buy, and that's gonna be the Winter Crown for Sutsujin as well. He buys it in time, pops it in time. Cram able to disengage, but meanwhile Dyron all alone against Innocent.
Deep. Dyron went deep. He was too far away from his teammates, and that's a free pick-off. 45 seconds till Dyron can get back into the action, and now SRG have the man advantage, 4v5.
40 seconds on the death timers now, 20 minutes in. Long timer, Sutsujin. I don't think you want us to go on that. Edok, the tank, a bit damage here. SRG on the Lord, going on to Sutsujin, he still has the dash, goes in for the blink. 24 seconds on Dyron. SRG need to pull the trigger now.
Watch it, there still is an ult on Odette. An ult on the bell ring. Here comes a flicker.
Rose gold from Skylar. Oh, Skies! Going into the back line to win a crown. No, it's just the Immortality for Skylar, taken down by Skies.
The king has fallen, and now the mercenary in the crosshairs of SRG.
The Red Giants want to continue this chase of Feathered Airstrike to take the mercenary down. And now it is just one. It is Dyron left to defend against the Red Giants.
A delayed wipeout. Dyron versus the Giants. Dyron versus the world.
Chain CC, the glue, cannot tank that damage. SRG against the 10,000 gold lead, against the oppression of the Kings. Come back in game one.
The MSC 2024 champions first on the board, 1-0.
A solid start in the IOI exhibition hall up against the Kings of Kings. You can hear it in the arena, folks. The power of the Malaysian crowd, the power of the Selangor Red Giants army.
Back to the drawing board, RQ have to go. Figure out where it all went wrong. They had an amazing start, an amazing early, mid, even late game. But what caused this comeback? We'll throw it over to our analysts, LaFell, Wheezy, and Trex to break it down.
That was definitely a game. Like, SRG has been talking about finding their identity, and this is their turnaround, man. A lot to talk about, but again, gotta give big shout-outs to my boy. Stormy with the Feather Airstrike, finding Rins at the edge of the Feather Airstrike, hitting two. Rins basically gets taken down by the emblem, and then after that, SRG is like, it's go time. Once the Odette is not there, Sky says freedom.
This is typical fashion for SRG so far. This is a kind of repeat from their last series that we've seen, right? They're playing from behind, and a slight mistake, they're able to turn everything back around. You got to be on your P's, you got to be on your Q's when you're going up against them. Any moment of weakness, and they're going to push through and take that game from you, and that's what we see for game number one is the Kingdom fell for that one. So now they are now leading the way in this series.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely an amazing series. overall, it took a little bit for SRG to get into shape, but there's a couple points I think to make early on in the game. Even when Sekai's was a few levels under Sutsujin, he was able to get the kill, and I think that kind of continues to write the story as SRG gets stronger and stronger with these scaling heroes. Once more and more items start getting locked in, I mean, it was just too much damage from all around the board between Innocent. Even if you get Innocent, you got Stormy who locks in Holy Crystal at the end. You have Sekai's who's completely in there. I mean, by the end of there, it was just too much. And even some of those, I mean, it feels like even at the end of the game, SRG starts to play better. We saw Sekai's almost completely mess up, and Cram comes in with the AOG to save him, and it felt like it was part of the plan.
Yeah, can we talk about that? What is that synergy between Skies and Cram? Because they understood Skylar's a problem, Rinse is a problem. Skies, can you do something about that? And it's like, I can, but I need help though. And Cram came in with that help.
Yeah, just getting the job done. I mean, even Skylar in the beginning, he picked up that Sky Piercer, and it was such a threat, picking up kills left and right. There was a moment where Mirko even said the King was gracing everybody with his presence, but then you got to see SRG. They found a way to get back to him, get to the back line. The audience, let's talk about that for a second. They were going insane.
I mean, how could you not? How could
no
you
matter
not?
what side you're on.
No matter what side you're on, you know? Because, like, RQ, like, it looked 5,000 gold lead, full items on the jungle as well as the gold laner. Look at the damage Skylar dealt, 86,000 damage. Look at Innocent, man, 93,000. Like, he just needed space. And I gotta tell you, Sekai's and Cram really gave that space.
You know, and there's something important to note as well. We heard Mirko and Leo talking about how Skylar was also building a lot of damage. And we saw those emblems a minute ago. And again, Skylar goes for the full damage emblem instead of picking up Tenacity like Innocent did. Like we see a lot of that continues to be the toss-up. And I think in endgame, that's when you get so much, you get a lot of profit out of that, right? Because once you get below that 50%, you're getting a little bit extra defense, and you can last just a little bit longer in those fights. Maybe when Sekai's jumps on you in the end game, you don't immediately go down. And some of those risks, you know, in the end, the risk capitalized over the reward for Skylar.
Speaking of risk, speaking of reward, as we take a look at the gold graph, I mean,
look at that turn.
For a while, it was RRQ's game. They took 3 turtles, 3 lords, and still that one slight mistake and a turnaround from SRG.
Now, I want to pull all your attention at the 1708 mark. If you guys see RRQ there, that's where they got the Lord. And this is the fight where Stormy was able to find Rinse, and then after that, Sekai's was able to go to the back line. Now, we can see how big the shift was, but pay attention as well. Before 1708, there was a bit of a shift as well. The highest was 10K difference. And then Selangor Giant start to slowly get the advantage. And I feel like the biggest thing is access to the backline, because if you look at the core understanding of SRG's draft, it's all about dealing with Skylar, right? As long as you get the main damage dealer, then you're all good. Where you have the Gatakacha as well as the Joy. Edith covers the backline. Farsa can engage as well from afar. Innocent just cleans house. So honestly, I gotta give big props to Cram and Skies. They did their job well.
Yeah, and that helps out Innocent, right? Because for a while, he was behind in the economy compared to Skylar, right? I remember Leo at a point in time, he said he couldn't even afford to get the Wind of Nature. He was so far behind Skylar, but with the help of Sekai's, with the help of Cram, with the help of the entire team, he was able to start slowly getting to those core items, and once that Bruno gets online, it's a very hard machine to stop.
And now we gotta look at our MVP. And I gotta say, people have been criticizing this man's Joy, but today here's the MVP. Sekai's on that Joe, dropping the beat of the Flash.
Dropping the beat of the Flash, and very well done. I mean, just knew his objective, knew his job, and was able to split up the enemy team. And I love what you said, Lavelle. You know, having to take out Skylar, having to take out Rins was Sekai's job, but once he does that, also we saw a few times Dyron gets separated, the rest of the team gets separated, and that was SRG's win con, right? As long as we can get them a little bit apart, then Innocent and rest of team can handle this, and Cram and Sekai's can get to the back line, and SRG wins out when the fights are separated, right? SRG has enough damage spread out among all 5 of their members that they can disband their members a bit, put them across the map, and win as long as RQs on different parts.
And he had a lot of challenges to go up against. First of all, the glue on the table. We saw that stun come in. It was about, what, 1.5 seconds where he just couldn't move at all.
That was the Odette, yeah.
that was
the Odette as well, yeah.
Like,
and then on top of that, there was a moment where RQ Host was trying to take the inhibitor turret, and he runs all the way to the opposing side of the map and forces the team to chase him on that engagement to buy SRG the time it needed for the defense.
Yeah, something to really point out here is, I like what you said, he bought time as well. So what we see here is honestly Skies being the MVP, not because of the KDA. He got the kills, he got the assists, sure. But how he played the macro game as well, pulling away key targets away from Slangor Giants, that's key.
I love this play right here. Now look at those levels, 3 levels ahead. If this doesn't prove that Joy is the better counter to Suyo, I think that just nails the coffin in. And I'm sure at some point we're also going to see what you said, the running away. Whenever Lord's come in, he's completely pulling everyone away. At one point, I think it was second or third Lord, he soloed Lord top lane and stopped it from even getting to base. I mean, overall, Sekai's, maybe his KDA isn't perfect this game, but everything else was.
I mean, he was willing to sacrifice some HP. And Slangor Giants, they have really changed the way that they play the game. Where before this, it's methodical, it's calculated. Now I would say Slangor Giants, they're more chaotic because so far we've seen a lot of wins is by separating the team fight. It's like, hey, you know what? A lot of teams on M6, they're very good at team fighting. How about we make it a 1v1 5 times?
It's becoming an SRG special, right? I mean, every time Cram and Humes finds a way to get to the back line, it's almost 100% guaranteed win for SRG on the turnaround.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's an interesting way that they've been approaching the games. And I think a lot of people have been saying it's more of them getting lucky or they've been throwing the beginning of the game, but I still have in my gut, I still feel like SRG's okay with losing that early game. And we've seen a lot of champions in the past be okay with losing early game. This snapback was maybe a little bit risky, letting it get to 7, 8, or 9K, but a lot of teams are okay with letting that gold lead escape until the first or second Lord, you know? And then first Lord, 8 to 10 minutes, that rubber band happens, and now it's, okay, we're back in control. So SRG's been playing for those mid to late game power spikes, and there's nothing wrong with that. So many amazing teams have played that same exact way.
Speaking of which, do you know SRG, they meet Ferry. Gaming meets luxury. Luxury meets gaming. Ferry's first. M662 watches, a special jewelry collection for Jushin and Mia, and brand new champion rings and medals. Which honestly, the medals look pretty good, by the way. I'm trying to do the Japanese style. M6 Suisu watches. It's on the ad, all right? It's on the ad. I got the watch. I got the ring. I got the bling.
You just need a pendant now, right? Did you make your mythic? Right?
I am mythic. I am mythic.
Okay, so you gotta get your pendant. If you guys hit mythic, they have mythic pendants available as well.
And oh no, is it not here? Did they not give it? Oh well, whatever. Fuel your game with Hello Panda Crunchy Biscuits filled with creamy chocolate or strawberry, the ultimate snack to keep you energized. Level up your day and visit Hello Panda's website for more. Heck, you know what? We need to hit that website up because we need more of that.
I definitely need more.
I think Trex ate the Hello Panda.
No, they haven't showed up yet. I will eat them once they get here. But,
no, you know what? I feel like it's partly our fault. Maybe we took a little bit more than we were supposed to.
You brought the bowl out the other day. Did you bring a bowl again?
Something told me that that I was not gonna have to use it, so I didn't know. Talk about the game? Yes, let's talk about the game. Speaking of Magic Chess Go-Go, the game, a multiplayer strategy game now soft launch in Malaysia and Singapore. Pre-registration is now underway for other APAC regions. And I gotta say, Magic Chess Go-Go, honestly, I've been playing it in just one day. I went from Warrior, now I'm Grandmaster. I know on the BM desk, Adin has been grinding as well. Personally, for me, I love the Northern Vale one. It's like Carrie's passive, and it's incredible. So, shout outs Magic Chess Go-Go. I personally am gonna invest more time onto that.
You know
it's gonna be an esport, trust me.
And there's no need for fast fingers. So strategy and luck are your keys to victory. Team up with your favorite heroes and also strategize with your friends wherever and whenever. Put your strategies to the test and outsmart your opponents and claim the ultimate victory.
That was clean.
I've been outsmarting quite a lot of people.
Have you?
I have a over 94% top 4 rate.
Oh. How many games
bad.
have you played? 3.
19 or 20 or something like that.
Nice.
Which, by the way, can you imagine? I played like 12, 13 games, and it barely hit my battery. That's how optimized the game is.
Wow.
On a single
what phone were you playing on?
On the ROG, on a single charge, I can play like 12, 13 games, and I was like, wait, I still have more. I still don't have to charge. I'm like, oh. It could be the RG, it could be the well-optimized game, but either way, I'm a happy man. Speaking of a happy man, I was happy that SRG won, but that was close. Now, Trex, can we imagine that is SRG when they're losing by 5,000 gold?
Imagine if they're only losing by 2.
Imagine if they win by 5,000
yeah,
gold.
or if they're up by 5,000 gold.
Oh, wait, I have imagined that. That was during the Swiss stage, and then they got comebacked. Right.
So they actually have to be behind.
They have to be behind.
It's all part of the plan.
Because when they're ahead, bad things happen.
You know what else is cool?
What's
Innocence cool? Bruno. Still 100%.
Still 100%.
Now out of 4
true.
games.
Now, we were able to talk to Keskew, the coach coming in from RRQ. Let's see what he thinks about Selangor Red Giants coming into this matchup where the Giants search for identity. This is Keskew's quote. Every team has its challenges, and SRG is still finding their identity. They're struggling with dispatch because they don't have any particular strong heroes, which makes them easier to draft against. However, it all comes down to their preparation, and we're looking forward to playing against the hometown heroes. And weird to say, maybe Chaos is their identity now, which is so different from MSC.
Yeah, RRQ, they gotta find some answers, right? I mean, we are now at the peak. Before we go to Axiata, one more seat and a hurdle they have to jump through. Playing from behind now with SRG in the lead. I know you're excited for Malaysia as well. There's a lot of excitement for both teams out in the crowd behind us. Felt like an earthquake for a moment while the teams were fighting it out and the turnaround happened from SRG.
Yeah, I'm at a point where I think, I like how we keep saying SRG's chaos, but also there's still some, I'm a strong believer that there's some methodicalness to what they're doing, you know?
Controlled chaos.
Like maybe it got a little out of hand there with the gold lead getting to 8 to 9K, but their composition, I think they knew their win con, it wasn't going to be early game, right? They knew laning phase is not where we're going to win this. But as long as we hang on, it is a guaranteed path to victory. And though it is chaotic in the team fights, I think their approach to the game is still very smart and genius.
Let's talk about Coach Keskew here, because let's try to get into the mind of a coach. What do you tell your team? What really went wrong? What do you have to change for essentially what SRG did will not happen again?
Well, I would say don't let the rubber band effect bounce back on you, right? I mean, there's a lot of things that went right for RQ Hoshi. Skylar was on fire. I mean, he picked up that Sky Piercer. He was getting everything done, but it's those key moments where you see Sakai's sneak through and create a window of opportunity by distracting several members.
And now, folks, on your screen is the average gold per minute ranking. Aaron Shiki is #1 with 835 gold per minute, but not far behind. Innocent is actually #2 with 831, and Kelra #3 with 814.
That's insane if you think about it, because Innocent, so many games they're behind
when
these games start, and Innocent is still the #2 average GPM. His team is losing by 5,000 gold, but he's the #2 average GPM.
How?
Put that into your brain for a second. How does that even work?
Does he spawn more minions?
I don't know. Math's hard, man.
Anyways, looking at the average KDA here, Skylar is winning out by 0.8. But looking at the gold per minute, Innocent finds ways just to get the farm, plus 36.4. Average kills, Skylar is a little bit higher, but gotta say, SRG games doesn't really go bloodthirsty kind of style. Not always going for the kills, sometimes looking for those objectives while the fight is going on.
Yeah, I feel like the economy and the gold is not really ever a worry for SRG, right? They just wait for the late game. If all else fails, just stall to the late, find a distraction, and then bounce back. Speaking of bouncing back into the draft we go for game #2 for the Kings. RRQ Hoshi and SRG, who will be able to move forward. Will it be RRQ Hoshi trying to even out the series, or will it be 2-0 from SRG?
Okay, so RQ this time once again takes first pick, which is pretty still out of comfort zone for them usually. It's been their losing side most of the time, but I think the big switch up here is if SRG leaves the Bruno open, they take the Bruno.
Yeah, I think that would be the case.
They definitely take the Bruno this time, and then if SRG, maybe trying to bait SRG to pick up the Suyo so they can get the Joy, but I think first picking Suyo is no longer meta in draft. Like I don't think it loses a lot. The Blue Yo's losing a lot right now.
No, I feel like it's because of the existence of the Joy. That's why people are really considering it. Like again, Suyo is an amazing hero, but if the Joy is open, like if you want to,
if you ban Joy,
then
you're good.
That's good. That is good. Exactly.
It's going to be interesting though, because if RRQ takes the Bruno, that's a gamble SRG is willing to take. I mean, that's why they leave it open. With being on second pick, Coach Arcadia himself said that he had no real worry about it just due to proper planning. So RRQ Hoshi will be taking up that Bruno this time around. Will that make a difference?
That's the proper planning right there. It's like, we're going to pick it. That's the proper planning.
So they should be the Joy, or they might have something else.
I think you third pick jungle, because if you pick Joy, RQ could still go the Fred, right? They can still pick up the Fred to deal with the Joy. So now our SRG's in this place where I don't think we want to show our jungle pick right away.
I don't know. I feel Joy Louis for some reason.
Joy Louis?
I say Joy still because even the last game there was multiple counters to the Joy and he was still able to get the job done. So I feel like that's a gamble. I feel like with SRG they're not really too worried about the hard counters as often and they just want to find a way around it. So I do think maybe the Joy blocks. The Lu Yi would be
got the first.
Very interesting. The Suyo!
Wow. After we talked about how good the Joy against the Suyo is this a bait?
I was saying RQ's trying to bait them into Suyo maybe by picking the Bruno first, but I'm still a little surprised by it. I mean, don't get me wrong. The Suyo can be good as long as you're willing to finish. Like you have to get that lead immediately, which hasn't been SRG's shining zone, you know, and RQ immediately responds, takes the Joy as the counter, gets the glue as well. So right now RQ's looking clean.
Looking at draft here, looks like they're switching sides, where RQ this time they have the Joy and they have the Bruno. What, after this RQ will pick up the Farsa?
The Farsa.
And then Stormy is the one picking up the Odette?
I don't know.
This is definitely a swing that I didn't expect, right? RQ Hoshi now with this Joy definitely can make that lean in their favor. We don't really see anything to really stop it in his tracks so far. I mean, maybe the Bellerin comes out. Maybe the Tig comes out. Definitely some viable options. Maybe even locking in that Granger here could be a wise decision because they need an answer for this Bruno.
We'll find a way.
I think we're going to end up seeing and since he's not going to pick his marksman here, big chance RQ bans out the Granger. Do we think SRG goes for the innocent Moskov pick here towards the end? It could be a possibility depending on what marksmen get banned out. And just to some comfortability, you know?
Yeah. Honestly, it makes sense. Once the Joy comes in, at least you can peel for yourself, right?
Well, they have an answer to the glue, picking up this Vexana, so they're not too worried about that. But yeah, the Moskov can definitely be a wise play. The Beatrix still up for grabs as well. Maybe limiting some of the gold lane potential maybe on the board for RRQ Hoshi to deny Innocent getting comfortable. I mean, we've been seeing Skylar scale better in the early phase, right? He's just been having a little bit of an easier time, whereas that rubber band effect kind of works more for Innocent as the later the game goes, Cram and Yumes are able to find the opportunity. So maybe even giving something to Cram to create that double dive composition that we're used to seeing to capitalize on the mistakes could be what they're looking for the second half of the draft.
I think Cram still gets this Gatot. I think in the end, Gatot goes over to Cram here, which gives them that dive that you want, and it worked very well last game. If RQ doesn't ban it, there's still a chip open, which is kind of, you know, a backhand strategy, something they could fall into. The Lu Yi's still open, and then Marksman, and that's where RQ's at right now. It's like, do we go full into Marksman? I think they definitely probably get rid of the Granger. They take out the chip option, so that's off the map. Maybe they just get rid of any map displacement options and just go into the Lu Yi as well.
I think the Lu Yi would be a good pickup here, right? I mean, definitely could affect this Gatot, the Suyo, and even the Vexana. I wonder if SRG will be able to sniff that one out. We still got to see what the gold lane matchup is going to be as well up against this Bruno. Now, are we seeing the Hylos still up for grabs? Could be something that SRG goes in for, especially on this XP lane matchup or Rome matchup that we're going to be seeing moving forward. Maybe even the Belleric could be coming out here.
Belleric's definitely a possibility. It's definitely a possibility. SRG's going to get first pick here, so I don't think they slot in gold lane right away. I think most likely they go Rome and then into gold lane as their final pick, just to get as maximum possibility counter, know exactly what they're going to be up against. RQ on their last ban. They might leave the Granger. It's definitely a possibility.
If they ban the chip, they banned the Guinevere before. The TIG is open as well. I wouldn't say that it was that big of a problem in the previous match. It looks like they're banning out the Belleric. They're more worried about the Belleric, the matchup against the Joy. Now, SRG, they can pick up the Granger now because here's the thing. If they don't pick up the Granger now, that's a bit sus. that makes it sound like they have a different answer for this Bruno. Perhaps they figured out, because here's the thing. SRG, now they pick out the Moscow, because here's the thing. SRG is the one that said Granger is the counter towards Bruno. Yeah. But our problem is we can't close games with it. So...
You know what you can't close games with? Innocence Moscow.
Oh, yeah. That's the maniac there. That's the half-man, half-beast.
Now the last question is the final pickup for SRG with the Gatot. Do they go something like the Hylos to lock this in? For the side of RRQ, though, I mean, with the Granger, or with the Bruno and the Moskov matchups, definitely going to be interesting. You're going to have to watch out for the split push. That Spear of Destruction puts a lot of mobility into the hands of SRG, but they have some answers to get to that backline, right? You still have this Joy, and there isn't the Belleric to really stop it in its tracks. Kadita, though.
Kadita? Okay, the Khalid makes sense. I think the Khalid is a good pick against SRG, but the Kadita, though.
RQ picked this once before in Wildcard. I mean, in Swiss Stage. I can't remember whether it won or lost, but it has been picked up one time by RQ. It might have been picked up by other teams, but I know RQ has. This has been a fallback. It is not Rome Kadita. It is mid Kadita.
Unless they want to pull a Warlord and mid Khalid.
Mid Khalid and Rome Kadita. I mean, it's possible, right?
I mean,
either one.
Hey,
either one doesn't belong there.
As long as Khalid is somewhere around mid, the damage is going to be good enough to stop the movements from Selangor Red Giant. So honestly, I'm liking the draft coming in from RQ.
It's funny because Renz is just digging deep in his bag right now with these picks, right? You see the Odette, and now you get to see a potential Kadita in the mix, and there goes the Guinevere to wrap things up for SRG. How are we feeling about it?
First of all, it is Kadita mid. So let's not get too excited.
Yeah, it's Kadita.
It's Kadita mid.
Who's the Gwen going to catch, though? That's a lot of hard targets to find.
Hey, with the right mindset, you can catch all of them. Thank you very much to our panelists. And Marco, Leo, you guys ready for this one?
We're more than ready. We're looking forward to that Kadita coming through. 60% of the time, it works every time.
50% win rate is the win rate we have right now. 2 times it was picked up already in the Swiss stage, I believe. Yeah, no knockout stage appearance, so this is the debut of Mrs. Kadita on the world stage knockouts.
That is the Indonesian Siren conquering the seas against SRG, who came back in game 1 and now are once again deploying Hume's Guinevere, which came at the bane of NIP Flash last night. Here we go. Game number 2, into the battlefield we go. And I gotta tell you now, when RRQ are up against the ropes like this, when they lose a game like that, something tells me it's a download situation. You remember TLID?
Yeah. I remember Twisted Minds as well in the Swiss stage. So, yeah, RQ definitely have a pattern. Every single time they're down one game, it seems like, they take in all the mistakes they made in game 1. But I would say the same thing about SRG. Even when they win, they learn so much from their opponents. And I think they have also downloaded a lot from RQ, especially in the early game. Petrify, Breath of the Ocean, Rinse trying to go for the kill. One more. Almost kill pressure. Oh, the fadeaway. Just one splash of water. Yums took the orange buff. Oh, that is unfortunate.
Unfortunate, but just the same, you have blamed Yums. He did his best, he tried.
It's either survive, orange buff, or die, no orange buff.
It's bad for SRG.
It's bad.
Either way, which puts RQ Hoshi now up by about 500 gold. Turtle spawning in the lower quarter of the map, so that is where these two teams are looking to post up about 30 seconds from now.
That's a Master Assassin. Oh, Spatial Migration over to Dyron. It's a Crab. That's a stun too. Severed Soul on the Curse Blast. Now Electrify
God.
from Sutsujin. Oh, what is that damage? Just the breath of the ocean from Rins.
Let him go. Real quick, a look at the emblems there explains why Yums got away with it. But just the same, that Concussive Blast is also what took away the orange from Sikais. Now top lane 1v1, Innocent versus Skylar.
Whoa, Skylar wants to go in. Actually ends up evening the trade out. Spatial Migration cancelled by the Petrify.
Yums taken out here by the Mercenary. He wants one more.
Electrifying beats the dance of Sutsujin as he claims that kill, and it sets up perfectly for the first turtle.
Clean for the King of Kings. This will propel them forward up by about 1,000 and change now. 2 minutes in. Sutsujin clean with a take, and maybe the small camp, why not?
Just invading. Didn't need to use the retribution, so you can actually just go in, get a very, very safe invade, a bit more of a lead. And now it's just deja vu, right? I think for the most part, both SRG and RQ find themselves in this situation in most of their games. RQ are always leading at the start, but then lose out control. SRG are always down in the early game, but somehow manage to gain control in the mid game.
A very templated approach by RQ Hoshi. Patterns upon patterns you see. And I'm pretty sure Kezcute has drilled it into their minds. He brought out the blueprint, laid it out and said, this is what you did last game, do it better. And what better a start could you ask for? A turtle, a compromised orange, 3 kills on the Mercenary, and now look at this Edok pushing back to Yums and Sikais.
Do it better doesn't even cut it anymore, you know? That was an M5 thing. You gotta do it greater in M6.
Than ever.
Than ever.
Game never over. I mean, that is just one game that they dropped the ball on. And again, the only real L is when you don't learn. And so far, I think the fact that they're pushing the tempo, speeding it up, putting Rins on a hero that can pick off easy targets, Innocent, Stormy. I'll tell you now, even Sikai's come to mid-game, he's gonna hurt.
Definitely. Does seem like right now, I mean, I'm paying attention into this gold lane matchup. It does seem like in this game, Edok is paying more attention to Skylar than he did in the previous one, right? Despite the fact that Granger was winning the matchup. I think now they're thinking, okay, we got a Bruno up against a Moskov. Even if we get to mid-game, late game together, if they scale up properly, Bruno should still have the edge.
That's right. So by sending Edok over there, they protect the early game, they secure the mid-game, and then the inevitable late game. Yep. Bruno is, I want to say infinitely scaling, but when you put it...
Basically.
It's almost there, especially if your opponent has to start juggling Winter Crowns, Wind of Natures, and maybe Innocent doesn't even walk away with, oh, Yums jumping in, thump through, forcing Rins to skip him as well. Turtle here, now began the dance, there's a knock-up.
Dyron with time, pass, good revitalize. Stormy will be taken down by Edok. Rins caught in the bad spot, Cram trying to go for the chase, but it will just be a pick onto Stormy and then neutral objective for RRQ Hoshi.
It's a man down for the Giants as RRQ Hoshi go ahead to barrel away at the Turtle. 2,000 gold ahead. Turtle soup on the menu here for the King of Kings.
There you go. Another neutral objective without the retribution for Sutsujin. A clean and simple take through a fight. It's always about catching your opponents before the fight. And SRG, I think they're now finally understanding the pattern. Skylar, though, wants to continue to push up top against Innocent. He has to be careful. He has to purify. No, doesn't even need it. Dashes away from the spatial migration.
Slide tackle, so useful as a tool. Engaging, disengaging.
Okay.
Stormy spots one, Rins.
No.
Oh no, he gets caught.
Raging Sandstorm, Rins pops in a rough wave just in time. Cram looking for it, goes in for the Tom, but it's only onto the back. SOD connecting as well. That's Innocent with the Spear of Misery. Rins still able to survive.
Cram here, down to a fifth of his health. In comes the EG. Stormy disengages.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Sutsujin is having a little bit of a dance with Innocent and Skies. Innocent sent down below, and they will have to concede this turret, a structure, over to RRQ Hoshi in the 5th minute of the game. Skylar has just been so oppressive on this Bruno.
Basically, that's what this 3,000 gold lead buys for RRQ Hoshi. The fact that they can send one, oh, Stormy pushed back by Spear Misery. See, this is the situation I'm talking about. The fact that you're so far ahead, Rins, popping, Innocent, full combo.
Rough waves from Rins. No Purify. They baited it out earlier. Sutsujin trying to bait out that spatial migration again. Great read on the spatial migration. And now Dyron's coming by.
Oh no.
Yes, Violet Requiem. But the Breath of the Ocean connects. Now the slam and the pass. Won't be able to connect Yums. Can he get out of the situation? Yes, he can. Cold Yums. Staying composed.
Hey, if Rins had that combo, my Malaysian goat would have been cooked.
Is Yums your Malaysian goat?
Yes, he is.
I see.
Who else would be?
I don't know. Skies? Nah, I think Yums has been there longer.
Right.
I agree.
The Sky Prince, though, we got to talk about his performance. 0-2 right now, 6 minutes in to game number 2. I think all the critics, all the pundits, all the analysts online are saying this is not the same Sekai's, but wait, they're looking to get one here. Oh no, the knock-up!
The Valor Requiem 2 and the AOG connects. Rins goes into the rough waves. It'll be a trade. Edok taken down. Now Cram's gonna be next on the chopping block. Ooh, a lot of turnaround damage. SRG are looking to capitalize.
The King needs to go. Dyron puts himself in the middle of the Monarch, and the rest of them down goes Innocent. The Mercenary takes him down off cam.
It becomes a 2 for 2. Skies gets the double. They're on the neutral objective. Skylar wants some smoke. Goes over to Cram. Slide tackle forward. Oh! Almost a goal.
More.
Almost.
Can they get it?
So it's Jin baiting it out. Now walking forward. An assassination from the Mercenary.
He had his mark and he found it. The Mage Prodigy could not go anywhere. He committed everything. And now Cram staying alive.
Barely. Just barely staying alive there. Uh-oh, Skies. He didn't use a Retribution. He should still be able to contest this, but I don't know if he should. Edok's walking up, and Sutsujin will be the one to claim the purple buff. What's the term?
Grand Theft Purple, baby. He is guilty. 3,000 gold ahead. It's the same story as game number 1. SRG, if you ask me, I think this lineup right here, it might actually be built better to come back.
Yeah.
I actually like it. The chances of this lineup coming back compared to game 1 is better. But watching this game, 8 minutes in, RRQ Hoshi are going faster. So will they even find that window?
I think it's a great point you brought out. SRG, they have a better comeback composition. But I could say the same thing about RRQ. They have fixed on the errors that they had in game 1. They have a better snowball composition.
Yep.
If they get the lead that they got in game 1,
which they're working to,
very, very close to getting, I would say, in this moment of the game, right? 8 minutes, we saw a very similar amount of gold lead. Petrify, oh, rough waves again, Innocent didn't even get the Purify out.
And now Yums pushed back. No dice for SRG.
Yikes.
That's what we're talking about. The Rins played the Odette prior, and now that it's the Kadira, who by the way just picked up the concealed boots, AOG coming through, Rins might get punished!
And he will, ready, set, time! Edok! Finding Stormy in the backslashing him, and Skylar will just go with the balls, with the Haas Claws as well. Now Cram mounted up.
And now,
Innocent,
Spear of Destruction coming through, down goes the King!
Innocent in the midst of it all, Diamond going for slam, Innocent with a blink again, Diamond not able to get the mobility, so Jin walking up, Skies with a stun, only onto Dyron. Electrifying beats as Innocent gets mounted up, both going for the wrong or different targets. Skies in the bottom lane, juking away from Sutsujin.
Run, Sky Prince, run! One more! The shutdown by the Mercenary!
Oh, Dyron's got to be careful, though. He chased a bit far. Spatial migration from Yums, and Dyron just Inibanchanas is it up.
Oh, my lord. The Lord spawns here, upper quarter. About 9 minutes and a half into game number 2. The fact that RRQ Hoshi are now finishing what they start and they find their marks. Another one for Rins! Stormy goes, let me finish my sentence.
Kila Rins! It's very deja vu to the previous Kadita gods.
He follows a lineage of amazing Indonesian talents, and now on behalf of the King of Kings, he's looking to right the wrongs of game number 1. Even the orange here, Sekai's is struggling to secure.
The orange buff taken away, Sky's not able or didn't need to go for the retribution. And RRQ against Skylar, what is he looking at? He's looking at 3 items, almost 4, actually just 2 components too. So he's building enough to be a beast. That's a concentrated energy for Sutsujin. So wants a bit more sustain in these skirmishes. Knows SRG can actually still threaten him in a lot of these dives.
RRQ Hoshi knows that they're sharing the core role. There's 3 main damage dealers on their lineup, and that should lead to more than just an inhibitor shield pop in here. Oh no, Cram's in trouble.
AOG defensively in the back. Rins again jumps into the rough waves and a petrifier, but it only connects on the Yomes. Now the SOD to the back. Do they take it? That's a spatial migration. And Innocent's there. Edok walking up.
And they push back. The rest is super. Team and SRG pushing back on RRQ as well. No one goes except Iron.
It's just Innocent, man. He's always on point. It doesn't matter that you've shut him down 3 times, Leo. 2 and 3, now he's building back.
Current net lead for his team at least. Number 3 overall. That's 7.8K on Innocent. Currently has the Trinity, but just the Trinity. Halfway through a rose gold dog. So that should help him against Susujin, should help him against Rins. But the truth be told, that's just an extra layer of protection, because once Innocent finds a window, you've seen it happen at least once or twice in this 12-minute game, he will SOD into the thick of it.
Okay. Cram? Yeah, RRQ actually don't want to go in on that. I'm going to take a look at the items. Actually, Blade Armor and the Thunderbolt, those are the only 2 items that Edok has right now. He's building towards what I assume to be an Athena Shield up against this burst of SRG. But yeah, these targets are still very squishy, right? Because I think Edok has more ways to deal with the Moskov, but now we definitely know why Dairon's been taken down 3 times.
Yep.
It's because he just doesn't have enough physical defense yet.
He's on his way to a Blade Armor, so that should spell disaster for Innocent. Even Sekai has to watch out for it once he, flicker splits, which he, by the way, has right now. I think they're all just posting up for this Lord spawning in the lower quarter. That's still about 5,000, 6,000 gold. Edok spots Cram, push him out of bush. I wonder if he knows. Not gonna fall for it. That bush set up by SRG.
Could have been a Kumar moment right there, Mr. Leo.
Could have joined that long list of Kumars building
Started
year
off
after
with
year.
the M5 World Championship Grand Finals.
Yeah. What is that currently? Like 6 or 7 dudes on that list.
I lost count, if I'm being honest with you, but Lord will be spawning back in the game. This is the second Lord of the game, an enhanced Lord, 13 minutes in. And I don't know, do SRG want to contest? I think they have enough tools to actually deal with this Lord still, but do you want to play that gamble?
I mean, we've seen them come back from much worse, right? Game number 1 was a 9,000 gold lead. Here at just 5,000, and again, a more comebackable lineup. It should be fine. Look at this from afar. Stormy gets caught by Rins, the full combo. And now Dairon putting Yums here into the grasp.
Oh, good flicker from Yums to cancel the slam, or the pass, bring back. And it will just be the Lord for RRQ Hoshi. Man, Rins has been on point.
That last update on Kadira, the force swing, the backswing reduction time, making that combo all the more elusive. Cutting sentences, starting fights from out of nowhere. Stormy couldn't even flicker away. Look at that, 5 kills so far. 4 of those were off of Rins.
Yeah, and okay. I thought Stormy got tough boots for the tenacity, but it doesn't seem like that's the case. Enhanced Lord of the mid lane will be able to break the base turret. Raging Sandstorm from Edok.
In the thick of it, now he fights one. Sekai's has fallen. Selangor looking for the clapback.
Innocent walking up, Sutsujin with the damage. Over now, spatial migration from Yums. Unable to connect. Skyler, one last crit is all he needs. Innocent gets back to the base in time.
The conceal, allowing for faster movements, allowing for a re-engage, and now Sutsujin blasting them all. Yums the last one left. Immortality out, and that's a wipeout.
Rins! Gila Rins! An equalizer from the Kings of Kings.
Satu the score. We have a ball game.
RRQ Hoshi with the equalization in game number 2. And just like that, I mean, we kind of knew it was, we all predicted it was going to go all games.
Kadita banget. How did SRG not see this coming? We've seen it a couple of times in the Swiss, but now in the knockouts, what a breakout performance by Rins.
I think we gotta throw it to the panel for this.
I hope they talk about the Kadita plenty. LaFell, Wheezy Trex, your turn.
Dude, that Kadita worked out. You guys ready for a long day? Because looks like we are, because this is a series. Satu-sama. Yeah, he knows what I'm talking about.
1-1, baby.
1-1.
1-1, baby. Satu-sama.
Hey, nice. But yeah, that Kadita though, we're gonna look at the items because, yeah, Stormy didn't build the tough boots did he? Because there was no reaction against that Kadita.
it was a problem. I mean, the setups were insane, and definitely a good victory for RRQ Hoshi. Man, the pocket picks. The Odette was an issue, even though they weren't able to pull off the victory, and now the Kadita was able to right the wrong from game number 1. What a series.
So yeah, looking at boots, it's demon boots so that Stormy can sustain in terms of the mana. But yeah, having no tough boots means you don't have the resilience, means that crowd control is 100% of the time is not canceled out. So that's part of the reason. The only one that really has tough boots is just Cram. Everyone else doesn't. So whoever gets caught by Rins is going to get deleted.
Yeah, and it would have been very helpful for Innocent as well for any moment, because I mean, just that little bit of time that you get from the crowd delay or crowd control gets shortened helps so much from that, and I think it's a good point that you brought up. And you think that, I mean, I get it, early game Stormy just having the demon boots, but then about halfway in, at some point, maybe swap them out, maybe change it up. Once the crowd control is getting too much, because it's not even just Kadita, it's Edok as well, landing those big raging sandstorms. It's Dyren. It is the whole package of crowd control that RRQ brought.
And Sujin on this Joy, which has been such a major threat, spearheading the way with the KDA. Able to get to the back line when necessary. You see not too many junglers, even on the 1v1, can go toe-to-toe with the Joy, as we are looking at some of those emblems pop up as well. Temple Rain on the Joy, able to get multiple of those skills on a faster cooldown rate to be even more effective, and just a total domination for game number 2.
Yeah, and if you look at the timer, it's only 14 minutes, 40 seconds. So maybe this is the strat. Go up against SRG. Don't take too long.
Yeah, I think that's where they messed up in game number 1. There was a point where I think they had a clear route to victory, but they played the safe route. They were like, let's play smart, right? Let's play very disciplined. When I don't think the meta complements discipline right now for early snowball teams, right? We do see Rins pick up the pull yourself together to make sure that Petrify is just coming back quicker and quicker and quicker, and be able to pop it more often. Taking a look at the gold, though, I mean, everybody played their part on the side of RRQ.
Yeah, and again, SRG not really having a chance for that, because if we look at it, it's actually the turnaround, where in game number 1, Stormy was able to find Rins, and in game number 2, Rins found Stormy quite a few times, especially during that Lord fight, making it so that he doesn't really bring that big of an impact in the game, and we know that Joy is strong against the Suyo, and in this game, Susujin definitely shows, like, that's what happened when the Joy is under-leveled. Look what happens when Joy is over-leveled. There's not much that Sakai's can do.
Yeah, and then Rins, I mean, there were several times when he was picking off Innocent, just caught out of position, right? It was like 3 deaths in a row, super early in the game. But the interesting thing, for a while on the Moskov, Innocent was still doing more damage despite being behind. But then the later the game goes, you start to see Skylar pop off.
Yeah, so at this point, SRG, I mean, it's definitely tough. We do have any guesses on MVP? Who do we think deserves it?
Oh, dude, honestly,
Rins.
If game number 1, the MVP went over to Skies with that Joy, I kind of feel like in this game number 2, Sutsujin might get it, because it's time to drop the beat of the flash with Sutsujin showing off that Joy as well. And we see the 2 heroes being swapped around, both the Joy as well as the Bruno, looking very strong in this matchup.
Yeah, super strong pickup. Not too many answers for it, and we're starting to see it prioed heavily in the first phase of the draft from majority of the teams as we scale up higher toward getting closer to Axiata, and it's kind of raising the question, is it worth even allowing this to walk, or is it almost worth adding it to the ban table?
Oh, it's very worth letting it walk. I think SRG, the big mess up was picking up the Suyo directly after, or first picking Suyo, because we've seen the Fred able to beat the Joy.
Agreed.
There's a very clear rock, paper, scissors happening between those 3 heroes right now, and I think that SRG just made the kind of they made the same mistake that RQ did in game 1.
I agree.
You prioed Suyo before Joy was picked.
Yeah. Especially because they had a chance to pick up the Joy first, which has been a trend since yesterday. But today, something switched up. They wanted to pick the CEO, but again, it is a best of 5. Part of the best of 5 is understanding your opponents. Where do their strength lies? Now they see the Joy, they see the Bruno, and they see the Kadita. We'll see how they adjust. But now we got to look at the highlights from Susujin. And from the very first part of the game, it's like, okay, they got Dyren. That's good. But then Susujin just came in, and then look at the damage, man.
Yeah, that was just disgusting. Just talk about running into a brick wall, and the Joy with the beat of the flash alongside it. Just a nasty combination. There's a double kill right there. Sujin on this Joy. This was a great play as well, man. The full dive into the turret for the pickoff as well, and this just really wasn't a moment at any point in this game where I feel like SRG had the opportunity or the advantage over Sutsuji on this Joy pickup.
You know, and if Sekaz was Joy in that last play, he would have got away.
Yeah, he would. He would. he might have gotten the kill. Right? If they switch heroes, he might have gotten a kill. But yeah, I kind of feel like in this matchup, we should see more diversity when it comes to gold as well as the jungle as they start learning each other's patterns. Because Rinz has already showed up in mid. It's like, yeah, I can use whatever. I got a Kadita. I got an Odette. What else? Eudora? Who knows?
Yeah, just another great game. What was interesting in that one, too, is like typically when the Joy comes up, you see counters, like hard counters, like you mentioned, the rock, paper, scissors, right? The Fredrin comes out, a Bellerit comes out, maybe even a Glue can come out to stop it. But in that game, it just didn't seem like SRG pulled anything to really stop the Joy.
It's a learning process. We got to see how SRG really comes up. But right now, for you guys at home, from the 18th of November all the way to the 29th of December, participate in the M6 Lucky Gift. Join the draw for a chance to win Claw's new Epic Skin, Challenges Flare, as well as Beatrix's new M4 Painted Skin. This is the time. It's only up until 29th of December. Don't miss this rare opportunity to get the Beatrix M4 skin. If you guys missed it the very first time, I already got the Claude one. Still haven't gotten the Beatrix one. Though the Claude one is that I use my my coins for it.
Your coins for it. What's your favorite? Claude? Is that one your favorite?
I mean, based on rarity, you really want the M4 Prime Beatrix skin, which I do not have, actually.
I don't have it either.
I don't have it.
You have it?
I liked the Yuzong.
I have the Yuzong, and I'm about to have the Claude Prime skin. I did not get the Beatrix one. But now, shifting back into this conversation, because I agree with Trex. There's a rock, paper, scissors, and perhaps whoever shows their jungler first is going to have a little bit of a rough time. Unless, of course, if you ban the Joy, so the Suyo is a bit free there, yeah.
Yeah, and we saw that exact thing happen between FNOP and Falcon.
Yep.
In their drafting, it was a big toss-up between those jungler picks. So we'll see SRG if they also have the choice now to pick first pick or second pick. I keep forgetting that I can't say blue or red side.
You can. It's just like I just have to figure out which one is which.
So yeah, SRG has to pick between first or second here. And then it's all going to come down to that Joy. But, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, there are still answers, and I think that's what these teams are looking for. That's what SRG is looking for. They're saying, okay, fine, you might counter, like, jungle for jungle, you might counter, but we're going to counter your Joy with this, this, and this.
Yep.
But it's a big risk right now with how much of a carry certain junglers can be. And you add that up with the Bruno on top of it, it was a lot of merchandise over to RQ.
And then another element is SRG's going to have to deal with Rinz, right? The unpredictability of the mid lanes that he's been picking up so far. He pulls out the Odette, he pulls out the Kadita. And even though they didn't take game number one, he performed, right? They need to find a way to get him uncomfortable so that he doesn't find these opportunities, these setups that have been massive for RQ Hoshi.
Yeah, and as we're talking about the game, I'm actually looking back, and I see Eterna as well as Poji there on the RRQ side. So looks like something's going to happen down courtside. So let's see, Eterna and Poji, are you guys there?
Ladies and gentlemen, are you not entertained? 1-1 right now. It's Eterna here, and we smell blood. And it's not only on stage, because things are getting even heated and even more intense in the audience as well. Right now, I'm with both side community leaders. From RRQ, we have Minda. Hi, Minda.
Hello.
And we also have Bob from SRG.
Hi guys, saya Bob, community leader untuk Selangor Red Giant. Woo! SRG! RSG, Selangor, yeah. Bob character is like that. Bob character. Oh, sorry guys. Bob.
Dia ceritanya lagi cosplay. He's doing a little bit of a cosplay for the community leader for SRG, is that right? Yeah. Okay. So, Minda, right now it's 1-1. How are you feeling right now? Are you nervous? Do you think RQ can win this?
Yeah, I'm from Malay, Indonesia. I'm here to support RRQ.
All right. What about you, Bob? You think SRG can come back from this?
This is our home ground. This is Malaysia. For sure, we will go to grand final.
Okay. So 1-1 right now, and everybody keeps talking about that this is still a brawl server. So far, for the past 2 games, I'm going to start with you, Minda. Who do you think is better at the brawl server? Do you think RRQ has got it, or do you think SRG's got it?
Kalau saya rasa bukan brawl server lah. Dia orang main bagus. Dia juga main sangat keren. Meskipun di game pertama tadi kena comeback, ya cukup sakit. Cuman dia buktiin kalau di game 2 benar-benar bisa seperti RRQ yang kita kenal lah guys, gitu.
So Minda feels like it's not a brawl server. She thinks that RRQ has been playing really well. Despite losing the first game earlier on, they still are playing consistently and can still play consistent for the next coming games. Okay, what about you, Bob? What do you think, Bob?
Because for me, apa yang saya rasa, because we have already upgraded. Before we are easy server, now we are already at medium server. As been mentioned by Mobazin, so hopefully I just explain best of luck for both teams, but I'm more on Selangor Red Giants side.
What's the other half though?
I'm sorry.
It's peeking out a little bit. You want to cover that? You want to cover that a little bit? Okay. I think maybe you should like. There you go. There you go. Can we have a peek? What's inside? The kingdom wants to know. The other side.
Open it. What? Lepaslah tangan tuh bang. Apalah bang nih?
Okay, quick predictions. Predictions, please. Bob, we'll start with you.
It will be a close match, 3-2, but to Selangor Red Giant.
Okay. What about you?
3-2 tapi untuk RRQ Hoshi.
It looks like both are going to be agreeing that this is going to be a close best-of-5 match. But before we throw it back to the panel to continue game number 3, let's do a little bit of a cheer battle. How are we feeling about that? Cheer battle? All right. Can we start with RQ? You want to go first? Okay. All right, I'll give you the mic.
Semua suaranya ya guys. Oh macam nih. Lihat tengok abang nih lah. Oke, boleh. Tahu chantnya, tahu? Oke. Semuanya. Viva! Viva! RRQ! Yay!
Thank you so much, Minda. That was amazing support coming in from the kingdom here in Malaysia. What is going on with you, Bob? It's peaking. Close it. Okay. Because we're going to go to, SRG now. All right? Let's walk over there. Can you walk slower for me, please? All right. Okay, SRG, are you guys ready? I'm going to give it over to Bob to lead the cheer battle. We heard from RRQ earlier on. So let's hear from SRG.
Ready? SRG! Saya tak tahu, Bob tak datang. Okey, apa cantik dia? SRG! Malaysia! SRG. Thank you very much.
I like it. Very classy, huge support coming in from both of these teams. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to game number 3. Panelists, take it away.
Thank you very much, Eterna and Bob. No, the funny thing is Bob does exist, but that's not
not Bob.
That's not Bob. But you know what? Shout outs to Bob either ways. Interesting coming in from the crowd. Looks like they say they're not Brawl server. They've been playing very well and everything. But I think Brawl server sounds nice though, because it really shows their eagerness to fight.
Ring to it.
Yeah, it has a ring to it.
Man, he looked like he had a split personality out there, right? RQ and SRG, the fans.
Shout outs to the merch as well. If you guys are here at IOI, you guys can get the merch. RQ, SRG. You got both of them. Anyways, we have a quote here. I believe it comes from SRG, but not from the players, coach, or even the management. It's Stormy. Oh, it's Stormy. So 1 win away from the semifinals. He said, personally, being in the lower bracket doesn't scare me or make me nervous. We'll treat RRQ like every other team. Not to underestimate them, but to prepare thoroughly and play our usual game. I've always dreamed of playing on bigger stage, and I hope we can win this match to qualify for the lower bracket semifinals at Axiata Arena. Well, Stormy, Axiata Arena is a pretty big stage. So if you really want to win there, you got to win this one first.
But like you said, you know, it's just another team, man. It's just another Wednesday. It's just another Wednesday. You know, we're just dropping a match at 2 p.m. like it's nothing on a Wednesday, you know, and that's exactly what what Stormy's
It's not really 2 p.m., but you know what? Some parts of the world it is.
Hey, yeah, exactly. I'm a worldly man. So is Stormy.
Worldly man.
He's definitely has a game plan, right? And that's what they're going to stick to for SRG. And I feel like it's what we've been seeing, right? It doesn't matter what team they go against. This plan is still the same, trying to find the opportunities and seizing it. And now, speaking of seizing the day, we got these two Titans fighting it out, and we got to see which way this goes. Is this the last seat for Axiata on the line?
But now we got to talk to Jin here because we're able to chat him, M-chat, in fact. How do you feel being in your first M series? He said, I feel proud of my teammates for making it so far. I'm also grateful to them. They always help me whenever I make a misplay. He rarely makes a misplay, though, I got to say.
Yeah, Suchidin has stepped it up tremendously, I feel like. And what I wanted to see from RQ was more members being the star of the team than Skylar, and that's what we're seeing right now from RQ, at least in the previous game.
Looking at the stats here, everything is for Jin.
Yeah, he's slightly ahead of Sakai so far. Definitely an interesting read, right? A little bit better of the KDA, average GPM as well. And the objectives still lean in his favor, but I guess it's not too far out of the ballpark from what we've seen in the series today, right? I mean, even in the very first game where SRG was able to pull through, it was a rubber band effect. Most of the objectives did go into the hands of RQ Hoshi, but where SRG shines is finding that window of opportunity. Cram and Yumes combination just being overwhelming, and as soon as they find it, they close the game out, and I guess that's why we're seeing the head-to-head be that way.
That was between the Mercenary against the Sky Prince. He got the moniker Sky Prince during MSC because the best jungler, finals MVP. But now Sakai's, it looks like he's having a hard time getting his footing because it's either MVP or not. And Sakai's really needs to be able to feel a little bit more comfortable in the game. And I kind of feel like he can't do it alone at this point. Yumes and Stormy has to give him a lot of space just so that he has more ways to enter the team fight, more ways to really shine as a jungler.
Yeah, I think you bring up a great point there with Yumes, Stormy, and Cram as well. I think the three of them need to be able to create that space for Sakai's and for Innocent, right? To be able to make sure that these two big damage dealers are able to set up for what they need to set up. Innocent, in the last game, we saw him finally lock in the Trinity build, but it was just a little bit too late, and he wasn't able to really pop off. He was trying, but just not enough. But we're going to be jumping into the third draft.
That's right, jumping into the tiebreaker. Both SRG and RQ Hoshi tied 1-1. And now we got to ask the question, what are we going to do about this Joy, right? I mean, if you pick the Joy up, are we going to go for the hard counters? Are we going to go in for these Fredrins, these Bellerics? If that's a gamble that SRG wants to take, they are going to be on the blue side, which is a 2-pick swing for RRQ. We know that Bruno's been very impactful as well, but we've seen some answers such as the Granger. We've seen Skylar do really good on that, picking up the Sky Piercer super early and just being very effective. But so far, it's been the Joy that's been making the difference.
Well, Bruno banned up, so now
everything changes.
I'm wondering. The Joe hasn't been banned, and the Joy seems to be good on Sakai's. What's going to be the first pick here? Heck, the Jushin, but I don't know. Jushin hasn't been that super hot so far.
No, well, the Jushin did get banned. Jushin's out.
Oh, sorry.
You're good. You're good.
Colorblind.
Colorblind. I know. Do you even see the gray pictures?
What pictures?
My bad.
Yeah,
he's picture blind.
So,
Always on the way.
I'm wondering, I was about to say, what if they just Joy pick right up front? But then you still leave an opportunity for the Fred.
Which Susujin can
Joe
use
could
quick.
be solid.
Hey,
Joy
time to
pick
try
right
to
up
beat
front.
him. Yeah, time to try to beat him with Flash.
This is what FNOP did, but FNOP banned out Fred in first phase. So RQ, are they comfortable on the Fred? Are they on the same boat that works out? If they are, either way, I think they definitely lock in Cho here. We've seen them with Bruno gone. Maybe they go for a Wan in here. This has been a popular combo for them on second pick side, Suyo, Wan, Cho.
There goes the Blue Yo and the glue. Now, the glue has been effective, even on the Joy. I mean, we've seen just the stuns that it's able to provide, but there's still some counters on the table. I feel like the Joy first pickup's a good read from SRG, but yeah, it's definitely makes it a little bit easier for RQ Hoshi to form some strategies around it. Now, Gold Prio could be into the hands of SRG now with the Bruno being off the table. Could go in for something like the Granger. We'll have to see how that plays out, but I gotta ask y'all the question, what do you think Rins is gonna do here, right? Because we've seen the Odette pull out. We've seen the Kadita be picked as well, and I mean, could be another Odette game.
Hey, he could go for something familiar and just pick up a Valentina. By the way, Trex, I just got to say, we keep talking about the Frederick. Don't worry. One time.
It might not, but
that's not fine. One time, maybe one time, we'll get it.
Eventually they got to learn.
Eventually,
they got to learn. I mean,
if we go 5 games.
Literally, Joy's won the past 2 games against Suyo, but hey, man.
Jawhead.
Now, Jawhead's the answer.
Yeah.
Jawhead's the answer to the Joy, so very well done, I think, there.
In a way, the Farsa as well.
Yeah.
Unless you throw your wrong teammate, right?
Well, it's not SRG or Vamos that has the Jawhead, so, you know, odds are in favor of RQ here.
Well, there you have it. You're going to see the Farza picked up as well, so some artillery to work on SRG's side. Now, do they answer range with range as we go through the second phase of the draft?
I mean, when they previously they banned out the Eve as well as the far side. The Eve, I think, is still in quite okay band because it's hard. Like, do you want to ban the Odette? Like, is that a route that you want to go? Because it was pretty effective in game number 1, even though RQ did lose.
Yeah, I don't think you have to ban out the Odette. I think the Farza outranges it. I think you're pretty good. You can still play for late. I think banning into Skylar right here is important and pretty big right now, and I like the Wan ban. I'm just, the Jawhead is scary at this point, man, and we saw RQ last time already went out in early game in game 1 against Joy. I don't think RQ will make the mistake again of not closing out around that 12 or 13 minute mark. So we'll see. SRG, I want to see maybe a little bit of early game opportunity here, something to kind of help them push and make it through in that early game.
Yeah, we need to see some setups too, right? I mean, we have a lot of damage so far for the side of SRG, but we've yet to see what they're going to slot in that roam position. There's a strong frontline composition building up for RRQ with this Jawhead and the glue alongside it. So maybe going in for something like the high-lows could be very effective. Definitely give you a little bit of room for mobility, especially on these objective plays. Could be a possibility for the side of SRG. And then we also got to see what marksman will be slotted in. They already took out the Wan. Definitely worried about Skylar. And now they're going to take out the Irida as well.
I like that. I like that because that pressures the Farsa as well. I'm really curious to see what roamer will Yumes be using because going up against the Jawhead, you can get picked off quite early in the game, and then we see what kind of snowball RQ can get for themselves. So I feel like EXP with the Gato being gone, I'm pretty okay with Cram using any kind of hero. I'm just worried about Yumes. What does he have for this one?
It's a tough spot. I think I don't know if I don't know how well the Hylos is gonna do against the Jawhead.
Called the Valentina, by the way.
Late game turnaround. Valentina's very clean. They get the feathered airstrike. They have opportunity. SRG. Did we see them pick up a Kufra?
Yes,
like a day or two
yesterday.
ago?
Not super flashy. It did its job, but nothing too crazy. But
Did it win?
definitely, win.
It just
Against
wasn't as
Happy Flash.
impactful,
Yeah.
but it got the job done. I mean, hey.
I'm thinking about something that, just closes the distance quickly and doesn't have to sit in front of a Jawhead, can actually kind of...
The Cho is not banned.
Cho's not banned. They could just go for the Cho here.
Because the Cho has been banned for quite a few games now. I was like, okay, don't even think about the Cho, but I wonder if Yumes even wants it. He does.
Yeah, you heard that.
Oh, so it's not you.
Okay, we both got one.
Hey, there you go, there you go.
So EXP Cho, Kufra in the roam. Cho against Glue, I mean, at least you keep up in rotations. You can still pressure jungle a little bit. And the way that SRG's been playing the Joy is they'll send Joy down to EXP, and Cram will just be up in mid and top side. They pick up the Claude. How are we feeling about it?
Blazing Red Skylar! We'll see how it turns out, because so far the Claude hasn't been winning that many games, but this is Skylar where we're talking about. So thank you very much, gentlemen, on the panel. Mirko and Leo, I hope you guys are ready to receive the throw, because I might not do it. Nah, I'm gonna do it. It's your turn.
Who's ready to throw? That Jawhead, and of course a few favorites coming in from the way back machine, because we're seeing old Kufra come back, we saw the Claude come back, and what a way to start off game 3 after we went in a 1-1.
It's a Farsa and a Granger, right? They picked that up really early, and though it's amazing, obviously, for zoning, you are quite susceptible to the dive. And RQ, they kind of like doubled down on that. They were like, if we want to dive, all of our heroes should dive.
They didn't just double down, they tripled down, they quadrupled down. Every one of them does well when playing in the paint. Over the battlefield, Claude and Dexter look over as we go into game number 3. The Immortal Giants versus the King of Kings. One of these teams are Axiata bound.
Ooh. Top 4 bound for both these teams. Well, for one of them, Skylar on a signature, you guys know it, Blazing Red from Skillar pick.
It's been a while since we last saw him pop off on the old favorite, so this should be a treat for all those longtime King Skylar fans. As for SRG, they brought out this Kufra, which saw play last night. So that was a treat for all y'all Malaysian goat heads all around. Stormy here, popping the Wings by Wings early on. And because of that diversion, because of that little sequence, it gave the Mercenary free reign over the Little Wanderer.
Sutsujin now able to go for the Gold Crab 2. Okay, secures it with the Soul Sever. It's Festival Blood and the Rupture, so nothing too crazy here. Skylar also quick with it. Warrior Boots and Tenacity. He knows exactly how much of a bully this Granger can be in lane. So decides to respect it with the common emblem too. More HP and mana regen. Well, no mana. It's just HP now.
Just HP. Took it out in the last patch. The young king knows that he's going to be trading blows with the half-man, half-beast. Let's talk about the XP lane matchup. What does this look like to you? Dyron on the glue. Played it 3 games in a row now versus Cram's Cho.
I think it's a non-lane. It's literally just a battle for Cram shoving the wave and rotating. For Dyron, same thing.
Yeah, clear, I'm out of here. Clear, I'm out of here.
Yeah, but if Cram shoves it wrong like this, it could be a free situation and he could be punished just like that. I think he might have to miss out on a bit of minions there, but RQ are very quick with this level 4. They want to get it. Yum's already screening Sutsujin in the purple buff.
And that is Stormy hitting level 4 first. Yum stretching out, going the opposite direction. Edok threatening an ejector. Now Sutsujin just secures his purple, taking a beeline towards the turtle.
Oh, for their airstrike in the mid lane. Is this a solo kill? Stormy taken down. Rins, what has gotten into you?
Momentum off of that game 2 Kadira. Now he's taking names. Heads are rolling. Cram can only watch as RQ Hoshi secure the turtle.
What has gotten into Rins? Sutsujin gets the turtle.
Who is this man?
Who is this man? Rins has been popping up. I don't know if it's momentum, if it's just Rins, is the average Joe Rins. Has this just been him all the time in scrims?
Something awoke in this young man after game 1. And this Kadira in his hands. Be careful and make sure that you see what ult he's taken, because I don't think even Stormy saw that coming.
No, definitely not. Didn't expect him to go and steal the feather airstrike, point blank him. It's a mortar, point blank mortar.
Blasted him like 3 or 4 times. There's nothing the Mage Prodigy could have done.
Let's see now. For RQ, it definitely has to just be the slow game. And for SRG, I don't think they want to fight and look for skirmishes around the map either when there are no neutral objectives. So it's literally just going to be a battle farm. RQ leading by only 200 gold. Cram walks up.
The quadruple dive isn't going to come into play just yet.
Yeah.
What RQ Hoshi have walked away with in the first 2 or 3 minutes of this game is literally just stuff that came to them for free. That means they're just waiting for Skylar. the long-term investment, and now Edok gets caught.
Great Tyrant's Revenge and the range. Stormy gets on the board. Sky stealing the purple buff away, despite the retribution from Sutsujin as well.
That's a big dub for SRG across the map. Now, that's a 3v2. Rin gets a face full of lead.
Purify out. Innocent doesn't have the Death Sonata. Not the last one. There way the Dragon. Over. Now Tyron, caught against 5 members, decides to go in. Split as well. The Brave Smite. Does it save him? No, it does not. Cram just Jiku knows Tyron to his demise, to his death.
There were 5 members of SRG there. There was a thin line between dying and getting the mount onto one of them. But truth be told, there was very little reinforcement from RRQ. So back-to-back-to-back engagements. SRG caught them lacking, and now here we go, another one!
Plays it from Skylar, Ejector, and the Flicker. Yum's gonna be taken down. Meanwhile, Sky diving in deep, getting the electrifying beats over to Skylar to take him out.
That is Skylar for Yums. I'll tell you now, SRG are cooking. SRG looking to take this turtle down to half its health.
4v4, Stormy was traded off. Ooh, that was close. Sutsujin this time doesn't want to be too stingy with the retribution, decides to take it, and that is 2 turtles for the kingdom.
SRG a little more conservative now. They understand that if they overextended here, that little win that they got in those previous engagements would have been nullified. So RRQ Hoshi here holding on to the fact that they have 2 turtles, holding on to the fact that with this lane swap, should be a slightly safer go for Skylar going into the mid-game.
Okay, so it's a trade of Sutsujin with a stun over to Skies. Retribution this time. Not too sure who actually got that. If it's Skies on solid force, no ejector just yet. Skies with the red. Oh, he's gonna get retribution and taken down. Skylar is the one who they give the kill to.
So Dyron for Sekai's big wins. Sutsujin bullying Cram into that river brush. And look at this. Innocent gets free farm up top. The delayed trade down bottom for King Skylar. This puts him now in a comfortable position, about, what is that, 600, 700 gold behind Innocent. So he's catching up.
It's a turret for turret trade on the board. Edok might be caught again. Oh, Cram, I think walked up a bit too early there. Jones is already charging that Tyrant's Revenge in the bush, and it becomes a failed attempt of a pickoff. Edok will be able to get a bit more tempo around these bushes here. Innocent shot the Rhapsody, so they know their positioning. Rins goes in for the airstrike, catching Rins just a bit. Ejector over.
And that is Rins blasted here. No clapback. Yums coming in for the combo.
Revenge and the Rage in the back. Sutsujin able to go for the dive. Yums very low. Mounted on. Tyron gets the kill back. It is a 1-for-1 Yums for Rins.
Mid for Rome. I'll call it a win for SRG. And RRQ fails to find the clapback. It looks like the call for the King of Kings is to just go for the turtle. It's been working out for them so far, right? Even if they're losing on fights, they go for the objectives, they focus on getting farm on Skylar, and now Dyron finds the engage.
Cram getting poked out for the airstrike, comes down, no, Dyron might be caught, pops in the split on solid force, and Skylar blazing duet on the Purify! Skylar, BMI backward, Skies!
Finding the King, pops him, and Cram looking for the kick, gets the Purify out, and Yums!
With a Tyrant's Revenge! Now with Skies wiping him out, Innocent wants to go! And he gets the Maniac!
Half man, half beast, all guts coming through with a late game play at 7 minutes.
That was a wipe out, folks. In the 7th minute of the game, RRQ Hoshi tried to battle with the Red Giants, but they ended up getting stomped to the ground.
John Vincent Banal, also known as Innocent, walks into the kingdom, brings out his guns and says, put them up. I'm taking y'all down.
We're gonna get the replay. We gotta watch that for a second time, man. What happened in the skirmish?
I'll tell you now what happened. Yums looked into the future and said, Innocent, I got you. So they got scrambled up over here. Cram forced out a Purify, and then that was the go signal. The green light for Yums to catch 2 with the Revenge and Rage, and the Innocent to just start blasting people into the back line.
And those were Sky Piercer stacks, buddy. It wasn't just kills. Oh my goodness, Cram almost finding an angle to get Sutsujin, but he blinks just in time. Now, RRQ Hoshi find themselves in a situation that they place SRG in both 1 and 2.
If anything, this is a better look for SRG than anything Game 1 looked for the Kingdom, especially for Innocent, specifically for Innocent. What is this, 8.5 minutes in and already 6 stacks? plus the Malefic Roar built off the back of that Maniac.
Yeah, Skylar's not going to be able to walk up just like that. Rins gets punished too. Yums is healing off of Rins' damage. Yeah, that gold lead is playing a big, big factor here in game number 3. SRG, they can smell match point already. And for RQ, it's the long game that they have to play with a Jawhead. That's not a good long game.
They have to hold out. And when a Jawhead is forced to hold out, when a Jawhead is used as a defensive tool, that's no bueno. RRQ Hoshi have to find pickoffs. I think counterintuitive to what the situation calls for, I'd say RRQ should, you know, do this, try to get one on Cram, maybe on Sekais, but it looks like it's a non-starter. Setsujin isn't even getting his buffs.
Nah, it's not. They can't walk up. Cram actually went for the way to Dragon, though the angle was off. Skies was able to steal away the purple buff, and this is a level lead for the Sky Prince. So for RQ, the big question is the question we've been asking for SRG. Do they want to contest the Lord this time in game number 3, right? They're so far behind, but I think with this kind of composition, they might have to gamble with the Lord contest.
I'll say, just make sure Skylar is in the clear, right? Do the dance if you have to. Put Dyren up in front. Put Edok up in front. He has a flicker, so maybe you can, I don't know, go back to as far as 2021 and TikTok play out of something. Do it to Cram. Cram has been putting himself in harm's way. It's actually Yums who's been hiding in bushes more often. So that's, I think, the reason why these turnarounds are happening. Why that big play from Innocent happens because of the way Yums just caught 2 dudes.
Golden Staff for Skylar. That's the 3-item power spike, but he has been outscaled out of that power spike, I feel, you know? SRG have that snowball building, and that's a BOD that Innocent is almost complete. In 10 minutes, 4th item BOD? Oh, Innocent's gonna hurt.
Before the 12-minute mark, might even be after this Lord spawns immediately, this BOD is gonna be built.
There you go.
There it is. He's just farming, power farming here.
That's a 2,000 gold lead between the gold laners.
Lethal pokes. And look at this, can't even stand in the Y brush.
No.
Dyren is a passive push off camera, but that's all that RQ can get as SRG secures the Lord.
Just one Death Sonata, and you can see how much damage it does to Skylar. If he walks up against a Feathered Airstrike plus Death Sonata Rhapsody, I don't know, man.
And that's what puts King Skylar in such a predicament. He's forced to build the Wind of Nature ASAP,
Rose Gold?
Go this way, Rose Gold. Because at least to him and to RRQ, the real threat is Stormy. The real threat is Sekais. The whole Innocent situation can only really happen if everything is set up for him.
Yep.
So, I'll tell you now, this is a solid go. They're focusing on what's important. They catch Edok.
Wave the Dragon from Cram. Edok caught all alone. Has the flicker, but Skies will just pick this kill up. No flicker necessary from Edok, and Skies just assassinates him. 5.5k gold lead. Cram is looking for more. Doesn't have the flicker anymore, but this should still be a good angle for him to attack. Lord taken. Oh, Death Sonata. Dyren will body block the second shot. Setsujin is down below.
The Mercenary just on his way back. Holy Shield pop. Wave cleared. Dyren looking for a mount. That is the Feathered Airstrike!
That's payback! And more! Innocent gets the Death Sonata. Again, the Sky Piercer on him. Cram with the way to Dragon. Over to Setsujin. This time Skylar with the way to the one again. BMI to the back. Stormy taken down.
And that's more on the docket. Triple right now for SRG. And the trade-off, Sekai's shut down. The assault ends. The siege quelled for now. The kingdom still stands.
3 for 2 in that trade. On top of the 3 for 2 that SRG won, they got the base turret. And that will be the far lane base turret away from the Lord. An enhanced Lord is waiting for SRG and for RRQ Hoshi. The longer the game goes, it's getting more and more desperate.
It's still worth it. I'll tell you now, what RRQ committed to and got away with, they were going to lose that turret either way.
Yep.
So the fact that SRG are reeling from their loss on Cram, rather on Sekais and so on. Wait, Edok gets an ejector.
Purify away the Dragon. Edok gonna be taken down, but the airstrike coming down. Oh, Yums cancels it, and Innocent guns him down. Dyren.
He's not gonna get away from this. Yums committing the rage. Popping Dyren's immortality, serving up the triple to Innocent. Oh no, Sekais is in the base.
Electrifying beats from Skies. RRQ still able to get 2 members to survive, but this is 5 of the Giants.
They can smell it right now in the water. blood for the Giants to scoop up and end right here.
For their airstrike and away the Dragon over to Sutsujin. The mini waves, it's a big cannon minion. It will be cleared out. Edok walks up with the ejector, now gets Yums as well. Skylar with a blazing duet onto Yums. It'll be a kill over, that's 2. And out the better airstrike. Innocent again will gun Rins down.
The punish. RQ Hoshi kicking out SRG from their base. And once more, the siege ends. Not out of the woods just yet, but RQ Hoshi bleed and fight for this chance to defend.
Now it's 2 for 2. Rins and Sutsujin down, Skies and Yums down. Sutsujin will be spawning back a bit faster. RQ, do they utilize this timing to go for the Lord, to go for a fight? That's a feather airstrike to sneak up on Edok. Cram goes up to Jikundo. Might get caught. Unstoppable force and the ejector over to Cram. Now it's Skylar's damage with Melvic gun in the way. The Dragon comes in. Sky Piercer also 1 for 1. Down with the flicker. Innocent gets out. Blazing duet from Skylar over to Stormy. It's not enough range.
Dyron with the split right now. Barely alive. Innocent pushing back. Firepower, the answer to firepower, and that's Skylar building up slowly but surely. This Lord looking as contestable, as 50-50 as it gets for this 15-minute match. So far, so good. Rins here should protect himself. He's been caught 5 times now. Has no ideal ults to steal.
Oy. Stormy
keeping himself scarce. Lord now resets here. Where does this dance go?
Goodness. Look at that poke.
Oh!
Innocent evaporates Tyrant. And now Rins is next. Innocent is going crazy. Another one for Innocent.
3 for free. The half-man, half-beast has gone hunting. And 3 heads roll. The base. 1 more turret protecting it. Ain't gonna wait for the Lord. SRG marching in.
There's no man. There's just beast. Innocent goes in. Skylar with a blazing duet. Shut down by Innocent. That's an unofficial savage for the beast of Malaysia.
IOI erupt as SRG approach match point. One more game for them to make it to Axiata.
You try to catch him. You try to find ways to beat him, but he's too damn innocent.
You can't put down this beast. 19 kills on Innocent. 2-1. RQ Hoshi, their pilgrimage is at trouble.
He broke the most kill record. It was Skylar who had it.
Let's talk the analysts.
With 1906 KDA, I feel like we should skip forward and just say he's probably the MVP. I don't think I need anyone to let me know, because I feel, am I crazy to think that he's the MVP?
Not at all, not at all. You know how you always stay innocent? You never get caught.
Yeah.
In this game, he never got caught, not once. 19-0, that is a brand new record.
Oh yeah.
We had the trivia the other day. 17 kills was the most in a game.
Whew, and it was Skylar.
Well, now he holds. And it's Skylar, so he just took the record from Skylar as most kills in a game.
He got a Maniac and an unofficial Savage to close it out as well. Talk about a flashy play. I mean, there were so many highlights in just that game alone that I thought we may have seen a Kadia play of the day.
Hey, you know what? Without that Bruno, Innocent feels good. It's like, oh, no Bruno in my face? Let me pull out that Granger. But before we talk more about him, because he's the MVP, let's just make that clear. We can talk about it a little bit more later. I kind of feel like Skylar, in the early stages of the game, he used the Blazing Duet maybe a little bit too aggressively, giving a lot of opportunities for SRG to deal out damage onto him specifically, and then eventually getting all those kills.
I think the problem is as well with the Blazing Duet is sometimes it puts this false idea in the rest of your team's head that, okay, it's time to dive. You know, all right, let's keep this fight going. Blazing Duet just showed up, you know, Backup just showed up. And then they stay a little bit too long, and we saw in one of those final few fights after the Blazing Duet, they all try to run away, but SRG just catches up to him. Yums gets the knock up on 2. The rest of the team able to follow up as well, and that was kind of the big moment where SRG just took full control.
And now we're seeing a shift for SRG, right? It was the rubber band effect in the beginning, but now it's more like we're controlling the early game. We're being the aggressors, and we're just going to win overall on these objectives. We're just going to do better.
Yeah, and Rins as well. first blood, it was great against Stormy, grabbing the far side. Oh, but then after that, not really doing all that well. Maybe it's just because you fought against a Valentina quite a lot of times. You roughly know the patterns. Going up against a Nodet, going up against a Kadita is a little bit more unknown. So maybe that's also part of the win for RRQ when they're using a hero that SRG is really not that comfortable with. It's not like super OP or anything like that. It's just that you don't go up against it often.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. Rin's 1-6-1. I just noticed how rough of a game he had, and Dyron as well. And that's not uncalled for with Dyron, right? 1-6-1. Dyron's very willing to kind of put his neck on the line as long as the rest of the team profits off of it. But it just felt like with Rin's down so low, Skylar is their only damage dealer, and the Claude already isn't, you know, the biggest. He's not a big damn dealer, right? He's more of a shredder, and even that we've been questioning throughout M6. It just felt like RQ had nothing to really lean on as that game moved more and more forward.
Yeah, I mean, Rins was really the opener in the beginning matches, right? With the Odette pickup, the Kadita pickup, and now on the Valentina, just a lot of pressure that did not work in his favor, and you can see a major difference in this game. Innocent.
You know, my wife asked, did Innocent did the most amount of damage because he did 100K yesterday. Well, today he did 122. That's big damn.
You know what's another thing about that is we see that type of damage sometimes from gold laners. But the fact that he got 19 kills means just about all of that probably landed.
Yeah,
you know? Like,
yeah.
Just about all of that damage was, I mean, kill damage. And
it's lethal.
Lethal damage, you know? It's definitely,
Skypiercer.
Dude, like, I will see a lot of Granger in my ranked games, and I'm not even mad at it. Granger is a fun as hell hero, man. And I believe that Bruto has been respected with the ban. Joy might also be on the chopping block. Or Fedrin finally gets picked up. But now, let's look at the MVP. We already know who it is. Half man, half beast. You can't catch him because it's Innocent. We see Simon there, but look at Innocent with that Granger. 1905, 122,000 damage. He's too damn innocent.
A brand new record stolen from Skylar's hands there. And at the end, even just, you know what, we're dropping the boots. We're going full damage. We're going to finish this game. Sometimes we have trouble closing out games with Granger. Well, not this time.
Just kill everyone.
Just kill. That's the goal, right? You just kill everybody.
That's all you got to do. Just be aggressive and beat them to the punch. And that's exactly what you see today from Innocent. And that means that SRG has the advantage for the series.
Match point. Just need one more. But we expect full games here. So RQ is probably watching that game. Kesku is probably watching that game. It's like, I see where we should attack. And that's going to be the turnaround for the fourth game. But now we got to look at some of the highlights coming in from Innocent and pick whatever you want, because there's a whole lot of it. Heck, there might be 19 of it.
There might be 19 of them is right. And even in the early game, RQ Hoshi continues to try to kind of close that distance, but Yumsun does such a good job at just having them focus on him so that Innocent's consistently getting these free shots off. And when Yums isn't able to do it, Cram as well is finding those moments. And this is that big fight I was talking about where the Blazing Duet comes in, RQ Hoshi tries to follow up behind it, but then the turnaround from SRG here, and watch for Yums, the double knock-up, and this is when it's cleanup time for Innocent.
Yeah, RQ dropping like dominoes right there in the funnel toward that top side, and Innocent just on fire. And credits over to Sakai's as well on this Joy, right? Even though it didn't have the hot seat in this game, it was very effective. I mean, he was dealing a lot of damage, which kind of led to those stacked up kills from Innocent.
Yeah, and looking at the highlights, again, Innocent, he has good positioning to stay out of danger, but you see his HP pool go down quite a few times. So he's not afraid to take some damage to dish back some of the damage again. And more often than not, that Purify really helped him out, because without that Purify, I'm pretty sure he got caught like a bunch of times, man.
Yeah, just overall
well played.
A great game and a good position for SRG in this series now, having the advantage 2-1 up against RRQ Hoshi. what are they going to do about this, right? I mean, man, who would have thought to take the record away from Skylar with the most kills?
You know, I got to say, too, the Kufra pick also came out pretty clean. It stops sometimes from Dyron being able to engage and escape. It stops sometimes from Suchijin being able to dash through and dash around because of the bouncing ball. It just worked so well. And once again, I mean, it's literally just Innocent collecting kill after kill after kill. And if you have trouble focusing the base, all you got to do is wipe out all 5 members, and it becomes easy.
Dude, like, a few of those clips, absolute cinema, right? Like following the Joy to kill the Valentina and be like, oh wait, the Lord is there. Boom, and then just went for the Lord and got Sutsujin. It's like, dude, he was clean with that. Very clean.
It was just overwhelming, right? There's just so much to deal with. You have the Farza dropping down the feathered airstrike. You have a Joy chasing down your backlines. You have a Cho with the Jika and Do. Not to mention, you have a half-man, half-beast on the Granger.
I would say out of all of Arcadia's and Vicky's draft, that might be the best. Might be the best draft from SRG in the M6 so far.
Yeah, I think it was a very, I mean, even up front picking the Joy is kind of, when we started M6, if someone first picked Joy, we'd all be like, what are they doing? Like, what? This is ludicrous. This is bonkers. But now it's like, oh, this is genius. You're a madman.
You're a madman.
Big brain plays.
But now, after 3 games, we're gonna give some time for the players to adjust because possibly might be the final game. So we're going for a 5-minute break. But after this, we're resuming to see who will take this series away. We'll see you guys in 5 minutes.
ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ Meiji Hello Panda, Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Welcome back, folks, and right now we are at match point. Selangor Giants has a 2-win lead over RQ that has 1 win. This is a best of 5, so 1 more win, and Selangor Giants will get the final ticket to go to Axiata Arena. The question is, can RRQ come back and push us to game number 5?
That's the million-dollar question, and I think everybody is wondering, what is the response back from RQ Hoshi? What is Skylar gonna do and the boys to stop this half-man, half-beast on the Granger and these Joy pickups?
Listen, if I was Skylar, I wouldn't take that.
Yeah.
You know, I wouldn't let my record be taken.
I'll get 20 kills.
I'd get 20 kills next game, exactly.
Right.
With -1 deaths.
-1 deaths. Right now, let's look at the coaches here just to see the differences between both coaches in terms of their preference when it comes to first pick, second pick, and of course, etc. We have to see the Bruno does get banned. The Joy has to be respected, either banned or counter pick. And looking at here, looks like first pick, Coach Keski really likes that first pick, but second pick rate, Coach Arcadia has been looking pretty good. But in this particular matchup, both have really liked that first pick because you get a priority over the Bruno or the Joy. Looking like that's the big pickup. 1 for 2, that one is looking very good.
Yeah, I mean, Coach Arcadia winning out on second, RQ winning out on first, which is really, it's interesting to me. I think that's kind of, it came more in as we went into knockouts and everything. But I want to look at these top 3 picks because RQ, early on in the tournament, they loved that Cho, they loved that Katap, but we haven't really seen any of those picks from them in this series so far. It's been heavily on the Glue, and then either the Joy or the Suyo, right? And the Bruno as well. But I think Edok on the Cho really just worked well for him, and I think RQ maybe needs to get back to some of that, get back to some of that possible pick play, some of that possible, you know, attack-type play style.
Yeah, because SRG, man, their foot is on the gas right now, and they're not letting off, and this is different than what we've seen in the first few matches of this series, right, where they were just bouncing back toward the late game. Now they're in the driver's seat.
I mean, it comes back to when Innocent was on that Roger. He's really going for those kills in the early game and then just snowballs out of control. So maybe the Granger is the next Roger that he really likes. And then we see, as long as Stormy has a long-range hero that can back him up whenever he wants to go in for those fights, and then Cram being able to set up as well. The fact that he's shown that he can use the Cho, even though some of those Way of the Dragon is a little bit off angle, but I feel like it still served the purpose. Like, I kick you away from your buff so that I can take the buff. A kill is a bonus, but the buff is really the things that they've been aiming for.
I would say SRG right now, that draft, it's like the master of all elements, right?
Yeah.
You have the AoE from the Farza, you have the dive potential from the Joy, you have the damage from this Granger on top of that, and then you have even more dive potential with the Kufra pickup, with the Cho as well. Just so much against RRQ Hoshi, and they have to find an answer to deny this.
Yeah, right now I want to look at the MVP rankings because here in M6 we just want to see who's on top, and it's Innocent, Skylar, Aaron, Shiki, Kelra, and these 4 people.
Four-way tie.
Four-way tie for #1. Right now you see Innocent there, but Innocent, Skylar, Aaron, Shiki, Kelra, all gold leaders have 5 MVPs, and then you just have Suzuki with 3. And then we have a
Innocent gets it again.
Oh.
He steals that from Skylar as well.
Oh, just taking away from Skylar. Fun fact, Innocent now holds the record for highest kills, 19 in a single game. Highest KDA, 24 in a single game. And the highest kills with 0 deaths in a single game in M Series history. He has 3 records.
All in one game.
All in one game.
Look, if I'm Skylar right now, I'm getting that MVP. I'm telling the team, give me the kills. Give me everything. It's time to put that crown back on.
Rinse. Use Dreadnought armor. Rinse, just use Athena shield. Let me deal all the damage.
Exactly. Yes.
Syzygen on that box cell or something. I don't know. Give me the kills.
Commanding the lords.
You know what? Let me use the red tree.
So, I mean, that essentially means that we just witnessed possibly the greatest game that Innocent has ever played.
Yep.
Could be the greatest game he ever plays.
If it gets better than this, I don't know what else has to be done. Like, I can't imagine it being better than this.
Yeah, I don't. It's very true. So we are going to be jumping to the draft now. RQ takes first pick, blue side.
Okay.
SRG on the red side. No Bruno ban. Cho ban from the side of RQ. Hilda, Matilda. Joy still open. SRG's giving him the bait again. Take that Bruno like you did in game 1. We're going to take the Joy.
Yeah, Innocent's like, you know, I'm liking the Granger. Innocent be like,
I'm feeling good in the Granger.
I feel good in the Granger. You know, let me shoot him with violins.
If I'm RQ, I think I first pick the Joy.
I would take the Joy. I agree. But no, they pick up the Bruno. They pick up the Bruno here.
Okay. So Joy and what did they do last time? Joy Gatad or Joy? Game 1 was Joy. Can't remember second pick. It was Joy. Either way. They go Joy Gatad here.
I feel like
they go Joy Hylos. They go Joy whatever.
All are strong options, but for certain.
Joy Farsa, was it?
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, Joy Farsa was the first 2 picks.
Or they might have third picked the Joy because they gave it back and RQ still took Suyo.
Oh, yes. Either way, what?
Yeah, doesn't matter.
Potato, tomato.
What am I even here for?
Yeah.
The question is, after this
They're taking
Joy
the time, by the way.
comes up, what does RRQ do?
What if they don't pick it up? Time to try to beat the Flash and the Granger.
So now if I'm RQ, I mean, personally, what I would do at this point is pick Fredrin.
Oh my
Because, it has been the Joy multiple times.
Fredrin Gluden.
Fredrin Glue would be great.
Or Fredrin,
anything
Tigreal.
but Suya.
Oh, man.
And then they pick up a Bane. Actually,
Bane could work.
Yeah, Bane might
I'm pretty sure we saw the Joy get beat by the Bane.
Yep.
Or we saw the Suyo get beat by the Bane. We know the Bane is viable, at least.
We know for certain, too, though, with SRG, when it comes to Cram, when it comes to Yumes, they're going to go in for these dive potential heroes, right? They're going to go in for that Gatad. They're going to go in for that, well, the Cho's gone, so there's a little bit of limited capability there, but they pick up the Khalid and the Farza, which means...
They're going for a Bane last pick or something different.
Their mid duo.
They're going to pull 5, yeah.
Their mid duo is very strong.
And that's viable. I'm not against that at all. I don't think they have to rush because, if you're not going to pick the Suyo, you don't need to rush jungle at this point. You can kind of lock in some other important picks. And Khalid is great right now, especially against the Granger and everything. You can get to that back line. And so it's a nice start for RQ here.
I wonder what does Stormy want going up against the Farsa. Because honestly, Farsa has been pretty strong in this matchup so far. I kind of like against Farsa playing range with range, but looks like they're going to pick up the Gatad first. Keeping Stormy's hero a secret because if he wants, he can still pick up something cheesy like the Veil.
Yeah, we saw that actually.
Yeah, I mean, even a Guinevere could sneak up in here. You never really know what's going to happen. But for certain, we know SRG likes the double dive composition, especially disrupting team synergy. So something that RQ is going to have to look out for. Now, we are looking at the Granger-Bruno combination again. Typically, we see the Granger just be a little bit more effective, at least lately, especially after last game. But as we are moving forward, range with range, that's the million-dollar question right now. Do we go with this Eve to pair up against this Farza, or do we go for something like the Valentina to take the feathered airstrike, or do they try and go for something else entirely to disrupt it?
There you go.
At least they know.
They know.
They know.
They know.
They know.
They see it coming. And then after this bad Bane or something, and then forcing out a Suyo.
Yeah. Or like something weird like a Ling or something like that.
Yeah,
you force them into some sort of assassin pick there. RQ banning out the Eve. I think on SRG, yeah. I mean, you could definitely ban the Bane, ban anything here at this point, any other assassin, and just hone down even more, try to force him into...
maybe as well?
Hayabusa, yeah.
Yeah. So far, Joy, by the way, has a 100% win rate today. I'm just talking about today, but he has 100% win rate in 3 games.
And it's like always against Suyo.
Yeah. That's fair. That's fair.
That's true.
That is fair. That is fair.
And Suyo's still on the table. Hopefully,
oh, they banned the Suyo.
Oh,
so they still respect it.
They still respect it. I mean, because even in game 1, it almost won the game.
It did, yeah.
Okay, so the Joy walks again for SRG. It's definitely, even though the last game it wasn't in the hot seat, it was the element provided to be able to dive into the backline, and the massive damage you can do in the early phase is just completely overwhelming. We don't really have the roamer locked. I mean, it could be Khalid Rome, possibly.
I feel like Khalid Rome is very strong. Paired up with the Farsa, almost impossible for you to win that mid duel.
You think maybe we see the Jawhead from SRG here?
Possibly.
Jawhead, Rome, something like that. I mean, Cram's been almost always playing the Gatot, so Gatot most likely EXP lane. He's done great on it.
I'm wondering what if just Kufra again?
Yeah.
What if just Kufra again?
Or save Rome for last pick and then...
Just pick up your mid laner now. Yeah.
Maybe they go Lui here, honestly. They could get crazy and go for the Lui here.
Yeah, the Lui would be a good pickup here for SRG.
I wonder if he wants something like a Xavier.
Some sort of poke.
Some sort of poke, because we saw how Xavier and Granger interacts with opponents, and it's very tough. And they pick up the Edith, so they're still looking at the picks coming in from RQ before considering what Stormy wants.
Which is smart, because they're pulling something away from RQ. If they would have locked in mid, they can still... Fars has already been picked, so they can still save their mid lane here.
Oh, there we go. Hayabusa picked up for RRQ.
Forcing him into the Hayabusa.
Hayabusa is pretty strong against the Joy, but it's also one of those things where it's more of a skill matchup.
At least you have the quad shadows, right? When all else fails, I mean, you have a chance to get the 50-50 on the neutral objective, which could work in RQ's favor. But that 100% win rate today for Joy is something you don't want to take lightly. Final pick for RQ. Finally, we're seeing a little bit of an answer, but is it enough to stop this Joy?
It's a good draft, at least. It's a very good draft coming in from RQ. And SRG, they have the final pick here, so they can potentially counter it. The question is, what is the counter? If they just want to go simple, they can just pick up a Valentina and call it a day.
Valentina's solid. You get the feathered airstrike. You get a lot of profit out of it right now. Again, you could go for the Lu Yi still and try to play macro, try to play the map, try to kind of catch them off guard non-stop. Aurora, I mean, anything really could fit here as long as they're ready to play around it. It just kind of is going to attract a different type of play style depending on what it is. But yeah, a lot of things work.
I would even say a Lunox would be kind of fun to watch here, especially up against a Hayabusa.
Yeah, the brilliance.
Flows as freely as the winds.
Oh!
Veil. Called it.
There's the
Call
veil.
the veil. Stormy with the veil. Fits his name. Bring in the storm. Has a lot of range. Can deal with the Farsa, but I gotta say, the damage is quite high. Thank you very much to our panelists, and time to blow it over to Mirko as well as Leo for this game.
It all comes down to this. One more game for Selangor Red Giants to punch their ticket to Axiata. One more game for the King of Kings to play the game of their life, fighting for the chance to make it to Game 5. It all comes down to this.
It's all on the line now. Stormy on the Veil. We've only seen it once, but like LaFell said, it almost feels like this pick, this hero, is built for Stormy. It's a win, Stormy.
It's 100% win rate, given the small sample size, but as a last pick, Red 5 pick, it's gotta be the difference maker, and it's gotta be Selangor Red Giants going for the head as they strike down the King of Kings. But if we know something about RRQ, the Sangraja is that they don't go down so easy.
We'll have to see in this game. Sutsujin was given a signature pick too on the Hayabusa. It's something we don't see too much of in MPL ID even, but it's always kind of the go-to when they're in a tough spot. RQ will always go back to the Hayabusa of Sutsujin.
Throw in the Beleric into Edok as well. Allows for that strong front line from Selangor Giants. Hell, even the joy in the hands of Sekais to actually just stop. And suddenly, Tyrant caught.
Oh, Earth Shatter from Yums. This time it starts off differently. It's SRG who get first blood, and it's Yums early on. Dyron shut down almost immediately.
Out the gates, the King of Kings stumble suddenly, and we didn't even talk about the matchups, lane to lane. XP, you know the story. Dyron rotated out a little too far. Gold lane, though, they somehow end up with the Granger on Innocent once again.
19 kills just in the previous game here.
In the books.
19 kills was the record-breaking stat, by the way. If you guys are just tuning in, it was previously held by Skylar on a Beatrix in M4. I think it was a game up against the Onic ID team of M4. Sky's walking up, Rins forced to use the wings by wings. But yeah, Innocent took it away. 19-0 in the previous game.
Got to be quite the mountain to conquer for Skylar right now. His record taken away from him. Tournament life at stake in the face of this very hero, this very player, Innocent. Now mid lane, you see that a TKO was put onto Rins there, forced to go back. Is it really that bad? Is Stormy's Veil really that good against even an artillery mage like Farsa?
I guess we'll have to see. Good control from SRG to take it back from RRQ. Cram's gonna be taunted back. Yom's Earth Shatter actually finding Sutsujin. They have more prio over the turtle. Cram is still in the back, trying to go for the AOG. There it is. Shadow kill from Sutsujin. The Retribution as well, claiming it, but they've used a lot of resources down the Feather Airstrike and the Raging Sandstorm from Dyron.
Yum sent back. No ult, no Primal Wrath just yet. And that's a clear win for the King of Kings. Up now by about 500 gold. Dyron pushing them back even further.
600 gold ahead now, RRQ. SRG tried their best to get as much prio on the map. Yums plus Cram, Gatotkacha and Edith is actually a combination that we've seen more in MPLPH in the playoffs.
That's right. These are high priority heroes for the Filipino playstyle. So could this be Coach Arcadia, you know, digging deep into his arsenal going, hey, this combo works. It's such good prio in team fights. You have great disengage. The range and the coverage that you have for your CC is also very good. But Sekais here dodging that last salvo.
Oh, you gotta just hold your breath there. Sky's almost falling towards that feathered airstrike. It was almost a good read from Rins, trying to predict the dash, but it was outside of range. SRG, now they're playing on the back foot, right? It's something that they are quite comfortable doing, actually. We've seen game 1 all the way to game 3. Up top, though, it's Yums who picks up the gold crab.
It's this pace that I think SRG will feel more at home in. And oh, wait, Yums flickers underneath, saves himself from almost sure doom. I think this is RRQ understanding what I was about to say, that SRG, if you don't push them up against the wall like this, if you don't apply pressure, then they'll just farm up on Stormy, farm up on Innocent, and it'll be the same story. Hell, I'm not even considering Sekais as a core. He's so useful and so used to just playing from the back as a Joy that it doesn't matter. I think the real cores here are still Innocent and Stormy.
He finds those moments in the team fights anyways, right? But I don't know, this time around, how much of a scaler is the Veil? I think that's a question we got to throw out there. Stormy, consistently throughout the wins of SRG in the series, has been on the late game picks. Is Veil a late game pick, do we think?
I'll tell you now, he's more of a mid-game power spike because he has the utility that the Farsa doesn't. But at the best times in the team fights. Oh, double Genius One.
Double
here.
G.
So I think, yeah, this is safe to say that mid-game is where Stormy really is going to power spike because of the Genius Wands on both of them. Sutsujin, first item built is the Sky Piercer. Just a passive Fury Hammer. Oh, here we go.
The taunt brings them into the Raging Sandstorm. Cram still able to escape. Skies at the back, jumping in. Rather try, it was saved by Edok. And now they get caught in it. Stormy too. It's still gonna be the few of those beats from Skies.
And they retreat. Cram and Skies down to a fifth of their health. In comes Dyren, slashing away. Scimitar to the face. And Cram looking to repair the situation in a different front. Innocent finds Edok.
Oh, he's gonna look for more. It's a flicker from Innocent. And just like in game number 3, Innocent is online very early. That's a double. Diamond's looking for a few more shots. Skylar up top takes the turret. It is give and take. It is always a trade.
RRQ have to lock this man up. Multiple counts of murder from game 3 onto 4 as well, and he hasn't died yet.
Add one more crime to the list. That's a second item, Sky Piercer for Mr. Innocent.
So Hunter Strike in Sky Piercer. The jungler, Sutsujin, is racing Innocent. And I'll tell you now, the setup for Innocent is so much easier. There's a Feather Air Strike, starting it up.
Two big resources, Sutsujin with the Quad Shadow back. He needs to go back in. Oh, the Windstorm finds him. Sky's in the back looking for the play right now. Skylar goes in with the balls as well, but Innocent is still there. Diamond trying to get him down, but Innocent is too damn good. Rins goes in. AOG
coming in. Rins is going to get punished here. Triple for Innocent.
How can you constantly just do this? Innocent, 5-0. Up against RRQ Hoshi. That's a shadow kill over the Sky. Sutsujin will get the assassination. A taunt over. Stormy with the win. Whoa,
Sutsujin is gonna bite it here. Cram makes sure he stays put underneath that windstorm. Mirko, one might speculate that maybe Innocent has a death note. And he just repeatedly wrote all 5 members of RRQ.
He has a death sonata, something even better. On command, on demand.
A song.
Let's see. Raging Sandstorm under the turret. Innocent. Oh, doesn't even matter. Where did Dyren's HP bar go? Feathered airstrike over the Yums. At least they get something. But brother man, 4 kills. That is a crazy amount of Sky Piercer stacks. Almost with a fadeaway. Innocent. RRQ want to chase him, but they can't. They cannot.
Right now, RRQ's game isn't break SRG's base, it's dodge Innocent's bullets.
Oh my god, it's a minigame.
This man is packing heat. Bazookas in the left, bazookas in the right. And with 6, I'll assume 4 Sky Piercer stacks, right? 4 ticks of that. Stormy's also just building up. The fact that Stormy can just let go of his kit, as RRQ Hoshi make the approach, Innocent can clean up. So
okay.
Confirm 4.
4.
Got that right.
He's got 4 stacks in.
Approaching 400 Capriccio.
7 minutes.
Approaching 400 Capriccio, yes, and now the Malefic Roar built in. So even Edok, even Dyren is gonna reel.
And now this is great for Innocent. He can just participate in every single team fight. Skylar is so far behind on the Bruno. It's not even close when it comes to the damage that he could deal. Look at that, Skylar's already a quarter of his HP. Dyren walking up. It's going to be a sliding tackle to evade from Cram, but he's going to constantly just go for the chase. Oh, Riz gets sniped down again. Sky's in the back, Skylar with a slide tackle. Sky's electrifying beats, and they can't even punish Skies.
Look at the flicker coming in with Yums. Edok in trouble. Innocent gets another one. 3 for none.
19 kills was just a warm-up to Innocent. He's already almost halfway there. He wants 20.
He wants to break his own record in the same series on the same day. Oh, despite all this, whoa. What are those ticks?
What was that? Was that Stormy?
Well, he does not have the glowing wand just yet.
I think that was lethal ignition.
That could be. The fact that Sutsujin survived, so RRQ Hoshi have to start counting their blessings. SRG now up by about 1,000 and change. And these dirty engages from Cram, I'm gonna call them dirty engages from Cram and Yums, they're just doing enough chaos to RRQ's formation to scramble them to make them forget where Innocent is coming from, because Innocent is doing so well to throw bullets like this, and then look, he's gonna just either go all in or re-engage from a different angle, like that.
Defensive Raging Sandstorm. That was a show of dominance from Cram, the AOG. Just towards the lane, he's like, I got you. Sutsujin, oh, he's got to be careful. Look at that damage. Skies He's 1-2-6, but he doesn't look like he's dealing 1-2-6 damage. He looks like he's dealing 6-2-1 damage.
I think that's perspective. The fact that SRG are keeping it low to the ground and their farm is mostly on Innocent, the damage that Sekai's is doing with this very small kit is going towards a very soft RRQ Hoshi. Sutsujin bullied out of that bush. Holy Shield popped down bottom. And mid is just about to follow.
Windstorm! Oh! The snipe to the side! Dyron, quick sand guard. Able to body block for Skylar. That would have been Innocent's 9th kill of the game. That would have been another Sky Piercer stack to add onto it already. And by the way, Sutsujin, on the other side, we have someone doing really well with the Sky Piercer. Sutsujin has got nothing with the Sky Piercer.
One of those purchases is a regret right now. 3,500 gold up. I think RRQ Hoshi are going to beat themselves. Scarce AOG coming in.
That was a Windstorm. Raging Sandstorm to the back. Innocent trying to go for it. Again, dove on, but there's no one to follow it up. There is no feathered airstrike from Rins. He used it previously. And SRG just get themselves out of that Raging Sandstorm. Innocent using the flicker.
And now the choke. Watch as Sekai's... What? Sutsujin taken out with nothing to call his own. Cram and Stormy were about full health. Was he just trying to juke?
He was trying to play with Stormy. He probably knew that no one in their right mind would go back, but Stormy knew. He flickered out.
And that just gives Sutsujin another death, uncalled for. Unrelenting SRG here at the gates once more.
Oh man, the poke from the Veil is ridiculous. Stormy, an absolutely phenomenal performance, 0-1-6, but all you need to do on this Veil is play it clean. All you need to do is put the Windstorms when necessary, and then you let Innocent with, what, 60 Sky Piercer stacks now? Do the rest.
Look at that. He has built the glowing wand now.
And that's a bod.
A bod and a roar on Innocent. Whatever Cram and Yums are doing, just keep that up. If this is the pace that RRQ was not expecting to be at, because what, 3 or 4 minutes ago, they were still on the offensive. Now they understand that the firepower is undeniable from SRG. Look at that, Skylar's just playing footsies, and he's down to about half health.
Oh, even more. Another shot from Innocent. Edux next. Seems like whoever walks up will just be caught by Innocent. There's just too much poke, too much range. RRQ gotta get a very decisive fight, but how? How do they even do that? How do they even walk in?
They catch one. Dyron here, forced to use the Raging Sandstorm defensively. Watch the angle that Sutsujin is coming at. Stormy keeping him honest. Pixel brush empty. Cram finds an engage.
It's just a bit of poke. Again, for SRG, there is no reason for them to engage. They can just go in, walk out. They know Innocent's gonna out-poke RRQ every single time. And this is the slow game. They have a slow push up top. They'll just play with the poke again. Innocent throwing out Death Sonatas. Nothing to lose.
Check this. Dyron pushed out of that brush from Yums. And I think SRG's gonna commit to this. Lord down to 3/5 of its health. Yums throwing out that Earth Shatter. Innocent, long haul poke. Look at the position on Rins. Commits to it. Gets jumped on by Cram.
Oh, what a snipe from Innocent! He guns him down from the skies! Skylar next to the block, and Hassan is inevitable! Enoch running for the hill. Sutsujin with a quad shadow. Yums trying to read it out again! Innocent finds the triple!
3 for none! Somebody stop this man! They're about to march in! And SRG can feel it!
No one can do it! He's too darn innocent! Sutsujin walking up, Dyron trying to do the same, the Windstorm!
And that is one left, and that's a wipeout!
Another unofficial savage for the Beast, for Innocent, as the Golden Road continues in Axiata.
The Immortal Giants stay on course. The Golden Road leads to where it all began. Silango Red Giants run through the Sang Raja in a 3-1 victory.
A cold performance. An innocent performance. Lock that in. That is the term you use for a gold lane performance like that.
At the cost of Skylar's promise to his old teammates. The journey for RRQ Hoshi ends here.
The Red Giants will stomp their way to Axiata.
Let's hear from LaFell, Steph Weezy, and Trex.
The golden road continues. RRQ was unable to stop Selangor Giants, and even though everyone is celebrating, this is unfortunately an elimination match where RRQ just got eliminated.
The kingdom falls. Skylar will be sent back home, but it was a really good run for them, right? There was a lot of promising things that they showcased in the M Series, and we hope to see them next time. But today's story is all about SRG. Man, this has to be one of the spiciest series we've had so far.
Yeah, 'tis the story with esports. There can only be one winner in the end, right? And RRQ did very well. They made it through. Part of me wishes that maybe they would have been on a different side of the bracket. Yeah. But in the end, they had to face up against SRG, a team that seems to be getting better and better and better every single game they play.
Shout out to the crowd as well, chanting RRQ to show respect to the team. They played really, really well. And I think, Trex, you were here when I said to you and Brigida, where I think going to the low bracket is a good thing, because with how, I would say, shaky SRG has been, more games can make them a little bit more cleaner. And today, this is the SRG that we thought was coming back from MSC. But now, on stage, we have the members of RRQ alongside with Rose. So we're throwing it over to the stage. Rose, stage is yours.
The Kings of the Kings return to the world stage was already a cause for celebration for the kingdom all over the world. It is unfortunate that their journey has to end here. But IOI Convention Center, join me in giving RRQ Hoshi a round of applause. RRQ Hoshi, you may give your final bow in 3, 2, 1. Once again, everybody, this is RRQ Hoshi. Thank you very much. And completing the Greater Four, the Malaysian hometown heroes heading to Axiata Arena, Selangor Red Giants. And right now, I would like to invite Innocent and Coach Arcadia on the stage with me. Hello, guys. Here, onto my left. How are you guys?
We feel relieved because we secured the Axiata.
Yes, you guys secured Axiata. Innocent, how are you feeling?
Masaya kasi na-survive namin kasi sa 12 pa yung flight ng girlfriend ko eh.
He said he's very happy because his girlfriend's flight's on the 12th, meaning your girlfriend can see you in Axiata. Okay, now, what does it feel like to be top 4? You guys were very shaky in the beginning. Now that you guys are top 4, how is it like? How are you feeling?
I think we're just, because I feel like we're more better when it comes to high pressure games like being in the lower bracket. So I think something like above to us, more pressure, we perform better. So we're just relieved that we're now in the top 4 and hopefully we make it all the way to the grand finals.
Coach, you say you like high pressure games, but I'm pretty sure the Malaysians don't like it. Everybody was shaking. Do you guys agree? It's very nerve-wracking, right? Okay, Innocent, do you like stressful games, high pressure games? Can you perform better pag nakaka-stress?
Yeah, because I'm very excited to play high pressure game because it's very, very hard to play and there's a lot of macro, micro, and also the plans of the game because you need to adjust very fast because they might do some unique strategy or something.
Yeah, I agree with that. I really do agree with that, especially in the international stage. We have seen so many games that got flipped out of nowhere, right? Now, Innocent, in game number 3, you actually broke an M Series record. Your Granger with a 1905 KDA, you now hold the most kills in a single game in the entire M Series. From M1 to M6, that KD itself is already a feat. What does that mean for you? Do you think it's something important?
Kasi di ko naman talaga in-expect yun. Gusto ko lang talaga makakuha kami ng momentum kaya naglalaro lang talaga ako para manalo kami.
He said he actually doesn't really expect, and I don't even think he was playing to get 19 kills. He just said they needed to build up momentum so that they can continue winning the game. Now, how does this mean as a gold laner for you? Is this milestone very important heading onto Axiata Arena? Has it set you a good momentum yet?
I think yeah, because on our first 2 games I didn't play really well. That's why I think that helps me a lot. Our last 2 matches, yeah.
Okay, we can see that it paid off really, really well. Your Granger is definitely something else, and everybody around the world definitely agrees. Now, Coach, for the first time in M Series, the top 4 consists of 4 teams from different regions. What does this mean for you in terms of the MLBB scene across the world?
I think in a competitive perspective, I'm very happy because it just means that all regions are stepping up. So it's something healthy for the industry, and we hope that this trend stays the same until the next international tournament.
Do you like it when there's a lot of regions trying to fight for the championship title?
Yes, I think it's if you're someone who's really competitive, it ignites your fire better. Yeah.
I agree. Okay, now, yesterday, before the little incident or fiasco with Stormy and Humes, I'm pretty sure you all know what that's about, I asked Stormy, how confident is he that you guys will be bringing back Malaysia's first ever world champion trophy? He said 120% confident. Innocent, do you agree with this? Are you also 120% confident?
For now, I think it's 150%.
Game by game, match per match, the confidence is increasing. Maybe you can share why you're 150% confident?
I think we already found our play style. That's why we can play really well.
Coach, what about you? How many % confident are you? You're usually the humble guy here.
Yeah, I think 100% we will give our best. Because,
okay.
Like how we always do every single day, not just in tournaments but also in training. These kids really gave their hearts out every training, so I'm proud of them.
Oh, that's so cute. All right, now we can see a full house, and just now in that last game, the entire arena was cheering for you guys. Do you have anything you want to say to the fans who have come today to support you guys in the arena and across Malaysia?
And I just want to thank all that came here, and thank you for always supporting us. And I want to thank my family and my girlfriend. See you at Axiata Arena.
There you have it. See you at Axiata Arena, because the next time we will be seeing this bunch will be at Axiata Arena. Congratulations to Coach Ark, to Innocent, and to SRG for completing the Greater 4. Let us right back to the panel to break down what happened in this amazing, crazy match up against RRQ Hoshi.
Innocent looked very confident. But I gotta say, if I got 19 kills, and then afterwards I got 13 kills, I would be that confident too.
I'd feel invincible.
Yeah.
Like I could win the world championship.
Something like that, something like that. But now we gotta talk about the game where this time, almost the same kind of thing. Outrange, and this time it was Stormy using that veil. Not really, how do I say this? He's not super flashy, but we see that he actually brought trouble through Hayabusa. Like, Hayabusa tried to go for the skills, and then Stormy just like, sup, buddy? I'm here. I heard mages counter Hayabusa. Time to test that theory out. And, dude, he did well.
Yeah, normally the story is more on Cram, right? Getting those setups in Yumes, but I'm right there with you. I think Stormy definitely shines in this one alongside Innocent on that flawless gameplay yet again on this Granger. This is history in the making, right? A milestone for SRG, and also a highlight and an achievement for Innocent with the highest kills in this series for the M6.
Before we get into this, just to let you guys know, the highest Malaysia has ever been is 3rd place, and that's M1. So SRG right now are, you know, in the 4th place seeding. The higher they go, the more that they can beat records again, beating Toda, what they previously did in M1.
Yeah, it's quite the achievement for SRG. They've definitely become, you know, like the golden egg. And I like how you guys have been focusing on certain players. For me, and it goes back to when we first started all of this. everyone on SRG performed today.
Agreed,
There was even some final plays there, I think, on the last Lord where Cram zoned away Skylar, and like it seems like every time throughout a game, I am saying at least one of their names during every fight, and it switches around, and that, once again, I feel like is what overcame our queue today, right? Like, yes, Innocent stole the show, but all 5 of these players showed up and did their jobs to a T. Sekai's on the Joy never lost, right? I mean, just overall was monstrous.
I'm looking forward to what strategies will be come up on going up against SRG, because their next matchup against Team Spirit, I'm pretty sure a lot of respect bans will be held there, and we'll see how both teams try to fight it out. Now looking at RQ going up against SRG, unfortunately Skylar was not able to really dish out anything in this game, but like you said, Trex, everyone did basically everything. Where Stormy handled the front lines, Cram, Skies, they handled the back line. So we can really see that there's a squad here. Squad A, Squad B. Squad A go to the back lines, Squad B handle the front lines.
Well, we gotta also ask the question, like, there was a record to be broken in this match. Do y'all remember?
Oh yeah. The MVP record.
The MVP record.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see.
We'll have to see as we get to that point. But nonetheless, man, overall, it's hard to pick a specific hero like Trex mentioned, or a specific player. If I could give the full team MVP on this one, 100%.
We don't give participation
I would do
trophies
it, but
out.
you're right. There is no participation trophies here. Overall, just some great gameplay. The Joy still with a 100% win rate today.
Honestly, with Innocent doing that well, I feel like he will be the MVP. But remember, another name on that list was Aaron Shiki, which, a bit of a spoiler, he'll be playing a little bit later. But now we got to look at our MVP, and once again, you know who he is. He looks guilty, but really, he's Innocent. Half man, half beast. Was the Roger player, but now on that Granger. Death Sonata all the way.
Just a monster, taking the counterplay with the Granger to the Bruno to a different level. And overall, I mean, for a lot of us, I feel like the Granger has kind of been still kind of on the teeter-totter, wondering whether it's really as good as it looks or whether it's not. And also questioning builds. Is the War Axe worth it? It seems like the War Axe is no longer worth it. It is Sky Piercer or nothing at this point. You're looking to gain momentum, as Innocent said, and he did it perfectly. Plays the hero to a T. I mean, I think we're going to see a lot more Innocent Granger as we move on to Axiata Arena.
Unless it gets banned.
Unless it gets banned.
Just say it.
Then it's just Bruno.
Then it's Bruno, yeah. Now we got to look at some of the highlights here. And again, this is the SRG a lot of Malaysians are waiting for, because everyone played clean, right? Every once in a while we see 1 or 2 guys making mistakes, but here, everyone is doing their job very, very nicely.
Yeah, you heard Yoom say it, right? He said 120% confident that they're going to be pushing forward in this M Series, but that number continues to rise. Innocent now saying 150%. Yeah, Coach Arcadia gives the traditional 100% response, but nonetheless, anything over 100% is a guaranteed win, and that is what you see today through these MVP highlights. Just total synergy. SRG, the further they go, the composure is being built, the synergy is getting stronger, and now earning that 4th seat into Axiata. What are they going to do from here? Are they going to be able to rise higher, beat that record, and potentially have the home court advantage and win the M Series title?
Personally, I do hope so, but yeah, absolutely clean game. And I like how Cram opened up, like he paved the way for Innocent to come in. Like, as a Joy, it can be very daunting to go in because you can get caught and then you will die. So Cram is just like, you know what, let me clear the way for you. Let me give you a straight line, and then you just go and do your thing.
Yeah, the moment he gets the taunt, somebody's jumping on, right? And then even if Sekai's goes down or has to get out of town really quickly, they do their job of splitting up our queue there. And, you know, SRG just, the way that they're executing these fights, it really feels like they are a contender at this point, right? They started off so shaky in the beginning of M Series, and now I'm watching them play, I'm watching them play for late game, and now we're finally seeing them even win out early game, from the draft to everything. I mean, they're becoming the full package again.
As they would say, now they're getting the momentum, right? Once you have the momentum, it's looking very, very strong. And just to let you guys know, that's not the end of the day, all right? We have one more match coming up next. Before that, we would like to say thank you to everyone for supporting M6 and help us continue to grow better, stronger, heck, greater than ever. Scan the QR code and let us know your feedback, and we'll try our best to make sure that you guys have more enjoyment watching M6 and hopefully all the events in the future. And just to remind, we do have TLID going up against FNOP after this for the grand final slot, minimum top 2. But before that, we do have to say thank you very much to Secret Lab, because let me tell you, folks, like having Secret Lab, I'm talking from my own personal experience at home. The chairs here are great, but I sit on that thing every single day, and let me just say, it makes my work hella amazing. Like, watch partying on a Secret Lab chair for 8 and more hours.
I wouldn't know.
It doesn't feel stressful. Doesn't feel tiring.
Must be nice.
It's very nice. You know the thing about Secret Lab is?
What's that?
You know how Asian parents are always disappointed with their children. My parents have never been disappointed with me ever since I got the Secret Lab chair. They've been like, son, you good. Secret Lab, nice. My dad's not Japanese, but you get the point.
My daughter makes fun of me every time I sit in my regular gaming chair. And she says,
does?
why don't you have a Secret Lab chair, Dad? And I go,
because of you. No.
Well, you have a point.
Don't miss M6 Battle Line, happening December 28th to 29th. Enjoy exclusive bonuses, including a limited time 25 epic skin trial and all hero trials. Sorry for that one. I just had to say it.
You know, I think it's insane that we're only halfway through the day. It's just getting wilder.
Yeah.
The higher we climb. And Trex, I do hope you get that Secret Lab chair. Hopefully I'm right beside with you. I'm right there with you. I'm sitting in an old chair at home, but here in this
And then you can make fun of your daughter.
And you know what's the perfect thing to do inside of a Secret Lab chair?
What?
A tournament. A tournament that everyone can join us here.
Yep, the new MLBB Rising Open Mode is about to launch. It features lower entry barriers, simple participation methods, flexible mechanisms, and abundant rewards and honors waiting for you to claim. By participating in matches, you can earn exclusive tournament honors to display on your personal profile and profile name card, showcasing your skills to the world. Every time you win the weekly championship, you'll receive generous rewards. Win or lose, you'll earn MRO coins that can be exchanged for permanent skins, exclusive avatar borders, and other valuable rewards. We hope that MLBB Rising Open brings you a fresh competition experience, continuing the passion and excitement brought to you guys by M6. Hashtag Mobile Legends, hashtag MLBB Rising Open, hashtag Greater Than Ever, hashtag MLBB M6.
There you go. Can't forget the last one, right?
No, I just couldn't see.
Oh,
colorblind.
Anyways, coming up next.
Knockout bracket time.
Nah, just shut up.
You should be happy. Look at that knockout bracket.
Yeah, look at that knockout bracket. Anyways, I feel like we have to pay homage to the teams that unfortunately have been eliminated. NIP Flash, Vamos, Falcon, and unfortunately RRQ as well. A lot of eliminations has happened so far, and more will be eliminated later. But going to Axiata Arena, our Selangor Giants going up against Team Spirit. Winner moves on. Loser, unfortunately, goes home. And today, we're about to see Onyx Philippines going up against TLID, where the winner goes straight to the grand final, and the loser goes down and will face either SRG or Team Spirit. Whew.
Man, it's a lot on the line. 4 different regions still standing strong for the top 4.
Oh, this is
You feel it, huh?
Oh, I feel it.
Feeling it?
It kind of snuck up on me, you know? It's like out of nowhere, it's like, oh yeah, this match right here, the winner's gonna be in grand finals. And I'm like, wait, what? Already? This is
in grand finals. In grand freaking finals. Either Onyx or TLID. Going up straight, skipping a few matches here. And I believe SRG and Team Spirit, even though they're facing up against each other, but they're also watching and be like, who am I possibly going up against? And that's scary because you don't want to go up against Onyx or Tia like that.
You got to pick your poison.
Yeah. With that being said, after this, we are going for a break, preparing for the up match. Now, SRG, that match was amazing, but this is to be the grand finalists. We'll see you guys in the match of TLID going up against Fnatic, Onyx, Philippines.
for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ明治
Hello Panda, Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
In MLBB, each of the 5 players plays a distinct role.
Whatever it is you want to believe, again!
But how do these roles work together on the world stage?
Going Sons, who picks up the
Mid laners and roamers are the bedrock of the team.
looking for the knockup, not able to find it. Sensui wants more, takes him out.
Whether it's picking beefy tanks, mages, or sustain, together they provide crowd control and damage in the early game, making space for the team to farm or secure objectives. Then we have the EXP laners, usually playing tanky heroes. They poke and zone the enemy to create opportunities.
All right, let's see another fight commences here. Gear goes in. It's going to be a lot of damage played.
While the roamers pick to fill the team's needs and support if needed. EXP laners must win their lane and protect their tower with aggressive, confident play, ensuring map control for the team.
Ooh, final slash.
Finally, we come to the junglers, the early to mid-game finishers, and the gold laners, the mid to late game finishers.
Irie, the god in the jungle, takes a double kill.
For junglers, whether it's frontline tank utility or assassin early game assassin burst, they form the core of the team. They act on the space created by their team to finish off objectives, utilizing power spikes with the early game advantage they get from farming the jungle.
Should be a retreat from the Burmese gold, and they get sent down into the ground.
Gold laners focus on farming for gold to become late game monsters.
1v3.
They are savvy observers, staying out of trouble and positioning well to deal the most damage with their fragile heroes. Do you agree? How would you describe the roles that make MLBB greater than ever? A new era begins at M6. But who are the rising superstars leading the way? In Latam, Maycam Evolve emerges as the new gem of the region. With Aurora's fierce adaptability and rookie sensation Super Nahuel, the Dynasty Enders made history, toppling the undefeated RRQ Akira after a 2.5-year reign. At MTC Turkey Championship, S2G Esports rises as a new challenger. Led by Sichibum's superstar performance at the gold lane, Pagu's playmaking, and Begin's rotation, they are ready to shine on the world stage. In their M-Series debut from MPL Cambodia, CFU Gaming is ready to strike. With M2 veteran Poppy and core members Detective, Z, and Wadu. Can the Sharks are primed to make waves on the world stage. Returning to the M-Series is RRQ Hoshi, the Sang Raja.
Looking for a drain as he finds the triple. Looking for the maniac.
Reinforced by Sutsujin's lethal skill, and led by Skylar, this squad of young stars is on a mission for global dominance. The Indonesian cavalry made a bold gamble by swapping their lineup with MDL rookies, uncovering gems like Fabian, the deadly jungler, a calculated roamer in Witty the Wise, and King Aaron Shiki, the next level gold laner. Team Liquid ID rises as a new M-Series challenger.
It's a double, the Roy goes down one by one. It's a maniac.
MPL PH Season 14 saw the debut of Aurora Gaming with rising gold laner Domeng and MSC 2022 champion Demon Kite.
Welcome back to the M6 World Championship Knockout Stage. My name is Rose and I am about to introduce to you guys the last match of the day. Brace yourself for an electrifying best of 5 match where the front runners of a new legacy is about to duke it out to clinch the first ever grand final slot that will be held at Axiata Arena. Now guys, these two teams are no new rivalries. However, the stakes has never been higher. The champions of the Philippines going up against the champions of Indonesia. Super Family going up against the Young Battalions. New faces, new teams, but the rivalry is just as fierce. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls across the world, I know that you guys cannot wait for this amazing matchup. So without further ado, Fnatic Onyx Philippines going up against Team Liquid Indonesia. Teams, this is your moment to be greater than ever this M6.
As a wise man once said, King Kong, I want to solo kill you. And now we're at the point where that could happen. TLID going up against Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Champion versus champion, man. Like, you would have thought this is one of those things that you see in the grand finals, but no, this is the fight for going to the grand finals.
It's the Stallions up against the Super Family. You gotta decide who's gonna kind of reign superior in this. Is it gonna be the Philippines? Is it gonna be Indonesia? You know,
hey, let me just say, from I think ever since M2, Philippines has always been in the grand finals. So as long as Fnatic Onyx Philippines can win this one, they keep the legacy alive. And if they don't,
most of the champions have always won. Filipino champions have always won from lower bracket. Every one of their wins, I don't know, was Bran a lower bracket? Was M2 a lower bracket win?
I think so,
I want to say every single one of their wins was a lower bracket stomp. So do they need the mummy dust, right? Do they need to lose here to be able to take home the trophy?
Honestly, I do believe for you to win, you have to lose first. I mean, like, personally, I've taken a lot of L's in my life, and I'm happy where I am right now. So, legit, this is one of those, like, this whole tournament, it's a marathon, right? Like, even SRG, they started off slow, but now they're looking strong. Both TLID and Fnatic on the Philippines, they look very strong, but between both of them, I would say TLID lost a little bit more earlier during the Swiss stage, and now they're looking stronger than ever.
Yeah, we got to see them actually face off in the Swiss stage, right? And it worked out in Fnatic Onyx's favor. But now this is a different story. This is a best of 5, and we'll have to see what both teams bring to the table. But even if we go just this week, right, we got to see them both previously, yesterday actually, go in their best of 5s up against Falcons with FNOP, and then on the other side, RQ up against TLID. Both of those went to a game number 5.
And you know, FNOP was pretty dominating in the beginning, to whereas on the other side of things, the side of TLID started off a little bit shaky, and as they move forward, TLID seemed to get stronger and stronger and stronger, to whereas FNOP has kind of dropped a few more games, right? They don't seem as prime form as they did in the beginning of the tournament, and I feel like if there is a time for TLID to take a win, it's going to be now.
First of all, I gotta say thank you very much to Kadia, because Kadia's gaming and esport district unites gamers, communities, and fans across all genres and walk of life. Heck, Kadia has seen it all ever since MSC. They've seen teams rise and fall. Trex, let me just give you one thing that's very special for Fabian. He's one of the only Suyo players to win against the Joy.
Oh,
let me just put it out there. And it was against RQ. It's like Suyo Joy is like, okay, maybe Fabian will lose. Nah, fam, he win.
I mean, we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see.
This is King Kong.
This is King Kong.
This is King Kong.
Probably one of the best junglers right now in M Series. Just a complete beast, but he's got a target on his head right now. He's got a certain other player coming for him, you know? He's got a certain player that wants to solo kill him in the lane.
Fabian, the favor fave. You want to try saying it? Lower your voice. Point
King
the camera.
Kong.
Yes.
I want to kill you.
No, it's like I started. I want to solo kill you. Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
I practiced for a bit. The solo part is the important one. He doesn't want friends to help him out. He just wanted to be a 1v1, like a Ling Hayabusa, and then see.
Meet me at the purple buff at 3 p.m.
You know what? Lord fight. No one is there.
Yeah.
You, me, Lord.
Me, you, Lord.
And Retri don't use. Just to put it out there.
We just let the Lord hit us and knock us up. We don't actually hit the Lord ever.
The knockup, come up, don't dodge. Take the knockup.
Exactly.
Oh,
now that's more of an EXP kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's a Kirk and Aran.
Exactly.
You know what? We're actually both going to play EXP laners today.
Yeah. You know what? Just to remind, like, what are your thoughts, Weezy, here? Because this is one step closer to the grand finals. Whoever wins this one, so far again, in M Series, from the lower bracket, looks like having a better chance of actually going to the to win the grand final.
Well,
but either ways, what are your thoughts on this matchup?
Well, for me, you know, I think everybody's asking the question, who is stronger, right? Is it going to be the Super Family? Is it going to be the Cavalry? We got to see it in the Swiss stage. It was definitely a little bit of a challenge for Indonesia. Fnatic Onyx just was able to dominate. But again, this is a best of 5, and now we're going to get a little bit of a sneak peek on who is actually a little bit better when it comes to these engagements and these objectives.
Becoming greater than ever. A step closer to the grand finals. The Super Family against the Young Stallions. This is one of those games where you feel like should be in Axiata Arena already.
We might get to see it again in Axiata Arena. Very, very possible. But what's also crazy and what matches this so well is none of these players have an M Series championship on their belt, right?
Yeah.
None of these players have done this much in their career. This is all fresh, new ground to them. This is holy ground to them. This is setting sails to new lands, something they've never seen or played at this level before. And it's just, you know, it's so hard to even fathom what this means to all of these players right now.
So what do you think? Like I heard Trex's take, but what is your take?
I think when it comes to both of these matchups, right, King Kong, we know he's just super dominant inside of the jungle, and it can definitely be a problem. Super Prince, the mid lane matchups is going to be an issue as well. All of these players from both regions, they're heavy hitters. They're heavy swingers. There's no secret when it comes to the top 2 regions. Everybody always mentions the Philippines.
Yep.
They always mention Indonesia. But even in this entire M Series, now we have 4 regions going to Axiata, not 2.
Yeah.
And so now we're going to ask the question, are these the top 2 swingers, or are we going to see SRG or Team Spirit hit a little bit harder?
Honestly, focusing just on this matchup, I really want to see the draft here because just like what we've been seeing, DeJoy has a 100% win rate for today so far, and DeJoy is King Kong's favorite hero, where I believe that his name really derives from DeJoy. So I'm wondering if TLID will let that go, where Fabian is just like, I don't bet any of his heroes. Just let him have whatever he wants. In return, let me have whatever I want. And then we'll see who's the better jungler. Like, I don't know if the players can convince the coaches to do that, but you know, I'm just putting it out there.
I mean, I think both teams have definitely figured out the importance of the Joy, have figured out the importance of the jungle back and forth trades. We saw FNOP learn it against Falcon, and I think we really just saw the coach of SRG learn it down. So TLID is the only one that we haven't really seen go for these trades, but if you've been watching, I don't think TLID are slumps, right? I think they'll be ready for these trades. I think they will be able to approach the draft correctly, at least hopefully. If not, they'll learn by game 1 or 2.
I mean, like, one of TLID's best draft. Suyo, Granger, and then a long-range mage, right? There's so much poke coming in from the Suyo, the Granger, as well as we've seen the Xavier, we've seen the Eve, right? Maybe they have something else. We've seen the Novaria. Like, these kind of drafts make it so that there's almost like, they're not even fighting. It's one-sided. I'm just throwing out all the damage, and all you can do is accept it. We do have to see if they can pull off that draft against FNOP, and if they can pull off that draft and then win with it, FNOP, they got to find some kind of answer.
You know, something that sticks out to me, too, for TLID, even in their series up against RQ Hoshi, one of the struggles was Aran, right? Getting something, or forcing him to play something like the glue and not letting him have that Hilda that he's very dominant on as well. Could be a game plan going forward for Fnatic Onyx. And I mean, there's just so many heavy hitters on both sides. It's just going to be highlights everywhere. If we thought the Kadia game play of the day came from the last series,
I mean, 19 kills. You know,
well, that's getting beat today.
Yeah, it's like that Mania was pretty insane. So if there's a Savage, now that's the only way.
That's the only way.
Yeah.
If they get a Savage, it's like, okay, you know what? Fair. You get it.
Who do you think is the highest chance of getting a Savage?
King Kong.
Yeah, King Kong.
Not Aaron Shiki?
You know what?
Kelra?
I feel like Kelra is a good shout. How about this? Let's talk about it behind the scenes, because I feel like I need some time to really figure this out. Heck, you know what? We all can have that time, because we're throwing it over to a short break, making sure that all the teams are ready for this amazing matchup, the fight for the grand final slot. TLID, FNOP. We'll see you guys in 10 minutes.
モバイルレジェンド M6 スイスウォッチ。明治
Masuk ke biskuitnya, biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya, biskuitnya enak isinya lezat. Rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, hello panda.
I'm OP. Nice to meet you, bro. Hello. How are you?
Dream Team Alliance rules. No self-voting. You cannot vote for yourself, and all pairings must be agreed upon by everyone. One player per team. Only one player can be selected from each team. Role consistency. Players must stay in their assigned roles. Team name and justification. Name your Alliance Dream Team and explain the reasoning behind your selections.
I think this is the first time I've met both of you, right?
Yeah. Speak English.
I know he already. I know Sky top jungle. Right? How about you, think?
Top jungle. You is God in Godland. For real.
You trash talk mainstream.
You because you jago sangat. Your gameplay is good game in there.
Okay. Question. I think not have
Still.
Still easy server.
Who you want to take in jungle? Maybe take King Kong in jungle, so now take Super Marco. I want to choose Skeldra, because Skeldra, the individual mechanic is good.
He's probably the best of the rest.
I don't like Nets.
Why?
Because he's so noob.
For a gold name, we choose Skeldra.
I don't like all player because he's cannot champion in my country.
Okay, I think we need to discuss. 3 players, right?
Yeah.
We need to choose one player to go out. Kick the player first. Okay, Babazin go first because you choose my teammate, right? Okay.
I think he's the strongest here.
So you
strongest on table right now. I think I beg to disagree. I like Yums more. I think Yums is more good than Zorn.
I want to kick Yums.
Kick Yums?
Yeah.
Oh, I agree.
You agree?
Yep.
How about you?
I think I want to kick Zorn.
So our vote is kick Yums first. So we need to put out Yums. Sorry dia makai. I don't want Zon because Zon is my teammate, right?
Yeah.
Because Zon for me only.
I think it's also the same for me. I think I'll pick Zorn because he's not my teammate.
How about you, Bazin?
So I get to choose. You're the verdict. I'll put Zorn.
So Zon.
Our prince. Yeah. My same to me. I think Rosa.
Rosa?
Yeah, nice. He's super slave. He's perform all hero like unexpected. Yeah.
Especially his
Lilia.
Valentina.
Yeah, Lilia, Valentina. He does 2 backlines so fast. I don't know why he can do this. Yeah.
Okay.
For me, Rosa too.
He's here? Yes.
What do you think?
Oh, I like ini apa? My Venus. Yeah. Same gameplay, right? So aggressive. Where Rins, bro?
Rins?
Mm.
No need with Sunset Lava. No need Rins.
Okay, you also want Sunset, yeah? Let's go.
Ya.
Yes. Sunset pamit lane.
Suka-suka dia lah. Gimana itu, Cok?
Idol want Sanji, Haji, Lemon, Moon, Pasti. Think I go for Pew. Because the brain is so good
Yeah.
Right? Alright.
I agree. For me, I pick Suns because I think Suns is mechanically good. Like, even before when he was a jungler, I think he's very good.
I just picked Sunset Lover because I didn't want to go for Indo or PH. I didn't want to go for Indo or PH again. For me, though, on the table, I like Few most. Because he's been playing for so long, and he's always been pretty consistent.
Oh, I want to kick out Sunset Lover. Same.
Damn.
Alright. We're down to 2. For this one, I think I'll go with Few.
I think I take Few too.
I take Few also.
I'll go to Few because I choose Few, right?
So, Few with our Dream Team Alliance, mid lane.
Yes.
Go, man.
Yeah. Okay, we choose here.
Yeah, okay.
choose here.
Yeah. Cool.
Later I will story to him.
Guys, why? Why choose you?
Oh, I think definitely he is my teammate and I really trust on him. And for me, he's the best, yeah, for Roma.
I think right now, best is Roma.
For me, I think he chose by Roma right now. I play Rome too, I also watch he play. And what he do one by one is so clearly. Yeah.
Against Yums, so super annoying when he play you. This your idol, yeah? You sure?
Yeah.
Okay, this also your idol?
No, this is my motivation go to playing Mobile Legends, bro.
Really? Okay, let's take him out. So who do we take out? Maybe Crumb? I think Luke. No need Luke. Boots also. Boots not playing anymore.
Yeah.
Hey,
you playing at XP Laner.
Yeah, okay, let's. Bye-bye. Now we have here, Tyron, no need. So, what do? We choose your idol or your friend? Idol or friend?
Rusak kali ya.
Sanford, take him out?
No.
Wait, easy, who you want?
Hey, I don't like him.
You don't like him? Okay, bye-bye, Flip.
Because he cannot choose the same team. Like,
why? Oh, nga pala.
Oh. You guys want to go for Sans instead?
Yeah, sure. Again, Sans. We need to put Sans. So Sans is our bench player, and then Pew is sick, and then we need to change.
Pew is sick.
Couldn't travel. I'm right.
Couldn't travel.
Yeah.
I want him out.
In all time.
for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ明治
Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Welcome back as we're about to see the fight for the grand finals between TLID against Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
Lepel.
Yes.
Before the match starts, I want to solo kill you.
You want
on
to
this
solo kill
desk.
me? Oh, watashi wa ready desu.
Any desk, anytime.
Any desk, caster desk.
Off cam.
It's a bit smaller. It's a bit smaller. But yeah, first of all, we would like to say thank you to everyone. Your patience is amazing. We ran into some technical difficulties, but hopefully it's all settled now so that we can continue everything for all it's worth. And we even have a code here for you guys as a sign of apology. So make sure you guys get the QR code to grab your goodies for free. And again, we thank all of you for your patience. And now, I want to thank our panelists as well because you guys have been giving me a lot of information throughout the day. But this match, I feel like we only can come in with speculation in game number one. But after game number one, though, we should have enough... That's my script. We have enough information to really talk about the key points to look out for. Because of Favian, we have to talk about the Favian and King Kong matchup here.
We've seen them face off, right? I mean, even in SPS, they faced off, and Fnatic Onyx was the one to take down TLID. That's actually where Super Frenz got the Monster Mage nickname. So there's definitely a lot of legacy between both these teams. At a good point that Trex made, it's a lot of new faces.
Yeah, definitely a lot of new faces. A lot of hungry new faces. Kelra's been around a long time. I mean, players on FNOP have been around for a bit, but this is still uncharted waters for them, right? And I love that you guys bring up some previous tournaments because it's true. TLID right now is technically on the lose streak, right? They haven't been able to really take down FNOP in a big series that mattered. So this is their chance, their final blow, because if either team at this point gets knocked down to the lower bracket, you got hungry Team Spirit, you got hungry SRG. They're going to be coming off of a win, coming off of momentum, ready to take you out.
And now, honestly, you guys can give a lot of stories as well, but I kind of want to hear, I want to hear directly from the players themselves. So let's go backstage with both Rose and Eterna, where they're with the players. So let's see what's on their mind.
Thank you very much to our panel. Hey guys, it's Rose, and right now I'm with King Kong over at the Fnatic Onyx player booth. Whoa, 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 what are you doing?
Nothing.
Nothing. Okay, now King Kong. We know that just last week, or just a few days prior to this, Favian dropped the banger statement. King Kong, I want to solo kill you. What do you have to say to that?
Fabian, keep on trying hard.
Oh, keep on trying hard. Do you think he's not trying hard enough?
Never.
Never. Okay, King Kong, how do you think this game is gonna go? How do you think it's gonna play out? Prediction mo.
3-2.
3-2 in favor of you or Fabian?
In favor of me.
In favor of you. Do you have anything you want to say to Fabian right now?
Ayo choba lagi.
Ayo, choba lagi. All right, with that, thank you very much to King Kong. Let's show it to a turn now over at the Team Liquid Indonesia player booth.
Thank you so much, Rose. We're here with Fabian. My name is Eterna once again. Fabian, are you going to take that? Are you going to take that? He said, you know, you can keep on trying. What do you think about that?
I don't agree, but it's same prediction, 3-2, because I want to show you guys the best exciting match.
Best exciting match. Oh, he's laughing there on screen. What was that? What do you think about your previous statement? Solo killing him. Do you think you're going to be able to do it for sure this time?
Easy kill, solo kill, King Kong.
All right, so your prediction was 3-2. And the thing is, about this current matchup, you guys are both considered Sigma junglers. Do you agree? Do you think you're Sigma?
Yes, I'm Sigma.
And if you're Sigma, you can mew really well. All right, so we're gonna have a little bit of a mewing face-off between you and King Kong. Are you ready?
Ready.
That's pretty good. Let's see what King Kong has to say. What do you think? What do you think about his mew?
That's good. I like it.
All right. Yours was better though? What was that? Guys, I'm getting really confused here. I like it, but it's really confusing. So let's, we don't want to take up your time any longer. So do you have any messages that you want to relay on to the fans?
To the Cavalry, thank you for supporting us. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, I'm at a few words. Thank you, Fabian. Good luck. All right, we're gonna throw it over back to the panel. Thank you, guys.
First of all, I don't know if King Kong's trying to be threatening or he was flirting. Because, try harder.
You forgot the best part.
And then Fabian was like, I agree.
It just makes you raise the question, what is going on in the jungle?
I don't know.
Welcome to the jungle.
They love each other, so I like that he's also like, oh, to the cavalry, thank you. That's it. he's straight to the point. Both junglers are straight to the point. They know their objective, and that's how you become a good jungler, knowing your objective. I agree. 3-2.
Knowing your enemy.
Just trying King Kong. By the way, fun fact, close up on me again. I can blink with both eyes, as in separate times.
You can, I think everyone can do that.
No, funnily enough, you would think that, but not everyone can do it. See, Trice can do it. Both eyes, as in separate times.
You can, I think everyone can do that.
No, funnily enough, you would think that, but not everyone can do it. See, Trice can do it. Weezy, can you do it?
Let's see.
Because some people, they can't. They will do it at the same time.
That's just called
blinking.
No, yes, that's blinking. We were winking.
I wonder if Eterna can do it.
No, she likes Uranus, remember?
What does that have to do with anything?
Uranus players, they can't do it.
Anyways, let's check out this match highlight video.
Yes.
We got something good in store for us.
Well, yeah. Highlight video. Go.
Ikaw ba? Ano ba masabi mo? Sa relationship natin? Ano lang, masabi ko, saan ako titingin sa kanila? Kahit sa akin. Hindi, sa kanila lang, baka matawa ako eh. Kumbaga, yung naging relationship talaga namin ni Coach Sonny, isa talaga siya sa dahilan kung bakit bago yung ugali ko before and kung paano ako ngayon siguro. Tapos yung ayun nga sa tiwala.
My first impression about him is he's just a kid.
I actually thought that he was nice, to be honest.
Execration takes MSC 2021.
But it was kind of contradicting to what was seen on MPL during that time because he kept on trash talking everyone. He actually talked trash against us.
0 and 3 Omega, the Filipino Savage.
First impression ko kay Coach Tony, parang mayabang. Tapos, ninasar kasi namin siya eh. Nung nasa extra ako, kami nila Etomax. Ninasar namin siya na kalbo kasi kalbo siya nun eh. Kaya parang lang, hindi pa ako masyado kasi nakikinig ng time na yun. Kaya parang hindi ko siya masyado pa nakakausap ng time na yun.
Eh, sigaw nyo na malakas. Loud and proud. 5 and 3. 1, 2, 3, 5!
Oo, nakikita ko bilang tatay kasi parang may similarity sila ni ng daddy ko, si Papa. May similarity sila na parang nagagalit kasi sa akin si Papa. Siyempre, lahat naman nagagalit pag may maling ginagawa. Pero siya kasi, si Coach Tony, kaya ako nakikita kasi pag may mali ka, talagang pupupuin niya na dapat.
It's Sonic time!
Nung time na bago ako mag-Onyx, nung hindi ko pa nalalaman na mag-Onyx si Coach Tony, mag-ibang team talaga sana ako mapupunta. Hindi talaga dapat sa Onyx. Pero nung time na narinig ko na aalis na rin siya sa Omega, ay sa dati namin team, naalis na rin siya. Tapos nalaman ko na lilipat siya sa Onyx. Parang doon ako nakapag-decide na sabi ko, doon na lang ako lilipat sa Onyx. Kasi since andun din siya, kasi alam ko rin na sa sarili ko na siya yung coach na kailangan at parang maiintindihan kung paano ako. Ako yung para sa akin, yung champion, yung sa mga tao, hindi ko sila masyado iniisip eh. Parang kung may mapatunayan man ako sa tao, okay na yun. Pero mas gusto ko may mapatunayan sa sarili ko eh. And sa team namin.
Now that was beautiful. A lot of bromance there. And I gotta say, Kelra has been through a journey where he had his villain arc, right? He was playing the role of a villain back in MLBB, but now he has humbled down and he just wants to become a champion. Like we start to see the changes in Kelra as he's growing up, and now he's here today, golden standard, man, and he's looking very good.
It's there's so many great storylines. It's like it's hard to just want any one team to win. Every time I see the next video, every time I hear the next thing, it's like, oh, now I'm cheering for this team.
Yeah.
And it switches every day as we unpack more and more from each team. It makes this so much more exciting, but also so sad at the same time.
Yeah, it's even funny, like seeing the players talk about their predictions and how they think the series is going to go, and a lot of them say 3-2, right? And even Coach Why Not, he even mentioned they scrim with Indonesian teams all the time, so we definitely have a great series ahead of us.
Oh yeah, for sure. And right now, you know what? I feel like we've waited a long time already. I feel like we've been waiting the whole day. So now we're going to invite both teams, TLID as well as Fnatic on the Philippines, onto the M6 stage.
The home of champions is where they are from. Through chemistry, they became a super family. Through will, there's no challenge they cannot overcome. Sonics, give it up for Fnatic, Onyx, Philippines!
Standing in their way are the young stallions charging at full speed. They are out for vengeance, and their only option is to succeed. Let's go, Team Liquid Indonesia!
And now introducing the coaches for both teams. For Fnatic Onyx Philippines, Coach Wynot and Coach Hayes. From TLID, Coach St. DeLucas and Coach Face Hugger. And now we're proceeding with the fist bump for both teams, where both teams have said this will go all the way 3-2. Fabian says going TLID. But Fnatic Onyx Philippines, King Kong said it's going over for him. And now jumping into this matchup, we see the personality of both teams. And I kind of feel like They're very confident with each other, but at the same time, showing adequate respect by saying, I will beat you, but I know it won't be an easy game.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a challenge. I mean, we got to see them a little bit of a sneak peek face off during the Swiss stage, but it wasn't a best of 5, and we know how a best of 5 can be, especially this far up in M6. As we are seeing both of these teams get ready. Will it be a 3-2? Will it lead to fruition? Will the rumble in the jungle everybody's been waiting for be full of excitement?
And now we were able to talk to the super family, Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Any messages you want to send to TLID on your rematch? And Kelra said, hey, Aaron Shiki, good luck to your game. Have fun. Smiley face. And then King Kong said, Fabian, wishing you a super duper advance. Try again next time. Ding, ding.
That's the name of that
Hey,
emoji.
not bad.
Hey,
not bad.
Was that your voice on that?
Funny enough, I think it's Zorn's.
Is it?
Really?
Hey, not bad?
Wait, no, it's not Zorn. But Zorn is on the Gig Fam, one of the Gig Fam ones. But anyways, right now we got to look at the player head-to-head here. We got to talk about the jungle here because both of them showed, frankly, a lot of love. King Kong as well as Fabian. On paper, let me just tell you, it's definitely King Kong favored. And I kind of feel like that's one of the reasons why Fabian says, I want to solo kill you.
Yeah, I think there's an odom of respect there, right? There's an odom of, this is someone that I feel like if I take down, it means something for Fabian. You can see it in the stats. King Kong, whether you like it or not, whether you like him or not, he is a monster on the stage of M6 right now.
Electrifying.
One of the best here. I mean, just overall in terms of stats, he's a jungler that's not just playing utility, he's not just playing for objectives, he's playing for game-winning moments. And I mean, it shows all over the board. So if there's a challenge for Fabian, it is definitely King Kong.
One thing to note, one of the rotations coming in from King Kong is that he will ignore the first hurdle. And what he does is he counter jungles, take away your buffs, and then contest for the second one.
Definitely going to be something we're all looking forward to seeing. Fabian, on the other side, though, I mean, he still goes the typical route. The Joy sometimes does sneak up in there. We've seen him run the Fredrin before as well, whereas, yeah, I do agree, King Kong can definitely go for more of the flashier route. But now getting into the nitty-gritty, jumping into game number 1 of our final series for the day. The Philippines up against Indonesia. Who will be able to reign supreme? Now we're looking at the bans on the board so far. Bruno's been banned out, little textbook, a little different than what we've been seeing earlier today. The Joy has been taken off the table as well.
Yeah, so we're looking at a possible Suyo up front, unless FNOP, I think once you see the Joy ban, the thought immediately goes to, maybe we ban out Suyo here, but that problem then leads to the Hilda. That problem then leads to the Cho. But I personally believe that at least if you ban out the Suyo here, you get some trade up on the board.
Can we start talking about the bans here? Because this feels very personalized by both teams. Heck, it's about what we've seen today. Joy ban, Bruno ban, Granger ban, and now the final ban is going to be that Jushin, so the Suyo will be up. I feel like both these teams are setting a new standard for the bans as we're going to Axiata Arena.
And I think this is a situation where we see the blue yo, and it does come out for the side of Team Liquid ID, and now
Hilda, Hylos, maybe just right up front. Hilda, Granger right up front.
Granger ban.
Oh, yeah, Granger.
So this is what I'm really looking out for. What's the next best thing? Because we talk about Bruno and Granger. What does Kelra have? I mean, like, we've seen the Layla, but I doubt it's going to come up here.
Well, he used it for the Bruno. I think what looks good is, like, you know, we have the Wan that's been a big fallback for a lot of teams. They pick up the Eve and the Cho, which overall we get a solid mid. We have some flexibility. We have possibilities.
And now with that Cho, that provides a lot of backline potential and dive from the side of FNOP. And the response back, though, we are going to be seeing this Hilda picked up for the side of TLID. A good hero alongside the Mathilda to be able to disrupt that RWM.
That's a scary upfront draft.
That's a tanky lineup.
That is, and then you have the Suyo who's backing it up with damage. At this point, you have so much freedom to put whatever you want in the gold lane, right? You have so much mobility. You have the escape possibilities. You could pick up something like a Moskov and feel comfortable. You could pick up something like an Airthil and feel comfortable. So FNOP has to kind of think about how they're going to approach this. Do you go for jungle here, or do you prio maybe gold lane and then start banning into gold?
I wonder as well, Phobius is open, and Phobius always gets banned out, but it looks like they want to pick up that Alpha. So Alpha is good against the combo that TLID has, but that Matilda can disrupt what the Alpha wants to do.
Yeah, the Matilda, definitely something you don't want to take lightly. It's going to provide a lot of sustainability on the side of TLID, and now, as we are jumping into the second phase for these bans, we have yet to see a gold laner from both sides, and there's a lot of bans so far for the heavy hitters, right? The Bruno's gone alongside the Granger, and so now, what are we going to be seeing into the hands of Kelra? What is he going to be running? Is it going to be something into the realm of the Moskov, maybe the Beatrix to sneak up in here? There goes one of the additional gold laners taken off the board, Harith from FNOP.
All right, so gold laner's getting banned out from the side of FNOP. Roamer / EXP is getting banned out from the side of TLID. I do like the Alpha, like you said, LaFell does great against the Hilda, has that true damage, has that chip down. No gold laner for either side. We're going to be digging deep. We know that Kelra has the ability to pick just about anything and do good. My question is Aaron Shiki in that same boat? We've seen him do good on things like the Granger and the Bruno, but how deep does his pool go when it comes to just pulling something out, right?
Maybe just fall back to the Natan. I mean, it has worked out for them for quite a while.
That was the TLID. I mean, that was the MPLID signature right there. They were one of the one regions that were heavily favoring Natan compared to others.
And the Natan would definitely be a wise decision. With the Entropy, you can have a little bit of that survivability to work in your favor as well. There goes the Farza, though, so...
Sounds like a 1-1 pick. Like, once you ban on the far side, it does sound like a 1-1, like an Irrital kind of pick. Edom gets
And it can
banned.
do well against the 1-1 can do well against the Hilda and everything, so...
Valentina, possible pickup for the side of TLID as we are now finalizing the bans for both sides. We're seeing some great dive potential. You have the Cho, you have the Alpha, then you also have the range from the RWM from FNOP.
1-1's